I'm filthy, I'm obscene. Fuck the silence, come make me moan. Claw marks down my back, make me your own. Hip slam harder, I can fucking run. Dripping, come with every thrust you've done. Lust like fire, dripping on my thighs. Every filthy whisper drowns out the lies. I beg for more, don't fucking wait. It's breeding season, it's my twisted fate. I'm your calm drunk vixen, begging on the floor. Fill me up till I'm screaming for more. Heat so body, tangled in sin. Breeding times here, let the filth begin. Let the filth begin. My tail's raised high, don't you be kind. Fuck me raw till I lose my mind. Every drop spilling, dripping down slow. Mark me's yours so the whole world knows. Lust like fire, dripping down my thighs. Every filthy whisper drowns out the lies. I beg for more, don't fucking wait. It's breeding season, it's my twisted fate. I'm your calm drunk vixen, begging on the floor. Fill me up till I'm screaming for more. Heat so body, tangled in sin. Breeding times here, let the filth begin. Shameless howling, dripping in the night. Body's broken, I'm fucked raw by spite. Moon fades out slow, but the heat won't end. Breeding season comes again. I'm your calm drunk vixen, begging on the floor. Fill me up till I'm screaming for more. Heat so body, tangled in sin. Breeding times here, let the filth begin. Let the filth begin. Tail held high, claw sink deep. Daddy takes me in my heat. Dripping sweat, our bodies slam. I'm his vixen, he's my man. Nails drag red down his skin. Daddy growls, I pull him in. Crimson fur, I grind, I ride. Every thrust, I burn inside. Pearls and gold for every scream. He slams me hard, I chase the dream. Luxury laced with wicked sin. He spoils me, I take it all in. Swipe that card, make me shine. Daddy fucks this tale of mine. Every growl, each breath, each cry. scratching pain. I make him spend it all. He moans my name. Lipstick smeared on his dark red tie. He loves my growl, he loves my cry. Fox in heat, I beg, I claw. Daddy slams me wall to wall. Lavish gifts for every moan. He fucks me till I lose control. Dirty vixen, I'm his prize. Pounding lust and shadowed eyes. Swipe that card, make me shine. Daddy fucks this tale of mine. Every growl, each breath, each cry. He ruins me till I touch the sky. I'm his dirty vixen, full of heat. He slams me raw and calls me sweet. Fuck me deeper, claws will show. Daddy loves the way I glow. I'm his dirty vixen, loud and wild. Spoiled brat, his filthy child. Jewels and pleasure, scratching pain. I make him spend it all. He moans my name. Scratch my back, pull my hair. Daddy takes me everywhere. Lavish love, his filthy toy. He fucks his fox, I take the joy. I'm his dirty vixen, full of heat. He slams me raw and calls me sweet. Fuck me deeper, claws will show. Daddy loves the way I glow. I'm his dirty vixen, loud and wild. Spoiled brat, his filthy child. Jewels and pleasure, scratching pain. I make him spend it all. He moans my name. I'm your dummy, mommy, hear me call. Kneel down, Papa, obey or fall. Leather claws, I own your game. Fox Queen's here to make you scream my name. I'm your dummy, mommy, bow to me. I'll chain you down, set your body free. Moan for my touch, beg for my bite. You're mine to use all through the night. Tails wrapped tight, I'll make you strain. Creaming lust, dripping down like rain. Claws on your skin, I dig in deep. I'm your fox queen, your soul to keep. I'm your dummy, mommy, don't you You're my pet, forever small. I'm your dummy mommy, make you crawl. On your knees, you'll get it all. I'll write you around, make you scream. Fox queen dripping in your dreams.
Now chat, chattity chat. I'm going to bring it back to a very, very important song. If you're here with the channel, you know it for all time. Every time we cover a Gooner furry, there's one song we always play. You know it. You love it. It's your favorite song. Pepper Coyotes, no cock like horse cock.
My neighbors ask me why I'm limping down the way, and who that fellow was who came by yesterday. I quickly turn my face before I start to blush, 'cause frankly there is nothing I can say. I've always had a thing for pushing the extremes, and I just got a thing you won't find in the magazines. This molded silicone has got me begging, please give me more of what I really need. 'Cause
There is no cock like horse cock. Send that asshole into shock.
horse
Cock, horse cock.
Grab the lube and slam
Turn the
the
day away.
My shaft is quivering and my balls are turning blue as I think of drinking in a foot or even two. My favorite stallion that I can't
Sing the lyrics, chat.
slip it in and I'll be
That's
dripping
fucking
goo.
goo.
As I
That
take
kick more cock, horse cock. Shut the door and gonna lock your cock, a horse cock.
You will never hear
Me saying nay,
no cock like
horse cock.
Rub my dick inside
Side
the
to
sock.
side.
Don't stop now, horse
Horse
cock.
cock.
Stretch out my insides and make me free.
Way.
My lovely horse cock. Shoot the
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome, one and all. Welcome back to the Op Block, your one-stop shop for commentary slop. I'm your host, FalGEXE, coming at you live from Op Block Studios. And yes, chat, today is an incredibly interesting day. Today we have a very, very special Lolcow Gooner stream extravaganza. Special thanks to Deadwing Dork for putting this person on my timeline. You know, I've had like interactions, very positive, like normal interactions with Deadwing. I don't know him, but like that's been very, very cool. Yen is stream sniping? Yeah, well, if only Yen can stream snipe some fucking viewers, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, hi, Blue. You know what? I turned the Foogies off recently. Oh, God. Why are you... Okay, first off, they can't hear you. Second off, you are entirely way too big.
Whoops.
No, that is the way... Because I tried to fix it before, because... And we will explain... Everyone is Blue Yokai, one of my mods. Blue, what do you have to say?
I hate you for that.
You don't hate me.
I really do.
You don't hate me.
I hate you for that.
Why do you hate me for that?
Everything else, I like you.
Thank you, Blue. I'm glad that we could have this
You
riveting conversation.
Help play the song. I'm leaving.
Ah! Oh, boy. But yes, everybody, it is here. We're there. We're everywhere. Things are happening in the world. Obviously, as a complete aside, real quick, obviously this platform is not political by any means necessary. And whether on each side of the political divide, or whether you live in Venezuela specifically, and somehow you watch these streams, or have family members in Venezuela, there's a lot of stuff going on. I am not your one-stop shop for political news. Follow the people that you want to. Get the news from accredited sources, things like that. Obviously, it is a time of political unrest. America, fuck yeah, I guess.
This season is off to an interesting start.
Thank you, Captain C. But more importantly, obviously, stay informed, and to individuals who have family members on, there, I hope the best for them. It's an incredibly complex geopolitical issue that I myself am not really into geopolitics, so I will not speak on. The only reason I say that is, hey, this is a stream for people on both sides of the political divide, to come together and laugh at somebody, not to try to take away from the world.
No hot cherry wine for the wannabe zoo. Worried face emoji, FML, imagine not doing the based thing here. How could you, my wigger? How could you deprive us of hot cherry?
Fuck you, Tusky. But more importantly, listen, this is, oh God. Thanks, Mac.
This season of Planet Earth absolutely sucks.
A little bit. But more importantly, this is a place for people of both sides to come together and laugh at something really funny. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna be forced to cover politics, and neither am I gonna ask you guys to fight over politics in the chat. All I ask is be respectful of one another. Yada yada boo blah blah. With that out of the way, well, chat. I was gonna start with a weird preamble of a bunch of different things. For instance, Will Smith is being sued for grooming. Incredibly bizarre. I don't even know if I even want to watch the video. Apparently, apparently, Will Smith is facing legal litigation for from a violinist that worked on his thing, and they're alleging grooming, but it's weird.
I want to second Blue Yokai and add soy.
Thank you, Quantum. Thank you, Quantum PZ. Yeah, okay, so explain, it's worth the legal video. Yeah, so it's really interesting. Maybe we'll start. Do you guys want to start off with a Will Smith random thing? Oh God, the Bubonic Tonic with the 420.
Bubionic Tonic tipped $4.20. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has been getting me through such rough times. Instead, I get to RP as a medieval peasant in just as turbulent times.
You know what? We're gonna put a poll. Start a poll. Will Smith Gooner Groomer story? Yes, no. Right, you have a poll. If you want to start off with the Will Smith story, we will do it. I did now other further announcements. Yes, I saw that Internet Adjacent is posting again. His years-long hiatus from the internet is now allegedly ended. And from what I know, he's already gotten stuff wrong in his Internet Anarchist video. I think I watched the first couple minutes of it and was like, he's boring. Internet Adjacent has this weird thing where he clearly has a script, but it's not good reading off of it or verbatim from it. So there are so many pauses and uhs in the script that could easily just be taken out. but it's very clear he tries to do it in like one takes, and it's like really, really weird. Like his video production would probably be better. It's not like he's on a fucking like a time crunch or anything. Nobody really cares. Wolfgang is allegedly hiding comments mentioning his past controversies. That's not a good idea if that's true. Let me go look at that internet adjacent.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, I don't care. Hello, everyone. Alrighty. Let's go to the camera watch. Oh, shut up. So wait, are you guys Internet Anarchist deserves to be canceled. Let's look at newest, right? Oh, he is hiding stuff. Oh, he's hiding stuff. Oh, because I know I have seen, now I do not support it. I have seen people that are like spam posting on his video. I do not support the spam posting on his video. I want to make that very clear. At least he didn't assault a certain green guy. But I do know that there were people asking about Cinderella and other things like that. And there were replies to this that I do think that he is hiding now. Again, do not brigade Internet Adjacent's channel. Oh, the green guy is Parlo, by the way. Do not brigade Internet Adjacent's channel, please. That's like a big thing for me. Please don't do that. I do not care about him coming back to content. He's allowed to do that. It's Parlo's L for not putting out the fucking video, you fucking asshole. Been waiting for forever. Falgi, I have an unintentional derailing question. Deep Sea Monster, you can do that because it seems like the Will Smith grooming allegations is winning. How many of you fucking people want to hear about Will Smith maybe or maybe not being a groomer? That's insane. Why are you people like this? Bro, Parlo's video is allegedly going to be like one of his longest or something. And I'm just sitting here being like, this is going to be the Lord of the Rings of videos. I do not want the Lord of the Rings of videos. It's crazy because it's new. Sure, that's true. Okay, what is your unintentional derailing question, Deep Sea? You always do this. Is stream the reason you gooned to wolves yesterday? We'll talk about that actually. But yes, if you are a member, let's actually talk about that now. In preparation to this stream, we watched the movie Alpha and Omega. There is a reason for that. And we watched it together as a stream. If you are a member, the movie is free on YouTube. There are time codes on the stream, and it's like a live commentary track. We'll also probably be doing that a little bit more, like movie nights things, and where if you miss it in the stages, you'll at least have a live commentary track. I think that's going to be a really nice thing to do, so you guys have some membership content and things like that. When do I have to get you to do Snowflakes Dom? Okay, so Deep Sea, there is a Girl World stream in the making. Multiple chatters have asked me about it. And I have been told by multiple chatters that they are making an entire insane Google Docy extravaganza on Girl World. Like a PowerPoint presentation, the likes I've never seen. So I am incredibly interested. I will join your Discord for a piece, Valji. Deep Sea, okay. No, like, again, you are feel free to join the Discord if you want to. You don't have to. But what I will say is that there are a series of chatters who are working on a PowerPoint presentation for it. I'm incredibly excited about it. I'm still waiting for it. It is coming. I know that it's coming. I do want to cover it because Amberlynn Reed has always been on my list of people to cover. Foodie Booty also, I guess, is on my list of people to cover. Like, I'm curious about these people. Like, fuck it. I don't know if people saw, I don't personally care, right? I don't know Keemstar, so who am I to, like, give a shit about Keemstar, right? I don't personally care, but let me see if I can find this real quick. Hold up. Let me see if I can find this real quick, because I know Xylee. Because I know Xylee retweeted it. Where is it? Yeah. Can we talk about something real quick? Listen. You can hate Keemstar for a lot of shit, I guess. Never forget Christmas Day. But I'm gonna be honest. This is insane. They're like, and I don't know how this works, so I don't know where they pull this metric from. But Lolcow Live alone got 400, almost 500K in super chats? What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? Like, listen, I've said this consistently and constantly. There's a market for everything on YouTube. It's why I like the small niche that I have. Nick is supposedly 20 on that list. Oh, cool. Like, I love the small niche that we have because we have, like, an interesting niche of, like, what I would like to say performative and actual, like, informative commentary content. And I do love being that niche. And I think it's really interesting, but there's a place for everything. I have long said, people who bitch and moan about the ethics of YouTube, while you can bitch and moan about the ethics of YouTube, there is TLC on the platform and people will pay for the TLC on the platform. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. Like, I've constantly said this, you don't need to be the Uber everything platform. You don't need to be like the combination of like all of these different like things. Like, for me personally, I try to cover a wide array of commentary topics, from like streamer stuff to old past dramas to even like Lolcows, you know, the ACC stuff, obviously, because there's people around from the ACC and we hear about these things, to like random bits of drama all over the platform. But like, I'm not going to get to everything. For those who are asking what TLC is the learning channel. And during the, oh my God, was it the 2008 writer strike here in America at Hollywood? Reality TV shows became very, very big because there was nothing. And you didn't really have to script that much. So you have things like My 500-Pound Life, 18 Kids and Counting, John and Kate Plus 8, My Strange Addiction, all of these different shows like that were all around the platform. All of these different things where it is slop television, but slop television has a purpose on everywhere you go. But that's like kind of like one of the more interesting things about it. Along with Google Docky, I heavily and strongly advise you to, on your off time. Oh yeah. I will. But yeah, like Hoarders for instance. And it is like a really like Dr. Pimper Popper, like all of these things. And it is just slop television, right? And I think there's a place for content and information that turns your brain off. D'Angelo, this is like an aside, because I thought about covering this, but we're going to do the Will Smith thing. D'Angelo Wallace recently came back to the platform, and he made a video that I think is ass. I think he made a video that he should fucking delete his channel for, in my personal opinion. It's like, oh, guys, I was gone for a year because 2024 elections, I couldn't make content anymore. I was so sad. Oh my God. Did you hear Trump is president? Now listen, I understand. I believe D'Angelo is also queer, so like black creator, queer, intersectional creator. I get it. Really sad, yada, yada, yada. And it was like this video about people because I watched part of the live stream, and he had like a 3-hour live stream to come back, and it's the most self-aggrandizing, self-felating, I don't give a fuck whatever, right? And it's like, oh, I was touching grass, blah, 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 blah. But he made this video about, no, the bald isn't a net. He's actually bald now. He made a video about how, quote unquote, stupid people are because this lady died, and she was like a symbolism in the, in old Hollywood. She was like an actress in the 80s. She then like devoted her life to animal advocacy and things like that. And then it's like, oh, people have featured her in songs like Chappell Ronan, and like even like Olivia Rodrigo has talked about her. So when she died, it was kind of, oh God, it's sad. I don't really give a fuck when all this shit happens. And then everyone finds out she's like a massive racist and has written like essays on why you should never race mix, and like talks about fucking skull phrenology. And it's like, oh, you'd think like celebrities would research a person. And yeah, Bridget Bardot, thank you. And I'm just sitting there, right? And it's like, oh, well, maybe they shouldn't hold these people to their standards. I think the audiences are dumb because they're asking unrealistic expectations. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't particularly care. But yeah, I kind of don't have sympathy for multi-millionaires. Maybe like being like, oh, maybe we should feel sorry for this woman. She's so sad. She's such a, like, lived just a good life. And meanwhile, here in the corner is like a terrible person. And it's like, oh, commentary audiences are stupid, but they're not to blame. Kind of. And it's like blaming, I guess, creatives and creators. And I'm just like, I don't care personally. It's just something funny to laugh at, that all of these people who like continually, and again, I'm not like I don't care about the eat the rich shit. The reason I think it's personally funny is because here's all these like people that are like, oh, a progressivism, leftism. Oh my God, a woman in Hollywood died. And then they didn't realize that she's like the ubermensch of racism. And it's just so fucking funny. And it's like, instead of saying, oh, this could be something to laugh at, it's like, oh, this is a problem with the world today and the way that we consume media and media literacy. Did you guys know I'm bald and I pink now? And I just like, please shut up. Actually shut your hole. Why? Like every fucking time. It's just funny. Like we can laugh at people being stupid. Just laugh at people being stupid. It's actually hilarious. And you could also laugh at the fucking chatters and the people in the audience who are also like, oh, I can't believe they would do this. Like that's also equally funny. Like that's also funny. Like to me, right? I think it's funny. Yeah, the dog she walked out. She hasn't gotten treats yet. She's walked out. Chat, you know what to do. I think it's equally funny to make fun of people who fuck up, but also people who place unrealistic expectations on people who fuck up. I think that like it's incredibly obvious that you can make fun of an audience as well as creatives who like followed suit ill-informed. And the fact that we have to like fucking moral grandstand after you took a fucking year off the internet because Trump is president, which again, I don't like him. I didn't fucking vote for him. I didn't want him. I didn't think Kamala was the best option either. And there's a series of issues why I fucking hate her. And I hate the Democratic Party. Oh God, I'm talking politics for like 20 seconds, but it's almost like, I don't like, you could just laugh. Maybe don't cover the poll content. It's not that hard. It's incredibly not that hard to be like, you know what? Maybe I won't talk about social issues, or maybe I will talk about social issues, but in a funny way, an entertaining way. But chat, I can't believe you have all voted for is Will Smith the groomer. Fuck me. Yada yada. Fine. We will start with is Will Smith the groomer with 121 votes, 74%. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. Hold on. Law and Crime Network. Here we go, chat. Is Will Smith a groomer?
Big news.
All right. I'm going to speed this up because Law and Crime does the Zoomer thing of reiterates the same script 15 times. Oh my God, freshly 18 Prince of Bel-Air. So yes, chat, for those who don't know, because you wouldn't really know, recently somebody is suing, a musician who worked with Will Smith is suing him for a series of allegations, some of which including grooming and sexual harassment. Let's see what is happening.
In the entertainment world, Will Smith has just been officially sued by a professional violinist who claims he was the victim of sexual harassment and retaliation.
Getting fired or getting blamed or shamed or threatened or anything like that simply for reporting sexual misconduct or safety threats at work is not okay.
We are going to go over the new complaint, the allegations, the potential evidence, whether this is potentially a strong case, and we are actually bringing on the attorney who has filed this lawsuit, and we're going to do it all for you right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
So for those who don't know, yes, Will Smith is obviously one of his most famous kerfuffles, and somewhat of his fall from grace was the slap at the Oscars. Listen, do I think that that was wholly appropriate? Absolutely not. It is a very weird thing to slap a comedian who is making fun of an entire room. Lost Coyote, I already have it.
You should purchase Sonic King Crossworlds.
I actually have that game already. I actually really liked it. Listen, it's fine that he wanted to defend his wife. I don't really care, but obviously there's a lot of things that came out of it. Like previously, like the fact that she has cheated on him, even though they have an open relationship. Cheated on him with one of her son's friends. Very, in my opinion, has had weird interactions when asked about her relationship with Tupac that have insinuated that if he never died, she'd never be with Will Smith. It is one of the most insane things. Weird insinuations. It's actually fucking wild. It is, from what if I recollect, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, August was like a 20-year-old. Well, no shit, Rocky. She didn't like him like that. I've heard weird things that gets really fucking bizarre. It's a very, very weird thing. So there's been a lot about, Jada and their relationship. Very famously, there's a video of her filming him. He admitted that she didn't want to get married nor have kids. Fair enough. Okay. There's a video of Jada Pinkett Smith filming, if I remember correctly, it's filming Will Smith, and he's like, "Hey, can you turn the camera off?" And he looks like a fucking kidnap victim. He looks like a fucking kidnapping victim, and I'm just like, oh, okay. I wonder if I can find it. Hold up. Can I find that? Let's see. Oh, for those who don't know, this is the channel where I get all those terrible songs from. Fun fact, that's a channel that somebody sent to me for shitty songs like that. Jada filming Will Smith. Where is this? Is it this one? Oh, I think it's this one.
You know Esther Perel is coming to the table. She's going to be at the red table. Would you say she has been instrumental in you and I redefining our relationship?
I would say don't just start filming me without asking me
Oh my goodness.
if you could film me.
Esther, come help us again, please. I'm still dealing with foolishness.
No, because she don't just.
Would you say that she helped us heal the hurts that we caused one another?
My social media presence is my bread and butter, okay? So you can't just use me for social media and not, don't just start roll. I'm standing in my house. Don't just start rolling.
Please watch us stare at the red table because she's helped us a lot. Can't you?
So, yeah, that's a video that exists of her just filming him. And he's like, hey, can you not? And she just continues. It's so weird, man. Yeah, her therapist, she put with, put them, yeah. The therapist that she put them with, that like very publicly, the red table thing. And it was a public admission that she cheated on him with like their son's friend when he was like 20. One of the most insane things that you have ever seen on the internet. Nisa Joma, but actually successful. Insane. Eclipse. Insane. Don't forget Willow Smith's video on Tupac. Yeah, there's like a lot of shit. Again, like, from what I understand, they've allegedly always had like a weird relationship. Whether it's open, whether he's like rich people, there's like studies on this where like rich people will just fuck whatever. They don't care about labels from time to time, but that's like the ultra rich people. I don't know so much about celebrities like Will Smith, but that's not besides the point. Rumors about Will being gay have permeated throughout in Hollywood for a long time at this point.
Was Suge Knight in the background pointing a gun?
Don't make fun of Suge Knight. Why are we talking about Suge Knight? Holy fuck. This is wild. I do not speak on black people's business. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh boy.
Jesse Weber. All right, so we wouldn't be able to bring you this episode if we didn't have to.
I don't care about your fucking
Morgan & Morgan, the
nope.
QR code on screen.
I don't care about Morgan & Morgan.
Okay, we've got another celebrity lawsuit that has just come out. It is making waves. This time, the person getting sued is Will Smith. That's right, the 57-year-old actor, musician. He has been sued by a professional violinist who appeared, or was going to appear, I should say, on Smith's store. And this is a bombshell sexual harassment and retaliation lawsuit. Now, when I say that, you may have an idea of what the allegations are. Not quite. Got to explain. I'm going to go over the complaint. I'm going to go over the allegations, the legal claims. We will see if there is something here potentially. And remember, these are just allegations at this point. Smith has a right to defend himself. Nothing has been proven in a court of law. He has not been held.
People think Will Smith is gay. So that allegation has been around for a period of time. That allegation has definitely been around for a period of time. Is he a cuck? There's also like weird allegations. Again, I'm not here. I don't personally like, I don't care about fucking celebrities. But I believe there's also allegations about Scientology bullshit. Brother, I don't fucking know. Oh my God. Insane. It's fucking wild, yeah.
Liable, but we have to lay out what's here in this complaint. So first I should tell you who's bringing this lawsuit, and that's interesting. This is a lawsuit that was filed out in California State Court on behalf of Brian King Joseph. Now before I get into what he alleges, first thing to note, his attorney, so the one filing this lawsuit on his behalf, is Jonathan Delshad. We just talked about him a few days ago because Delshad brought those lawsuits against actor and producer Tyler Perry on behalf of two men who claim they were sexually assaulted by
yeah, this has also been a thing. Tyler Perry also is facing sexual assault allegations by two former employees. Ugh. I don't have the time. Follow your daily news and T channels.
Tyler Perry. We're talking about Mario Rodriguez. That lawsuit that was just filed only days ago. We broke down the entire thing on a previous episode of Sidebar. You can go check it out. But it is interesting that now he is representing another client suing a major celebrity figure in the entertainment industry. And as I mentioned, we are going to be bringing in Mr. Delshad in a minute to talk about this and him filing this lawsuit on behalf of Joseph. But back to Brian King Joseph. Okay, first of all, you may know him because he apparently appeared on season 13 of America's Got Talent, made it to the top 3. So you might know who he is. Now, the complaint starts off by saying that if you don't know
I don't know who he is. I don't fucking watch that show. I don't know who the fuck that guy is.
He is a professional violinist who was employed by the defendants in this case in connection with a lie.
Will Smith is black people's Tom Cruise. Take that how you want to.
I don't even avow. I don't know. I don't even disavow. I will not speak on black people's business. No. No. Thank you for the 5. I will not speak on business. I will not. Look me.
Music tour. So he acted as
for those who are just joining, yes, we're going to cover Patricia. It's going to be a little bit of a long stream. I want to have fun with this. Also, as a side note, probably Monday will be our year in review drama slash what the thing is called winter contest stream. Blah 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 blah. Yes.
as a musician and a crew
Why did you let them vote? No, this is a fun news story though.
member. Now I want to stop right there. First, he's not only suing Willard Carroll Smith, yes, that is Will Smith's real name, didn't know that, that's apparently his full name, but also this management company that was associated with Will Smith, Trey Ball Studios Management. And this is the most important part. If you
Black dude here, I do not concur with the statement. Thank you, Raven Scale. Thank you.
were wondering, well, is that part even true, right? Was there even a connection? Is he a complete stranger? There is video that Joseph posted on his Instagram back in December of 2024, showing him on stage, playing the violin, where Smith appears to come on stage and introduces him saying, Brian King Joseph, ladies and gentlemen. So this was posted December 15th, 2024.
Brian King Joseph, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Joseph claims that around November of 2024, he was contacted by Smith's people to come out to the actor's house for an introduction, for a potential recording opportunity.
Okay.
He apparently goes there, plays the violin for Smith, claims that Smith invited him to join him at a performance in San Diego, and then join his tour, the Based on a True Story 2025 tour. And he claims he played at that San Diego show, which, by the way, that video that I just mentioned seems...
Okay, so he played with him. We get it. He played with him. It's almost 2 Mad's anniversary. Rocky, I owe you guys a full 2 Mad stream. We will do the redux of the 2 Mad stream. It will be the 2 Mad 2 anniversary.
to be from, because Joseph, in the caption to that, posts, still pinching myself, 2 sold-out nights with the one and only Will Smith at the Observatory North Park, which is in San Diego. So anyway, he claims that Smith wanted him to become more involved in the performances, that he was a valued member of the team, that he wanted to provide him more stage time, that he even invited Joseph to play on Smith's tracks. And this is where Joseph claims that Smith said to him,
God, have you guys ever heard Will Smith rapping? Okay, so when I was a kid, this is like a true story. When I was a child, I was in Miami when they were playing Welcome to Miami. Oh boy.
and quote, you and I have such a special connection that I don't have with anyone else.
Was that connection the butthole? Was that connection the butthole?
And apparently more things to that effect. Keep that in mind. Now, this next part is very important for the legal case, okay? So Joseph claims that he was provided information about the upcoming global tour that he would be a part of, or seemingly would be a part of, that would last for several months, and quote, in reliance, important legal phrase there, in reliance of that tour, Joseph allegedly told Smith's representatives that he's going to be spending all this money, thousands of dollars, for more music equipment, medication, and other things that he's going to need for the tour.
So, but what medication? Wait, I'm confused. What fucking medication? Hey, because I'm doing this tour, plaintiff advised defendants' representatives that he would be spending. Okay, so they needed him to pay money for meds. Okay, why?
Fast forward, March of 2025. This is the key month. So Joseph claims that he joined Will Smith for the Las Vegas part of the tour, and that all the hotel rooms for him and the crew, they were booked by the defendants, that no one besides the crew or hotel staff had access to his room. And he claims that he left his bag in the van that was moving the crew around from place to place. And when he asked management to get his bag at 3 p.m., management claims they couldn't find it. But then 2 hours later, they allegedly came back with the bag. They found it. So then Joseph claims on the night of March 20th.
Okay, so they found his bag. So his bag was lost. Management said, well, we can't find it. We're going to go look for it. And then they found it. Okay. Will Diesel be a special guest for the 2 Mad stream? I can ask him.
He goes back to his hotel room and claims there was, quote, evidence that someone had, quote, unlawfully been in his room. He claims hotel security checked it out, said there were no signs of forced entry and no one broke in, that the only people who would have been in there were supposedly Smith's management team. And if you're wondering, how can he prove this? Well, Joseph claims this was documented by phone calls between him and hotel security. So obviously, they would subpoena the phone records through the course of discovery, right?
Okay.
Advances. Now, I'm going to read you this next part from the complaint verbatim, because you may also be asking, well, how does he know that someone was in his room? Quote, the evidence included a handwritten note addressed to plaintiff by name, which read, Brian, I'll be back no later 5:30, just us, drawn heart, stone F. Among the remaining belongings were wipes, a beer bottle, a red backpack, a bottle of HIV medication with another individual's name and earring, and hospital discharge paperwork belonging to a person unbeknownst to plaintiff.
What? What the fuck? So, in his room that was allegedly broken into, this is just like, here's a beer bottle, a red backpack, and some HIV prep. Were there poppers in the backpack? Were there poppers in the backpack? Bro! What the fuck? Yeah, dog, where is, why is it all planted? Also, my favorite part of this is, stuff. Like, it's the medications or the discharge paperwork of a random person. That's, like, my personal favorite. That's so fucking funny to me. What are they gonna do with that beer bottle, dog? I don't know, Chusky. What do you think they're gonna do?
Plaintiff feared that an unknown individual would soon return to his room to engage in sexual acts.
Oh my God. So he was worried that someone would, I don't know, there's a little lock on the door in a hotel room. Why not flip that, tell the security, and be like, hey, somebody did this. Okay?
The plaintiff. Now, Joseph claims that he immediately notified security and Smith's team about what had happened, quote, obtained photo documentation, so not sure if that means he took photos of the note and these items, because obviously that would be very important for his case, that he changed rooms and called the non-emergency police line as well. So if he can prove that all that happened.
So like, what did he do? He's like, guys, there's an unknown sticky substance on the red bag. It's white, it's sticky, it kind of congeals. Oh my God. Oh boy. Fuck me.
And there are police and hotel records to confirm that. That is going to be very important. Now, I will say real quick, okay, a couple of questions. Who is Stone F? Is there surveillance footage from the hotel that can be subpoenaed to see who?
Right, who the fuck is Stone F? Who? What's the evidence that this is Stone F?
Who may have entered the room? I mean, this was supposedly only last year. And from a legal point of view, could Smith's defense attorneys argue that drawing a conclusion that someone wanted to engage in sex acts with Joseph is too far a leap based on this evidence, right? How do you connect that to Will Smith and his team exactly? I get it. They booked the room.
Yeah, like, okay. So, like, hyperbolic statement of grooming, right? Was he trying to groom an adult into, is Stone F trying to groom an adult into gay sex? Is he okay without his HIV meds? I don't even know. Is he claiming Will has HIV? No. Okay, so gay men will take will take PrEP meds to prevent this, like, to prevent it from happening, right? Like, that is a thing people will do. From my understanding, some people will take PrEP meds to make sure that the spread of HIV doesn't happen, even if, you know, people got like a clean bill of health. Sometimes, they still take that as a precautionary measure. Yeah, it's prophylactic. Exactly.
But how do you connect that back to Smith? But I'm gonna
gay man plan B. Gotcha. Okay.
Bring on Joseph's attorney in a little bit, so hopefully he can clarify a little bit about this. Joseph claims the next day, so March 21st, he goes back to LA to support the crew and the cast for a pre-recorded show. However, he alleges that Tim Miller, complaint doesn't really explain who that is, but Tim Miller talked to him and said, it's too late for you to come through the crew entrance, and that we'll just see everyone. We'll see you in New Mexico for the next part of the tour. But then Joseph alleges, a few days later, Miller blames him for what happened in that Las Vegas hotel room incident, and that Joseph was ultimately fired. Quote, when plaintiff requested for further reasoning, Tim Miller, acting on behalf of defendants, redirected the blame for the termination onto plaintiff, replying, I don't know.
So Tim Miller is someone for the company that they're suing. So there's a management company that's being sued. My question is, how is Will Smith involved? I'm still really confused.
Oh, you tell me, because everyone is telling me that what happened to you is a lie. Nothing happened, and you made the whole thing up. So tell me, why did you lie and make this up? Now that raises a pretty interesting series of questions, right? Did Miller actually say that to Joseph? And if so, was this a way to just, discredit Joseph? Or alternatively...
Also, yeah, again, hearsay. Sometimes those things are not allowed into evidence.
Why did he really believe that? Are there those refuting Joseph's narrative? In the complaint, Joseph alleges that he was shocked by this accusation from Miller, that he submitted evidence and a timeline, but, quote, defendant never made any effort to verify if the safety concern was true or not. One call to the hotel security would have been sufficient. Instead, defendant was intent on firing plaintiff because he reported the attempted sexual assault. Miller also indicated in person.
But we don't know if the sexual assault was real. We just don't know if it's real. Like, listen. Who's saying that it wasn't planted? Maybe? I don't fucking know, dog. I'm so confused. What is happening? How is this Will's fault? Jesse Smollett, where are you? Oh my God. Next, we're gonna find out it was two paid off Nigerians that planted the evidence. Oh my God.
And via email that the tour was, quote, moving in a different direction, which was part of the reason for plaintiff's termination. However, following plaintiff's report and termination, defendant hired another violinist to assume the same position on the tour. This hiring strongly suggested that defendant's stated reason for the termination was pretextual.
I've yet to hear the grooming, and I'm starting to think we're not going to hear it. Yeah. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic. Because the idea is, like, who is Stone F? And I think the allegation is, like, secretly Will Smith was the one that was, like doing the gay sex shit, but none of it's provable. So, like, I don't know what any of this means.
And from there, the complaint reads, plaintiff further pleads on information and belief that defendant's...
There it is! There's the grooming! There's the grooming allegation, motherfuckers!
Conduct goes beyond a mere failure to protect an employee's safety or a dispute over a claim. Facts strongly suggest that defendant Willard Carroll Smith II was deliberately grooming and priming Mr. Joseph for further...
Oh no! Oh no! This is the best thing that's ever happened. What is happening? Adults grooming adults yet again. So yeah. So he doesn't know that this is from Will. He doesn't know anything. We have no proof that any of this is from Will Smith. It just said Stone F and an unrelated third party's medical records with HIV prep meds in tow. And it's just like, Will Smith was priming and grooming Mr. Joseph for gay sex. He brought poppers and a beer bottle and said, "Can you fit this in your ass, bro? Can we make them cleeps? Can we make those cheeks clap?" Fucking yeah. Stone F is like John Q. Like, I'm Stone F. So insane.
Sexual exploitation. The sequence of events, Smith's prior statements to plaintiff, and the circumstances.
And somehow, guys, this is the preamble to the crazy I wanna fuck dogs person.
Of the hotel intrusion all point to a pattern of predatory behavior rather than an isolated incident. Defendant's actions caused plaintiff severe emotional distress, economic loss, reputational harm, and other damages. Plaintiff was also harmed as a result of the stress of losing his job. His health deteriorated, causing major psychological damage. Plaintiff suffered from PTSD and other mental illness as a result of the termination. Now, before I get into some early thoughts that I have on this and the actual legal claims.
So sure, this person could have PTSD. They did result in firing from the job, obviously. But like this is where it gets a little weird, where it's like, so part of this is like defamation, I guess, and also sexual assault potentially as well. Like, you can prove monetary losses because the job was lost, but like there's so much more. Oh my God.
Raso Frid became a member. At Raso Frid celebrates 4 months of membership. What if Patricia is Stone F?
Why is Leia hearing the word cleeps? Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you.
Causes of action. Joseph did apparently post the following video on Instagram just days before this lawsuit was filed.
Earlier this year, I was hired to be a performer on a major tour with someone who is huge in the industry. So I was excited, proud of myself for getting the opportunity. Unfortunately, some things happened, and I can't get into the details of exactly what that was because it's already a legal issue right now. But the reason why I'm speaking out about this is because getting fired or getting blamed or shamed or threatened or anything like that simply for reporting sexual misconduct or safety threats at work is not okay.
So he didn't really get into who he was talking about.
I love the priming of allegations. I love the allegations primer. That's one of my favorite things to do, chat. Like, chat. I can't really talk about this legally right now, but I have been shamed and defamed. I can't tell you legally who it is. I can't tell you what's going on, but legally shamed and defamed.
At Matthias Tuish became a member. At Matthias Tuish celebrates 6 months of membership. Your honor was freshly 34.
Thank you, Matty Ice Tuish. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you. Razor Red. Thank you for the 4.
The legal claims before the filing was made public. Okay, before I get into the legal claims.
Yeah, and I want to make this very clear because somebody mentioned it. This person can have PTSD potentially from this instance. Because like trauma is a very fickle and funny thing. What may be traumatic to some people may not be traumatic to others. Like I've seen like people die in front of me. That's not particularly traumatic to me, but like to other people that may be hyper traumatic. And it is based on like history and things like that, desensitization and a bunch of different factors.
If this did happen to him, and he can prove it. And remember, when talking about a civil case, it's not a criminal case. The burden of proof is much lower at trial. It is upsetting, okay? And you can say...
Yes, there's preponderance of evidence. Yes. So civil cases, there's a... it's beyond a reasonable doubt is criminal. For civil, it's the preponderance of evidence. So like it's like a 50-ish% chance for like bizarre like state like for civil the bar is much lower. It's not 100% chance. I'm not a lawyer. I don't do law tube, but it is the difference of preponderance of evidence versus like what is oh my god.
Post-traumatic Smith disorder.
Thank you, Razor Red, for the $1.99. Yes.
How much of a negative effect this would have had on him. However, I do have to ask.
This is a primer, chat. For those joining in, this is a primer because everyone voted on it.
Just on the four corners of this complaint, is this a bit speculative?
Like 100 of you guys voted to watch this.
You know, attaching this one bizarre episode to Will Smith and a pattern of predatory behavior, is it too much of a leap? Is there enough connective tissue there? How can you suggest that Smith or his team were part of this or were responsible? Does there need to be more proof of sexual exploitation here? What were?
Yes. What, how do you tie him in? Where is the tie? Like, that actually does matter, in my opinion.
Your Honor, Stone Effie was up to no good. Planted HIV meds in my hotel room. I got fired from the tour and I got scared. So I'm suing a celebrity out in Bel Air.
Amazing. Axis, that is an amazing dono. Thank you, Axis.
The other alleged comments that Smith made to Joseph over time. Is that one posted comment in the complaint? Is that enough from Smith about a special connection? Is that overtly sexual? Is this just about an artistic connection? There's room there to debate. And while of course a complaint is more bare bones and claims can be further developed during the course of discovery, and when information and evidence is exchanged, texts, phone records, email, surveillance footage, but is it too bare bones right now? You wonder if Smith will try to move for what we call in the law summary judgment on this. Basically, that there's no genuine issue for either a judge or jury.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? He could go for summary judgment. They're going to
decide here. There's no legal claim. Not saying it would be effective, not saying it would work, but
look, the idea is that like you go for the judge, and or you even make like a thing about it where it's like, hey, I don't know why this lawsuit involves me or why this is even being brought forward. I'm not attached to this because hey. I would actually agree that it is it's more on the management company who may have not taken the violinist's concerns seriously outside of Will Smith, because like I don't understand what Will Smith is at fault for here for saying special connection, unless the plaintiff Mr. Johnson, whatever the fuck his name is, in this instance has text messages of Will Smith saying, I want to take your hole in the back room. Like, meh, I have no idea. I'm curious. I'd love to see it.
Just reading the allegations as laid out, do they support a case against Smith and this management company? Maybe, maybe not. But maybe I'm a little overly critical. We're going to bring on Joseph's attorney in a little bit, clarify this position, so stay tuned for that. Let me go through this, okay? These are the causes of action. So the first cause of action or claim is for retaliation, violation of California law. Basically, the argument is it is illegal for an employer to fire or discriminate against an employee who reports on being sexually harassed. Now, again, Joseph will have to establish that he engaged in protected activity, namely properly reporting sexual harassment, and that this firing was due to that reporting. Again, Smith, I would imagine, would argue fire him because he reported sexual harassment. Maybe he was fired for a different reason. That we fired him because, you know, maybe we legitimately believed he made it up, or we fired him because we didn't think that he was good anymore. Right? The conversation that Joseph had with Miller, that's Joseph's.
Yeah, because so this is going to be the thing, right? If Joseph then has a series of, like, there's internal conversations about Joseph not showing up on time because allegedly he didn't show up on time to an event, because that's in the complaint, or there's like other issues with Joseph's employment. Sure, they like a company can like reasonably prove that. Now, is it fair? I don't know. I can't say specifically, but like, you know, companies do that. That's how they fire people all the time. So I'm curious how this would go. I am curious. I will say that.
Allegations of that story. What would Miller say happened during that conversation? The timing of the alleged firing and the alleged incident is an issue for Smith, right? It's an issue for his team, though. That proximity, very close in time, could be difficult. And if they didn't properly investigate Joseph's, let's say there are legitimate claims, that could be an issue for Will Smith.
Yeah, I would agree. Now, again, that would fall under, I believe, in my opinion, Smith's management company and not Will Smith entirely. I don't know how you tie in Will Smith to it.
The next claim is also for retaliation, but it's under the labor code. So it's similar, but the argument is that it's illegal for an employer to retaliate against an employee for revealing information that the employee reasonably believes violates state or federal law. Again, the idea of protected activity. Same thoughts as above. The third cause, also similar, it's retaliatory termination in violation of public policy. So it's not based on a statute per se, but more California case law. That it has been California law to stop retaliation against employees who complain about workplace health and safety conditions. So it seems to be a broader claim. I did a quick look on this. It appears to be a viable separate cause of action in California. But again, you need that connectivity, right? That he was fired for reporting what he claims was a trespass into his hotel room. Protected activity.
Yeah,
again, this will be very fact specific.
I agree.
What happened in that room, how he reported, what.
Again, yeah, like these are reasonable. So like these are reasonable civil labor disputes, not sexual assault, though, because I can see it. Let's say that Joseph has a case, right? I can see it based on I can see it based on the fact that he truly believes that a crime occurred. He reported to the police that what he believed to be a crime occurred and everything else, right? However, it's the idea that Smith is quote unquote prepping him for and grooming him for gay sex, but we don't have evidence of that, and he doesn't have evidence that it was Smith specifically who placed the evidence in his room. We also haven't seen the evidence, which would be great, but we probably won't see that until discovery, if this case does go to trial, or if they settle out of court. They could just settle and say, "Fuck it, we don't want to deal with this."
Miller allegedly said, what Smith and management, what they allegedly knew about this. The fourth claim is for what's known as a Bain Act violation, the Tom Bain Civil Rights Act. So it provides someone a right to sue if they believe their rights under the Constitution or California law have been interfered with. Here the claim is that Joseph had a right to report safety hazards and not be retaliated against. The rights he claims are protected by California labor law and the state constitution, a guarantee of personal safety and security. This is a notable section, quote, following these protected actions, defendants through their agents and representatives engaged in threats, intimidation, and or coercion by abruptly terminating plaintiff's employment, falsely stating they were moving in a different direction and replacing him with another violinist. Again, fair to allege, but is what Miller allegedly did, and the subsequent alleged termination, threats, intimidation, coercion. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I think that needs to be fleshed out a little bit more, but we're in the early.
Yeah, it would need to be fleshed out. We need to have a series of proof that connects to that. Yeah, there is the hey, the defendant needs to pay for my meds thing that comes up. I'm curious okay. Hot take. What if there's another person on the team who's gay and was like, oh, they put all my HIV meds in the wrong room? What if it's a separate, what if they fucked up? What if they fucked up and there was somebody else on the team and it comes out, it's like, oh, those are my meds, by the way, and they have to out themselves having HIV. That would be an insane twist.
Stages. Fifth cause of action, Ralph Act violation. So this is the Ralph Civil Rights Act of 1976. It protects people from violence or threats because of sex or sexual orientation. And the claim here is the alleged intrusion into his hotel room was a violent act or a threat or intimidation of a sexual nature. Quote, the circumstances, including the personal nature of the items left behind, the note addressed to plaintiff, and prior statements by Smith to plaintiff, such as, you and I have such a special connection, support the inference that plaintiff believed that the substantial motivating reason for the unlawful entry and related conduct was plaintiff's sex and or sexual orientation. Again.
But you'd have to prove that Will Smith did it. Do you have proof that Will Smith did it? Because then my argument would have been, why didn't you go to the police ahead of time and accuse Smith of it? Because that is sexual harassment. Why didn't you report it to the police? That's more well, because here's the other thing too, right? It was a non-emergency line. My argument would be, why didn't you call the emergency line if you truly believed someone broke into your hotel room and was planning on coming back to sexually assault you? Wouldn't you, in my opinion, I wouldn't fucking trust I wouldn't trust hotel staff. I'd get a fucking police report on file.
Goes to the idea of, is that alleged statement from Smith overtly sexual?
I'm not trusting hotel staff. Hotel staff is doing it in relation to who they are. that wasn't an emergency. To him, it clearly was. Like, my argument is, to him, this was enough an emergency to contact hotel staff. Why not? Like, I don't contact hotel staff. I want a full police investigation if it's real.
And enough to establish that Joseph had a reasonably based belief and inference that he was fired and retaliated against because of sex and sexual orientation. 6, we have sexual harassment in violation of the California Fair Employment and Housing Act, which essentially protects employees from harassment or discrimination. The actual excerpt from the code says it makes it illegal for an employer or any other person because of sex to harass an employee. Further states, an employer may also be responsible for the acts of non-employees with respect to harassment of employees. And here Joseph claims that he was employed by the defendants. He was working out of California for preparing for the tour. That's why, by the way, it's California law violation, California jurisdiction, that someone broke into his hotel room while on tour for the defendants. So we're talking about a course of employment. And there was allegedly a note that was left with the intent to engage in sex acts, according to him. A note that was left in the hotel room that was assigned and arranged for by the defendants. They allegedly didn't do anything.
Again, I would like proof that specifically Will Smith did it. It would be nice if you could prove that. That would be incredibly, incredibly nice.
About it after Joseph reported on it, and he was fired for it. Now, throughout the complaint, Joseph discusses the harm that he allegedly suffered and the damages that he believes he's entitled to. So allegedly severe emotional distress, fear of his safety, an economic loss, PTSD, damage to his reputation, claims that he's entitled to a wider...
Also, by the way, we're like an hour into the stream. Remember to like and subscribe. We will... In the second half, after this, we are going to go over Patricia Taxon, who that is, her weird connection to a friend of the show, actually, and so much more. So get ready for a weird, zoophilic, fun fucking romp, I guess.
Of economic damages. And I will say this, the harm suffered could be the strongest claim, because if he can properly allege everything above, right? And that he was fired for reporting a legitimate workplace safety issue, then it may be an easier road to prove how he suffered financially and people calling him a liar and that he reaches this opportunity and for it to be taken away in this fashion. Probably will require him to testify, but just initial thoughts on that. Now, at the time of this recording, I haven't been able to see a statement that was released on Will Smith's part from his representatives. However, according to People magazine, Smith's attorney, Alan B. Grodsky, said, quote, Mr. Joseph's allegations concerning my client are false, baseless, and reckless. They are categorically denied, and we will use all legal means available to address these claims and to ensure that the truth is brought to light. Now, I will also say this. This lawsuit comes at a precarious time for the actor, right after the fallout from the Oscars Chris Rock travesty, him reportedly trying to do these collaborations with influencers online. You do wonder if his side will say, you know what, Joseph launches this lawsuit out of all times right now. There's a strong chance that he'll accuse Joseph of instituting this lawsuit at a time when Will Smith's career reputation may have taken a bit of a hit, so it's like piling on. I mean, on top of this, remember, this lawsuit comes in the wake of Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, being sued in a $3 million lawsuit by her former associate, who alleges that she threatened him and demanded he sign an NDA. So the timing here is very important.
Threatened him with what? What did she, what is happening? When did Jada get sued? What is happening? I'm so lost. Insane.
Always will go to issues of credibility. Let's see how it plays out. Okay, so now I want to break this down a little bit further with the attorney who is representing Mr. Joseph and who has filed this lawsuit on his behalf, Jonathan Delshad. Thank you so much for taking the time. Really, really appreciate it. My first question is, why file this lawsuit right now, right before January 2026? Was it strategic to file at this time?
You know, it's not a strategic move on this case. The truth is, it's just, I had a little bit of extra time during the end of the year. It's quiet in the office. I'm able to get a lot of more work done without people interrupting me here and there. So no, I mean, we've been working on this case for quite a while, and it's not a strategic, it wasn't a strategic decision to do it towards the end of the year, but it was more a function of when I had the mental capacity to finish it out, get it done, get it ready, and get it filed.
Gotcha.
What is happening here?
Doing, by the way, I mentioned before that there was a video that he released before the lawsuit was filed, and then afterwards there was an Instagram story where he was talking about the support that he has received. So in the wake of filing this lawsuit and it being publicized, and it's been in the news cycle now for like 24 hours, how's he doing?
Yeah, you know, I've spoken to him, and you know, without getting into too much attorney-client communication, you know, he is very thankful for support that he's getting. It's a lot. You know, this story has caught the attention of a lot of media, and a lot of people are talking about this, and he's getting a lot of messages, and people are asking him to come on their shows and talk about the case and talk about things that are going on. And right now, you know, I've been counseling him just to sit tight. Let's just let things kind of blow over, and if at a later time he wants to, he can. But you know,
I love it. I've been counseling my client to shut the fuck up and not get the bag. I've counseled him to not say anything. I wonder why.
It's a lot right now, and a lot of people are emailing him. But he's very thankful for the amount of support that he's getting. It's a tough thing to go through. You know, somebody like him, although he has been in America's Got Talent, he has had some fame. Putting yourself out against somebody the likes of Will Smith is not an easy thing to do. And so it takes a lot of courage, and it takes a lot of guts to do what he did. And he felt it was the right move to do. And
Yeah, no,
and
it
I
does
think
sound like
as
a
well.
decent lawyer. I'm just making poking
that's
fun.
100% true. And you and I both know from a legal perspective to make a very public case and a very public claim against a high-profile celebrity when there are avenues in the law where someone could file a lawsuit anonymously. I'm not saying that's what your client wanted to do or not, but sometimes there's an avenue. You know, that goes to a clear issue of credibility, and it goes to a clear issue of why do this.
Oh boy, that's a fucking thing I just read.
Got an ad of Chris Pratt asking me to pray. Is this a sign? Does Jesus know what we're about to watch?
Yes, Jesus does know, but he's also, you've hit a goal. It's time to feed the pauper. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed that dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to feed that dog. Hi, girl. Hi. Are you ready? Come on, girl. Let's go. Alrighty then, chat. It's time to feed that dog. Good girl. And if you want to feed that dog, all you got to do is hit those doobly-doo goals. Thank you, thank you.
I did have a couple of questions for you as I was breaking it down, the lawsuit, and I was hoping you could clarify them. So obviously a part of this lawsuit is the narrative, if this goes to trial, is going to be understanding what happened in that hotel room. The part that I'm struggling with and I'm trying to understand is how you connect it back to Will Smith. So on one hand, I understand that it was, you know, the defendants, right? Him and this management company together that were part of booking the rooms for this tour. But the idea of that, what your client claims he found in that room was a form of sexual harassment that was tied back to Will Smith because of a comment that he made, or maybe even a series of comments, even though it seems like there was only one that was listed, and that he, you know, that he was fired because of that. I think that's I'm struggling understanding the connective tissue back to Will Smith. If you could explain it to me.
Sure, and I don't want to get ahead of my skis here because, you know, again, we haven't done discovery. We don't know what the facts are going to bear out. But again, the allegations here so far, I think the main allegations in our complaint are that some type of retaliation for reporting sexual harassment. So that's the main thrust of the arguments here. Again, what was written on the note, that was allegedly written on the note, everything I'm going to say is allegedly because it's all based on.
So wait, so you don't have proof. You don't have proof that it was Will Smith. guys, we don't know what's going to come out in discovery. I swear we don't know what's going to come out. So you don't have proof that it was Will Smith? What are you saying?
Complaint information, I believe, at this point in time. I've seen some of the evidence. What was allegedly written on that note and what was presented to him and what Mr. Joseph, my client, reported to his employer in my...
Your client said that Will Smith was grooming him. Your client is alleging grooming for gay sex. Did Will do the touching or we don't know? So allegedly there was no touching. The guy is accusing Will Smith of grooming for the touching to commence. I would love to be proven wrong. I want to make it very fucking real that I don't care. Like, let me make it very real. I don't care about Will Smith, the person. If he is a groomer of the adults, I guess fuck him.
Nothing like some YouTube under a heated blanket with a good book, House of Frost and
Thank you,
Feathers,
Starbird.
if someone wants a winter Russian fantasy read.
Very cool. Thank you, Starbird. Thank you. Like, again, I'm not here to defend Will Smith's honor. I don't really give a fuck about that. I just find it very funny that you are accusing this man of grooming after saying you two have a special connection, which is hearsay, I guess, unless it's in a text message. And then you got, like, HIV prep and somebody else's medical records in your room, and you're like, Will Smith planted this. I swear to you right now, it was Will Smith planting it.
Is a clear reporting of sexual harassment. And so that's where we think that the case is the strongest, and that reporting was then taken to and reviewed by management. And then after that...
Oh boy.
Black pill.
No.
The essay claim is slapped on there to create enough reputational damage to Will Smith that he just settles the suit to make them go away.
Oh, I would agree 100% that this is a settling thing. This is going to be like a thing that's settled. Unless Smith wants to fight it and says, go fuck off and like literally go fuck off. But this feels like a fighting. Where's the cock? The op block. Now, to be fair, my exact statement is, where's the Griffin cock? That is my exact statement. It's, or is it, where's the cock? I can't remember. Mine is typically, where's the Griffin cock?
He was just completely wiped off the tour.
My P. LaMouth. Burden of proof problem. So remember, for those who don't remember, this is a civil case. So it's a preponderance of evidence versus a beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, I don't particularly care about any of this, but fuck me.
I mean, he was headlined in one of the earlier concerts that they did with Will Smith, and Will Smith brought him on stage with fanfare, and people loved him. And then all of a sudden, they're like, "Well, we don't need a violinist anymore." And then they went ahead and hired another violinist.
Right. Does your client have an idea of who wrote that note?
He doesn't. We've done some independent research into it, and I don't want to disclose that at this point in time.
Totally fair. Is there anything you can say whether or not the person who wrote that note...
Motherfucker, you'd say Will Smith wrote the note if you knew Will Smith wrote the note.
...is somehow connected to Will Smith. I know you're... Can you say anything about that?
I can't say anything. I think that's going to be something that Discovery is going to bear out.
Okay.
And we're going to have to find out later in this case. I mean, we have our theories, we have our beliefs, and I think you're spot on, by the way. That's the critical question in this, in tying it back, meaning can we tie that back to Will Smith? But I think that there's a second option as well. That's just for the sexual harassment part of it. For the reporting, clearly it got back to Will Smith. I mean, that the reporting was reported to the tour manager, the right-hand man.
Is that Tim Miller, by the way? Is that Tim Miller?
Tim Miller?
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So fun fact. Miller could have just acted independently. Yeah, this is like fishing expedition for like a discovery. This guy's statements are very weird. He's like, well, we'll find out in Discovery. We'll find out in Discovery. Maybe we'll find out in Discovery. Again, I'm not a law guy by any means of the imagination, but like the constant, we will find out in Discovery. Yeah, that's how Discovery works. But you can't just say, well, we'll just see in Discovery if anything's going to come up. That's not, no. You have to present a reasonable case to go before a judge. And so the judge allows it to go to Discovery.
Yeah. And so that, that's, I assume you're not asking about that, about the retaliation for the reporting. I'm assuming you're asking about.
Yeah.
The plaintiff can bring in what the defendant says. They are party opponent. It's not hearsay in that case.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Again, not a law tuber by any means of the fucking imagination. Listen, I don't fucking know, but thank you. If that's correct, awesome, based, and cool.
Did he know that was in there? And then the question becomes, why is he retaliating for reporting? And that's the critical question here.
So I have a meta question. So let me first start with the Tim Miller part, because you brought it up. Based on that perceived alleged conversation, couldn't an argument be, and I understand your argument would be, they didn't even properly investigate his claims, they didn't even look into it, they should have spoken to at least hotel security, that wasn't done, that was the minimum that was required. I'd imagine based on the complaint, Tim Miller would say either A, your client was let go because they decided to go in a different direction in terms of a violinist, or B, that they believe that he made all this up. Why, and if that's what's alleged in the complaint, why would Tim Miller claim that your client made up this whole Las Vegas hotel room incident?
Why would he claim? I have no idea why he would make that claim. I mean, that's something that we're gonna have to bear out in Discovery, but that's precisely what goes to this concept of pretext, right? When something just doesn't make sense, when you're like looking at typically when an employee is hired to do a job and they're doing it well, the employer is happy with that employee and they want to continue employing them. They're making money off of them. And so at a certain point, if something happens and they just, for weird reasons, let go of the employee, you got to look back at the employer and say, is that the real reason they're doing this? Is there something else going on here?
Okay. Oh, okay. Counter argument. What if it was the last straw? Like, again, let me make it very clear. If he was fired for reporting, that's very fucked up and not correct. But like, counter argument, what if it was just the last straw and they didn't want to fucking deal with him anymore? Just a thought process. I don't fucking know. So, fuck it. This is a very bizarre case. Not one that I am equipped to handle. Make that very clear. I'm just a man. Just a man. It's okay.
And so that's kind of precisely what we're going on with here, is that it just doesn't seem plausible that you would let somebody go for reporting this unless there was something bigger going on.
I guess the question is, do you know of anybody that would support Tim Miller? Like there were cast or crew who said, listen, yeah, I thought Joseph was making this up. Like, do you know of anybody that is going to come forward and say that? Because that seems to be, based purely on that conversation, that Tim Miller was told by someone or several people that this wasn't true, unless you're saying this is completely, he doesn't have anybody.
I mean, all Tim Miller would have had to have done was call security at the hotel, and they would have pulled up the cameras, and you would see that it was true. That's it. It's very simple. So to say that it was being made up, I think he's.
But argument for argument's sake, hotel man. But where's the police report? Where's the police report with that information then? Shouldn't the police report be in the complaint? Because this happened last year. shouldn't the police report be in the complaint? Like, that's perfect evidence. Hey, I can find the police report. Here's the cameras. Here's everything. What's happening here?
I don't know if that's the argument they're going to make when we take Tim Miller's deposition. I don't know if that's what he's going to say. He's going to say something else. But if that is what he says, I mean, you know, why didn't you just do a quick call to the security department? You know, these Vegas hotels have very tight security.
I was going to ask you, did you have an opportunity to review the surveillance footage to see who may have entered your client's room?
We know that there's surveillance footage out there.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I just want to go back to Will Smith.
Okay. Why don't you have it? Wait, but why don't you have it now?
For a second. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there was one comment that was listed in the complaint, and this is an overarching claim of sexual harassment. To be clear, is your client alleging that Will Smith ever sexually harassed him or propositioned him in any way?
I don't think that's not the claim that's being made in our complaint right now.
100%, but the comment that Will Smith allegedly made to him was put there for a reason.
You put grooming in the complaint, motherfucker! What do you mean that's not the complaint that we're making right now? You put grooming in the complaint. What are you saying? You allege that he's a fucking groomer. It's in the complaint. Because you're alleging that Will Smith knew because he is an active party in the cover-up. Why? Why? Why have you done this? I hate this. You said he groomed him.
No, it was that comment that he allegedly made, and I believe there was even a reference to other unidentified comments that would give him rise to believe that whatever was left in his hotel room went to this claim of...
Because what's happening is that they are soft alleging, because they don't want to say it outright, they're soft alleging that it was Will Smith, but they can't prove that it's Will Smith. So their theories is Will Smith, but they can't prove that it's Will. Okay.
Harassment in a way.
We're here.
Right. I think that remains to be seen. I don't want to get ahead of my skis on that. Those are facts that are going to come out in discovery. And you're asking me to kind of hypothesize on what may have happened in this case. And again, you know, as an attorney, our job is to advocate for our clients, to figure out the facts. At this point, you know, the only side of the story I know is from what my client tells me.
Sure.
We want to do the discovery. We want to get into the weeds of this case. We want to figure out exactly what happened, who was involved in this. And, you know, there's ways that we can figure that stuff out. And slowly by slowly, as things come out, you know, we're happy to come back on and give you updates and let you know what we found. But I don't want to get ahead of my skis on this stuff.
Totally fair. Let me just ask you this. Was there another quoted comment that Will Smith allegedly made to your client that you know about that you could have included in the complaint? Because it was just that one. And I think you there were other comments that might have been made that were similar to that. Do you know if there were other comments that Will Smith allegedly made to your client in that vein? Also,
there's 169 of you, only 38 likes on this video. Can we get that up? Because I know we can get that up. We should get all the likes up, but, you know, we should do it. Because when we get to the dog fucker thing, it's going to be crazy.
You know, again, I'm not trying to be cheeky or anything like that. I actually don't recall if my client told me other things or maybe I wasn't focused on it. It could be that I was made aware of other things and I decided not to put them in there. I wasn't hyper-focused on that issue. Just again, because when we're dealing with complaints and sometimes we do leave stuff out of complaints because we want to prove them later. And in California, you don't need to, you know, specifically plead every little fact.
Yes, like and subscribe so I am not groomed. Thank you.
So at this point, I don't recall why it was that I maybe only included that one statement. You know, I wish I could give you a better answer than that, but I don't want to.
Totally fair. Totally fair. I was just curious. What is your client hoping for at this moment? Is his goal to, you know, what is his goal at the end of the day?
Can we get the dog fucker? We're gonna get to the dog fucker. I swear. We're gonna get to the dog stuff. I promise you.
By filing this lawsuit, making this public, potentially taking this to trial, you know, there's multiple causes of action. When you're dealing with these kinds of causes of action, there could be, you know, quite a hefty damages award if this goes to trial. What is he looking for at this point?
Look, you know, my client, like all clients, at the end of the day, they're not the ones who brought this. You know, it's always, a lot of times people ask the plaintiff's client, well, you brought this lawsuit. No, we didn't. When the defendant acts in a certain way that's contrary to the law, the plaintiff has the right to bring a lawsuit to get justice. It's a better system than, you know, other countries have where, you know, justice is fought out with weapons or other things, right? This is the way that he gets to vindicate his right.
Justice is fought out with weapons? Huh? Okay. Okay, we're here. We're here.
To be free from retaliation in the workplace, to be free from sexual
harassment. Again, I don't disagree. Again, I think that if anything, the management company is at fault. Like I can make a reasonable argument that the management company's at fault. But okay.
In the workplace, these are the ways that he gets to retaliate. So, you know, it wasn't he that made this public. They acted in a certain way towards him, which caused this lawsuit to happen. Now, what does he want? Like all clients, they want justice, right? They want whatever the law thinks is fair for them. And so in this case, we didn't even put a dollar amount.
But then but your client brought Your client brought grooming allegations to the table. You understand that that's the most salacious part. Unironically, people don't care that the wrongful termination. The salacious part is grooming allegations in a fucking lawsuit.
In the complaint, we want the jury to decide on their own what they think that his damages were. And whatever his damages were, that's what he's looking for. I mean, he's not looking to hurt Will Smith or cause him any more unnecessary pain or suffering or anything.
Then why would you put grooming allegations in? Rain with the
Rain tipped
333.
$3.33. The lawyer is saying, I don't recall as if H is the one being accused of the crime. They're all edging.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Thank you, Rain. Thank you.
But at the end of the day, he wants justice for what happened to him. He had a career trajectory that was looking really good when he got hired for this tour, and everything went sour as soon as he reported this issue. So that's kind of, how do you make him whole? How do you come up with that number? That's something that a jury's really good at doing after listening.
Now, it will be interesting if Will Smith's talent agency has a series of internal communications that says that, hey, he's late, he's not performing, like he's hard to work with, yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. And then the allegations come out because maybe he's starting to feel like he's going to get fired. I'm not saying that's the case. I have no reason to doubt that this happened in his room. My bigger thing is just like, how did Will Smith groom you, you adult man? Now, a lot of people could be like, well, it's a power imbalance. Fair, 100% fair. Counter argument, where's the proof that Will put the HIV prep in the room? And the fucking discharge paperworks of another person who is a third party that is unnamed.
To that evidence, but we have a long ways to go till we get there.
And finally, before I let you go, there's a big part about this complaint about the harm that your client suffered, right? The financial harm, the emotional distress, the PTSD. What, if you can describe, what has life been like for him since his time on the tour ended?
No, it's kind of a hard thing for me to pinpoint or describe, but I could see it. There's, sometimes clients come to my office, and some clients, they've been terminated. In my practice, 98% of the people that call my office, I don't take their case. I'm a very, very selective attorney. I take very, very few clients. And when they come to my office and we talk about their case, and I get to see.
So you take high profile cases. You want to take high profile cases. What you want is high profile cases, which is fair. You can want that, but that's lawyer speak for I take high profile.
Certain emotions, depending on who they bring with them. Sometimes people bring people for support to the office. Like they'll bring a friend, they'll bring a mother, a brother, a spouse, and you can kind of ask them and talk to them and say, how has he been after this, this situation? And I'll tell you, there's a range, there's a spectrum. And some people, they bounce back really quickly. They get fired from a job, no problem. 2 days later, they're on to another job and they're feeling good. And some people, go through a deep, dark depression. Losing a job, when somebody has a job, they think about hope and they think about the future and they think about how great life is. And when that gets taken away from you, especially when it's taken away from you in a way where you feel like it was unfair, it leaves a big hole. And some people have a harder time being resilient and bouncing back from that, and some people don't. And so a lot of people look at it and they say, oh, why doesn't he just...
But if the reason he got fired outside of the allegation was his own fault for unprofessionalism and a bunch of different shit, that's also going to come out in discovery. Also going to come out in the lawsuit. So it's got to be very fucking careful when you make allegations like that and hope that they settle outside of court.
Get back up and find another job, do something else, move on with his life. That's easier said than done for some people. But we got to be sensitive to some other people who have it a little bit harder. For Mr. Joseph, from what I've seen, he's on the harder end of it. It really affected him for quite a while. And so obviously as time goes on, everything gets a little bit easier, the pain dulls. But from the spectrum of clients that I see in my office, he was on the higher end, I would say.
Well, listen, Mr. Delshad, thank you for taking the time, breaking it down for us, coming on to appear. We'd like to continue the conversation as this case progresses, but I really, really appreciate it and you answering some of our questions about this. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm feeling very wishy-washy about the allegations towards famed actor and potential cuck Will Smith about grooming an adult. This is interesting. I'm very curious what's going to happen. I'm very curious where this is going to proceed from, but I'm not necessarily convinced. Again, evidence has to be put forward. It is a civil case if this case continues or if it's not settled out of court. But I will be very honest. I'm very curious what will happen now. But chat, it's time for the main event. It's time for Patricia Taxon. Yes, everybody, it's time to learn about a dog person. Let's go. Now, you may see something very interesting about Patricia. Huh. Patricia has her own EFAP podcast fandom wiki entry? Huh. So for those who don't know, friend of the show Rags is a host on EFAP. We will get to all of that. There are, and I kid you not, it goes places that even I didn't know. So who's Patricia? Patricia, also known as Taxon, she's like a YouTuber that, oh my God, will Rags be free? I don't know. So Patricia is a YouTuber who predominantly makes music, but does some media reviews. She's very much like a breadtuber-esque kind of person. She is a trans woman. So obviously, before we get into it, it is she, her. Those are the pronouns that we are respecting. We will like kind of continue. She's apparently had some issues with EFAP over the years, but particularly Patricia is known on my radar for a very specific 42-minute video called On the Ethics of Boinking Animal People. Now, I want to be real. Big shout outs to Deadwing Dork. Cloudy sent me a video of Deadwing Dork reacting to this. And now we are somehow going to talk about the ethics of boinking people. And yes, of boinking animal people. And yes, for those who don't know, we watched the movie Alpha and Omega last night together. It will come up in this video. We also, as you see, there are multiple tabs up here going over some of Patricia's greatest moments, such as, and I quote, a tweet that may, okay, wait, I gotta find the tweet. Let me find the fucking tweet, because the tweet is a big shout outs to everybody in the Discord who was giving a shit ton of info, by the way. You guys were fucking insane for this. You guys went in on Patricia, and it was kind of the funniest things I've ever seen. Because she actually complained about, Deadwing Dork doing it. But okay. One of my favorite Patricia quotes is as follows. Why would you tokenize yourself as a CSA victim to make your argument more legitimate? Fair. I agree with this. Never tokenize yourself as a CSA victim. I think that that's incredibly insane to do. I hate when people are like, well, I am the raped, so I can speak on this. No. Fair. But let's continue. Everyone is a CSA victim. It came free with the fucking family structure. Banger tweet. Banger blue sky post. Because remember, this is, banger blue sky post. What a banger post. We're on to the main event, and it's time. I don't know. I didn't know that I was amongst the raped, but now I am. Now, chat, for your viewing entertainment, this is a 2-year-old video on the ethics of boinking people. Actually, it's 3 years now. Let's continue.
Lieutenant Data, Catgirls, it's all connected. Alpha and Omega was released in 20...
Okay. Oh boy. We're in it. That was insane. I'm actually going to fucking slow the video down. That was ADHD as fuck. Okay.
By Crest Animation Studios.
Hey, look, for those who don't know, we watched this in the Discord. Alpha and Omega's here, chat.
Widespread critical derision and financial ruin. I shouldn't have been allowed to see this when I was 11. First off, these character designs. They have that E621 banner ad chic, that deviant art essence. They look like what you get when you ask a furry to draw a normal wolf. Anime...
Is that true? Isn't E6201 the porn site?
I am the black so I can speak on the wall smooth, devilish face emoji,
Oh boy.
upside down face emoji.
Okay. Yeah, Lago. 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 I love when Lago's in chat. He's like, yeah.
Animals aren't supposed to look like this. They're supposed to be blobby and indistinct, not uncomfortably grounded and with weird human-like faces.
So I will say the character designs did make us feel uncomfortable when we were watching it, but like not for like those reasons alone. Also, can we just talk about the based? Hey guys, I'm a leftist. Look at all my reading walls. Eating the rich. White tears. Look at my wall. Look at my wall on anti-establishment imperialism.
This is how you depict a wolf that's supposed to be cute and relatable to children. This is how you draw a wolf that makes you ponder what it would be like to kiss them. Second.
What? I don't think anyone thought, while watching the movie last night, do we want to kiss the wolf? Rags! Rags, you guys have covered this person. She also may have shared images of your fursona from Fur Affinity in a Discord with minors. It gets weird. She was allegedly 17 to 18 during this time.
We found our live action Kuma for One Piece.
There's those allegations. Spoiler alert, there's weird allegations for this person. Oh, Rapture. Oh boy.
Off the things that happen in it, the events that transpire in the movie.
She has horse girl hair.
Yeah, she does. She does. Oh, by the way, unironically, on your fucking fan wiki, she has a post. She actually has a post in your fan wiki, which is kind of funny. She also made a video about you 6 years ago. We may be able to go over that one.
Alpha and Omega is an explicitly romantic text. It's a furry visual novel made and marketed to children. It's Kate and Humphrey bone in this movie. Okay, they don't bone. They metaphorically bone. Let me explain. Really early on, the film introduces the concept of howling being this thing that is risque and taboo, and the wolves snicker about it.
We can eat together.
Okay, so
you know.
I will agree with this. The howling is like weird sex metaphor. I will say that. It is a weird sex metaphor, but okay. I wouldn't say AO3 visual novel.
How? Together. This is a really odd and sudden world-building element that kind of blindsides the average viewer.
Oh, by the way, you will just see her move a lot and clearly stim. No faults. Obviously, this person is most likely on the spectrum. No fault. Stim as much as you want, but yeah, you're just gonna see stimming in their pajamas this entire video.
Like, we know that wolves howl. Why is this cutie preceding it with a curt, you know? It's because howling is sex.
Oh, okay.
It's horny when the wolves howl. This is the midnight howl. It's the second best scene in the movie. It's where the howling sex metaphor is drawn most explicitly. It's also where we're introduced to Garth.
I'm not even sure what he looks like, but I'm sure...
Okay, hear me out. I said hear me out. Garth is introduced as the stock, unwanted, arranged love interest for main girl Kate. He's the alpha dog.
Okay. I'm hearing you out.
Of the warring pack, whose web would unite the nations under Wolf God or something. And Garth is hot. He's a bona fide hunk. But here's the rub. He can't howl. He's bad at howling.
Yes, he is bad at howling. That's like the whole story. And the Omega is the one that's really good at howling.
Was it, good for you?
Horny movie. Garth is also the star of this movie's B-plot, the only part I care about. While Kate and Humphrey are having their...
Okay. To be fair, the B-plot of this movie... So I watched this movie in preparation for this stream. To be fair, the B-plot of the movie is better than the A-plot. None of us paid attention during the A-plot of the movie. Justin Long's character and Hayden Panettiere's character like fucking go out into like the fucking Canadian wilderness? Oh, I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck is happening. They fought a bear. None of us cared. The fucking emo girl acting like a turtle. We all kind of laughed. Oh, I didn't feel like fucking my jimmies rustle for a second, but sure.
Generic buddy adventure out in the Idaho
Yeah,
wilderness.
yeah, they went to Idaho. That's right, they're in Idaho. And we're all like, yeah, and the geese were like, the fucking geese was a French-Canadian geese. That's the joke. Ay.
We're also treated to scenes of Garth back at home, slowly getting to know and falling in love with Kate's Omega sister, me.
It's a turtle that fell.
Huh? Let's hear that again, chat.
Slowly getting to know and falling in love with Kate's Omega sister, me.
Okay. Okay.
It's a turtle that fell and can't get up.
That's pretty good.
Okay, what's this? It's turtle roadkill.
What else can you do?
I just do turtles.
She's me. The romantic development
Okay.
between these two characters changed my little puppy brain chemistry when I saw it. There's this
Puppy brain chemistry. Puppy brain chemistry. Puppy brain chemistry. Amazing.
scene where Garth is teaching Lily.
Can you please stop pausing every time on a horrifically unflattering frame of this beautiful woman's face? Sure, Rags. I'll try now. Oh my god, I did it even worse. It's just so bad. This one is insane. What the fuck did I do? No.
Lily how to hunt and pounce, and it's cute because she's bad at it and Garth is helping her. But when Garth notices that like her goth head fluff is covering one of her eyes, he just...
Maybe this will help. Wow.
Do that to me. They could have just had him...
Huh? Huh?
Wow.
Do that to me. They could have just had him anthropomorphically wipe her head fluff away with his paw, but no, they had to call attention to his doggy face and how it would feel on your face. He goes in there with his...
No, they specifically aren't anthropomorphized. They don't like stand on two legs. He just uses his dog face to do the dog thing. My dog does that. Are you really asleep? She is assed out. Wait, my dog hits me with the snout. Yeah, listen, the reason I didn't say snout is because, fun fact, Patricia will over-sexualize the snout a lot in this video.
His paw, but no, they had to call attention to his doggy face and how it would feel on your face. He goes in there with his fucking snoot. And then Lily teaches Garth how to howl, which means this little goth girl has secretly been such a goddess in bed that she can just impart her wisdom onto any old fool who captures her fancy. It's so cute. It's so fucking cute. This, in case you didn't know, this is a furry degenerate YouTube channel. It was just subtextual for a while, but then I got the stick out my ass and stopped hating myself. I made an album with furry bulge on the cover and a...
Now, chat, you have to see this because I had to see this. You see this, so I have to see this.
I'm sorry, Mom, you aren't her. That is Quirkchungus, that is Emaru, that is useless e-girl, not furry leftist video essayist.
Yassified Lio is insane. Thank you, Axis.
A member of Autechre paid for it. When I talk about being a furry...
I don't know who Autechre is. Based Autechre band, I guess.
On here, inevitably, a paw full of lice crawl out of the woodworks to call me a zoophile. This is annoying, but not unexpected. All of you real...
What? But...
Is it Larry to go out back and old yellow?
I don't know. Don't old yellow yourself, please. Don't old yellow yourself. If Patricia is insisting on howling into a sexing metaphor, wasn't she like teaching him how to do it with her sister? Yeah. So, to be fair, I agree with the idea that howling is a somewhat sexual metaphor, because there are moments where after the howl, they're like post-coitus spooning with other characters. And then there's the other implication that the main characters howled so hard that he put her to sleep. Well, he is still awake. However, that's not every point in this movie.
Tusky, submissive Omega tipped $1. Fun fact, wolves howl to establish territory, gather family and so much more. Also, alphas are mum and dad. Bonus fact, when wolves howl, those fuckers harmonized, so the film at least got one thing right. You should watch the sequels. They're amazingly bad.
No. You guys could pay for the sequels. Also, oh my gosh, he is snoring. Also, like, side fun fact, the alpha thing is not real. It's only wolves in captivity that really do that. There are pack things, but the alpha, omega, the beta thing is not real. It's like a fun fact for you, if I remember correctly.
Ones out there probably get this comment on the daily as well. It's such a common occurrence that we have a built-in series of counter-arguments, and unfortunately they all suck. This might be a bit controversial of me to say, but furries are not philosophers. The most common of these counter-arguments is to just flatly deny that the fandom is sexual in nature. Some of you will just parade into any discussion that—
The guy who came up with it revised it. It's real for humans, not animals. Fair. The guy who made the alpha paper took the idea back and said he was wrong. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
Outsiders are having about us to inform them that actually the fandom is very wholesome and the sexual part is a safely ignorable minority.
An author of an alpha book spent his life debunking himself? That's actually insane. Insane! What a fucking, like, what a sad way your life's work, did, like, crazy shit and got misused, so you spent your entire life, trying to reverse it? Insane.
And to that I say, what about me, bitch? I'm a doggy. I yearn to be cherished and owned. I want my free will to be slowly eroded by a monstrously controlling force of love and acceptance. I yearn to live the puppyhood I never had, but I'm an adult now with adult desires, and this complicates things. If the opportunity presented itself, I would fuck my— Sorry, I'm like the— And yeah.
What was the my mean? Fuck, you're what? What do you mean, fuck, you're what? You just got through the fact that all of the furry arguments suck. That equals that you're not zoophiles. And then you make a zoophilic joke in the fact that you're not philosophers in the zoophilic joke.
Your mother is the real alpha.
Raise a bread, thank you, I guess. Fascinating. Okay.
My interest in furries is primarily sexual. I like it when a boy is also an animal. I like fur. The sensory prospect of a sexy man being a little fuzzy makes my head spin. If your argument doesn't leave room for this, you aren't my fucking ally. A common modification to this argument is to just abstract away the animalistic appeal of furry porn, as if it's just like being into elf chicks or something. Like, no one here is actually into fuzzy little paws and ears and snoots wherever they may arise. I don't like this either. In Ad Astra, whenever the main character kisses Amicus, the prose makes a point of noting how long and—
What is this?
That was only one of the worst lines in this video. Buckle up.
Huh? Okay. Okay, sure. Hey, Cryptid, what's up?
What the hell did I just tune into Falgi?
It says my name right. This lady's talking about the efficacy of fucking the anthropomorphic animals. Okay. Okay.
Thing. Like, no one here is actually into fuzzy little paws and ears and snoots wherever they may arise. I don't like this either. In Ad Astra, whenever the main character kisses Amicus, the prose makes a point of noting how long and mobile his wolfy tongue is, and it's the hottest thing I've ever thought about. God makes no mistakes. That is—
Huh? Huh? Okay. Huh? Okay. So the line is, I thought it would be kind of hard to make out with the way his muzzle was shaped, but Amicus makes it happen. His lips clamping around my mouth as he kisses. Oh boy.
Why am I looking at the love child Weird Al, a jaguar and a wolf?
Thank you, and that's another goal. It's time to feed that pupper. This shit is incredibly weird. It's time to feed that dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to feed that dog. Come here, girl. Good girl. And if you want to feed that dog, all you got to do is hit that doobly-doo goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That is an erotic passage written with the intent to get across what it would be like to kiss a wolf. Like, a whole-ass wolf. They are invoking a wolf head for the purposes of titillating their furry audience. What's up with that? This is not an isolated incident. Furries write about animal features the way male writers write about women. She pawed fuzzily.
What?
Tusky Submissive Omega tipped $1. If Wolf Quest taught me anything, the alpha
fuck is
wolves in
Wolf
wild
Quest?
packs are mum and dad. The betas are adults almost ready to leave the nest, and Omegas are the babies just learning how to wolf. Have you heard Patricia's music? I want to go back to only knowing it.
Well, we may listen to one of her music later.
To the stairs and floofed downwards. In this video, I'm going to be arguing the case that this isn't morally comparable to zoophilia, but I'm going to lay my cards on the table first. With regards to the ethics of boinking animal people, I am biased because I think that shit's hot. I am engaging in motivated reasoning, and even more than you'd think, because I have OCD and I live in constant paralyzing vigilance on the matters of my own moral integrity.
Okay. Oh my god. What?
Weird Al didn't cover killing in the name for this.
Oh my god, that's true. Oh, okay. Okay, hold up.
It's coffee. However, if society's ills could only be articulated in good faith by those who couldn't stand to benefit from them changing, then nothing would ever fucking change. We're in this together, bitch. Another bad argument that furries tend to fall back on in response to bad faith allegations of zoophilia is the tried and tested Harkness test. Summarized in a handy infographic, it goes as follows. So you want to fuck a fictional creature, give it the Harkness test first.
So this is okay. Fans of the channel may know this. A incredibly oversimplified version of this in commentary is dog warts. Also, these books are fucking cringe. Hellfire, The Gas, Nostalgia. I don't even know. Guys, do you guys think like The Life of Earth? Guys, Ruby Fruit, Jungle. She's so intellectual. Oh boy.
Does it have human intelligence, or greater? Can it talk or otherwise communicate with language? Is it of sexual maturity for its species? If the answer to all three is yes, then you can fuck it. It's a non-human creature with sapiens.
Is Dogwarts the one about having to fuck a dog to save Sweden? No. Dogwarts is the one if you would fuck a sentient dog who like could perform magic or some shit. And then nobody would know and you would get like a fucking amount of money. The Dogwarts question is insane.
And all you need to have consensual sex, if you answered no to one or more, watch out. That's bestiality or possibly pedophilia. Don't fuck it. So, if you want to fuck a fictional creature, first ascertain if it's as smart as you, can give verbal consent, and is of age for whatever culture it came from. Surely.
So, so many issues with this. So many, because it's a fucking fictional animal thing. It's a fictional animal thing. Why do you want to fuck the fictional animal thing? And also, the test he mentioned didn't bring up culture, just sexual maturity for its species. Why did he change it? That's a good question. I don't even. Do I have to pull up the Harkness test? God, do I have to fucking pull up the Harkness test? Harkness test. What is the Harkness test? Do I need to pull up the Harkness test? So the Harkness test that they pulled up is like from Tumblr. Sexual maturity for its species. Body language is a dangerous road. So like, don't rely on body. Like I'm looking at, it's like know your meme. It's like body. Like don't just rely on body language. It appears that it has evolved over time. God, there's a fuck. You know, chat. If I have to suffer, you have to suffer. This is why bronies don't deserve a choice. Why bronies don't deserve a choice. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Okay. So again, like this is like the way it is. It's probably been expanded over time. Like can talk or otherwise communicate with language, but highlighting that body language is a dangerous road. So maybe you shouldn't rely on body language. Your movie sucks. Maybe you don't rely on body language, you fucking weirdo. When he says sexual maturity for culture, that's totally different. Some cultures are, yeah.
Really, then, it's ethically sound to fuck animal people, provided they are shown to talk and give consent like any human adult would.
But animal people don't exist!
Just shaped a little weird. I don't like this argument. I don't think it's persuasive to the people we're trying to...
How many tabs do I have open? A lot, because there's a lot of shit to go over with her. There's a DID video, spoilers.
Persuade and...
Ah yes, Jack Harness, the funny sex man from Doctor Who.
Yep.
And isn't really persuasive in general. You probably know where I'm going with this, but I'll say it anyways. You guys know Scooby-Doo passes the Harkness test, right? It is.
No, not Scooby. No. Why are we saying Scooby passes the Harkness test? Why did you pick the most, like, feral creature, by the way? Zoink, Scoob! No! Oh boy!
Is unquestionably ethically sound to fuck Scooby-Doo, provided you get his consent and are a resident of Crystal Cove in real life. But these aren't the terms of the discussion. This is not a moral question any of us will ever have to consider, unfortunately. You could fuck Scooby-Doo if he was real, but he's not, and you are. Your wants and actions have ramifications in this world, you horny son of a... And obviously, if furries existed, you could fuck them if they wanted you to, but they don't. The action of which we are trying to assess morality has always been the depiction of sexy animal people.
Oh, okay. But like, Zoink! Hold up. I got this. Zoink scoobs in my chinkies until I split up and search for clues. Yeah, like you could have picked a thing that stands on two legs, but you chose to just a regular dog.
More like boinks, Scoob.
So no, both Jews fail the test. Like by his definition, Scrappy Doo is a fucking fair game, or her definition, excuse me.
Raro, Red Rocket.
Oh no, are they saying they find Scooby-Doo sexy? Allegedly.
Which a lot of people would say depiction is not endorsement, and I'm not here to argue against that because it's true. Depiction is not necessarily endorsement, but depiction is an action that it exists in the world and can be judged. What are you doing in the universe when you post a piece of hypno H-kink incest erotica on Twitter?
What? Huh? Okay. I have to read this on the screen. You guys pay me to read this shit. Pay me more, because this hurts. The fucking Twitter or Blue Sky account goes on to say, little sister THLI. Yeah, that's
this
interesting.
person would argue for Red 13. Wait, what?
Yeah, Red 13. You know what? Red 13 is actually a really good example of does that pass the Harkness test? Because Red 13 is like a weird thing. But that's like a whole different story for a different day. Because I don't fucking care. Little sister that you can fuck. Little sister that you can abuse and scorn lovingly. Little sister that you can love and cherish with sex. Little sister that fucks you. Incest.
Well, you're not actually fucking your little sister. I think we can both agree on that. But you're doing something, right? Listen, I get it. I partake in scenarios of unspeakable sexual abuse with my friends every day for fun. I'm literally neurodivergent and a grown-up. But because of this, I'm intimate.
What do you mean by unspeakable acts of sexual abuse? Do they like... Listen, I don't care if people are into CNC. Like that's not really the argument at hand. Like I don't care if you're into consent, non-consent. I don't care if you're into oh my god, I do care if you're into bestiality. This is where I'm getting there. I don't care if you're into BDSM. But bestiality is a fucking different thing.
Legendary pause frame. Typhalgy, I'm going to KMS.
Falgy slip. No, I do care. So, what I care about is the fact that, like, bestiality is not normal, right? And, like, if you're pretending to be the dog, like a full-on dog, that's a problem. It's day 3 of the new year. Fuck you guys.
Be familiar with the ways in which the most fucked up shit possible can be made not only permissible, but wholesome and comforting, with the Kuleshov effect or something. Now imagine if I used my powers for evil.
This bitch 100% does piss play.
Axis 1247 tipped $3.33. Red 13 is a no. He doesn't understand the nature of his own sapience as it was artificially given to him,
you go.
so it would be wrong to engage in sexual relations. As he cannot understand consent figure.
There you go. Also, like, the whole plot of Red 13 and Aerith is completely fucked because it was just rape.
Hypothetical hypno age kink incest erotica thread on Twitter isn't just a vent or an indulgence. It's an aesthetic idea because you're an artist. And I don't know, maybe it shouldn't be illegal or even really morally frowned upon, but at the very least, the very transparent thematic content of your niche erotica can and should be criticized on a moral basis. Like, because it's art. It doesn't matter if your Twitter bio says you're not a person, you're still an artist. So behind the simple question that I used as clickbait for the title of this video, is it okay to fuck furries, is the more complicated and nuanced question of what are the moral ramifications for harboring sexual attraction towards furries? Does it speak favorably to one's character? Is the world depicted in horny furry art a morally just one? Can you leave me in a room with your cat?
You know, I know you're trying to be funny, but maybe, just maybe, you don't hold the cat while making a joke about fucking the cat. Just maybe, you don't do that.
So in order to assess the morality of hot furry art, we must first invent the universe. No, we must first define what a furry is. Let's be honest, we're overdue for a robust definition of furry that isn't dependent solely on self-ID, so we don't have any-
No, I think we're good. I think the world has decided on what a furry is. I think we've decided.
Shane Dawson Max
Bro.
Singh.
Fucking BreadTube. BreadTube and its massive, like, ramifications. This was like Leadhead before Leadhead came out with all this shit.
more YouTubers running multi-season arcs about being drawn as a ferret without anyone informing them of the writing on the wall. Furries really like Zootopia. It's got anthropomorphic animals in it, but I don't think it counts.
You know what I like? I also like Zootopia, but not because I want to fuck the animals. I like the movie. I just like the movie. I think the movie is cute and entertaining, and my favorite character is the sloth because the scene was really funny when I went to the movies drunk. I was drinking in the movie theater, and I thought the sloth being like, like, I thought that was hilarious. Also, chat. Also, I have food at the door. So, for your viewing entertainment, because I was starving. I didn't get a chance to eat. For your viewing entertainment, you will first get Silence PDF. And second, I don't know what song.
Stop finding the worst freeze frames, damn it.
Here, you get a song, I guess.
Welcome to the den, baby, where the tales are wild, and the rules, let's just say, they don't exist. Slick red fur and a mask on tight, scratching at the door in the heat of the night. Velvet rope, let the games begin. I bite, I tease, won't ask where you've been. Tail flick, lip lick, claws drag on the ground. On all fours and I don't make a sound. You chase, I dash, you growl, I grin. Caught in the act, oh what a sin. Leather lace, a little disgrace. Fox in heat with a devilish face.
I'm back. I'm going to be eating for a little bit. I didn't get a chance to eat. Yeah, this is AI music, I know. Nothing I can really do about it, chat. Trying not to get sued or the channel getting taken down. So that's what it is, chat. Let's get back onto it.
For the next several minutes, I will be making the bold assertion that furry is a related but distinct category from cartoon animal creature, and this is a necessary building block for my argument that furry porn is cool and normal. Hope you're ready. So, in my magnum opus, Art Furry's God, I accidentally articulated the appeal of furry art in one sentence, as an aside.
The furry aesthetic, as a whole, is a concession towards the symbolic, the sensory, the ever so slightly autistic.
And...
Okay. Sure. I guess we're here. Okay.
Yeah, let's go with that. The three axes of furry art are the symbolic, the sensory, and the autistic. Zootopia is none of these things, clearly, whereas a core fandom work like Echo exemplifies all three. But this is still a little vague, so let's fill in our paradigm with more data points. Can I quantify and exemplify all three of these axes in isolation? Yes. Mouse, by Art Spiegelman, is a graphic novel that, in part, depicts a survivor's account of the Holocaust.
What? You're talking about the ethics of fucking animals, like anthropomorphic animals. Let me bring the Holocaust novel. Insane! Mouse camp! What is happening? Why are we here? Are we here to suffer? What an insane fucking place to go! How am I not ready? How am I not ready?
Holocaust, as it was told to the author by his father. It is unrelenting, uncompromising, harrowing, and for some reason, absolutely filled with furries. Like, they're just everywhere. A lot has been written about Art Spiegelman's decision to overwhelmingly feature anthropomorphic mice in his tell-all memoir about his troubled relationship with his Holocaust survivor dad, but I specifically want to draw a comparison to Zootopia with regards to how they both...
Okay, counter-argument. Fievel Comes to America, the fucking movie, is about, like Ashkenazi Jews escaping from Europe to America and feeling like a fish out of water, if I remember correctly. Huh? Okay. American Tail, that's what it is. That's also a pretty good, like, fucking comparison. Right? I think that's what that movie's about. Like, why would you not choose the movie? Like, and it's not necessarily because he chose mice for an aesthetic. He's not fucking horny for the mice. It's just like a way to do it. Okay, those are not comparable in Mouse. They're literally, those animals is entirely metaphorical. Yeah. There are no cats in America, but the streets are made of cheese. Yeah, I remember that fucking song.
Employ animal imagery, because they might seem similar at first. They both employ animal imagery as a proxy for race. They're both seminal works within furry canon, but they're not the same. Mouse is several times better than Zootopia for a lot of the same reasons that it is also several times more furry in conception.
Thank you. Okay. Let me go on camera again for a second. Thank you, Patricia. I'm glad the story about Holocaust survivors is better than Zootopia tee-hee-hee funny Disney Pixar land. Thank you for telling me the story about the fucking Holocaust is better than Zootopia in its imagery and the story it tells. The fuck? What the fuck is happening here? Oh my god! It only gets worse from here. Fuck it. I'll eat on camera. I don't care anymore. Oh my god, I'm so tired, chat. For those who don't know, I ordered 5 Guys burgers and fries. Leia looks stunned. So do I!
Biggest difference is the world building. Zootopia has this lavish world filled with little critters going around and interacting with each other. There's infrastructure with special consideration given to their sizes and shapes. The world building of Mouse, on the other pop, is non-existent. There is none. It's a purely aesthetic layer on what is otherwise a completely human story.
It's Nazi Germany. And then I assume like America or Europe where they survive. Why are you comparing Zootopia to the Holocaust? I don't understand. What is happening? Oh. Yeah, could it be that they don't need to take the extra leg to explain the Holocaust because it's a touchstone of human history?
There's absolutely no reason at all as to why the characters are animals.
Art Spiegelman even finds time in the novel to toy with the nonsense nature of his world's primary aesthetic conceit. Like, hilariously, whenever Vladek is out disguised as a Polish man, he just draws him in a crude paper pig mask. There's a scene with actual rats in it, and no one stops to say, oh, that one looks like my uncle. Art Spiegelman plays himself in this book, and at one point, he starts talking about one of his previous comics with his family, and we get an excerpt of that comic. And we get 2 full pages of real human Art Spiegelman's comic before we cut back to a bunch of fucking mice talking about it. Now, this is obviously preferable from a political standpoint. Like, if you're writing a story about genocide, it should be about human races. I think that's pretty obvious. But at the same time, it also makes Mouse a furrier work of art. You might be thinking it should be the other way around. Like,
No, he just drew the mouses, dog. Like, the animals are metaphorical for races. You've identified that. But it's not horny. It's just not horny because, like, them being animals doesn't... You just made the conceit that them being animals doesn't matter. Unlike Zootopia, where the world is made for the different animals, in Mouse, the conceit isn't there. So how is this a furry piece of art? Okay. Yeah, are we somehow still watching the same video about the ethics of fucking animals? I don't know. The mice depictions in Mouse are inspired by Nazi propaganda where they were likened to vermin. Thank you, Abyssal Gray. It's almost like there's reasons why.
Zootopia cares so much more about the animalistic nature of its world. Isn't that what furries are all about? No, it is precisely Mouse's refusal to explain or justify its furry characters that makes it furry, because the imagery is self-justifying. Zootopia is stuck running around in circles, trying to work backwards from the central premise of animal species as a metaphor for human prejudice.
Tusky, a black tipped $1. You're telling me it took 5 guys to make your burger and fries? Damn,
yes.
Must buy some gourmet shit to need so many people just to make one.
Yes, because I like 5 Guy burger fry, thank you. Didn't a family of Holocaust survivors write Mouse? So it's, yes, his family are Holocaust survivors. It's kind of part of the point. It's also the internal conflict about being that. Yen the Yan, thank you for the raid. Hello, Raiders. For those who are here, we are going over some of the craziest shit on the internet that I've recently found.
Yeah, prepare to be mentally running in circles chasing a tail, if you will. They will also not shut up about a certain visual novel.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately ready for this. But yes, as the title suggests, this is Patricia, and she's talking about the ethics of having sex with anthropomorphic animals, and we're now on, is the Holocaust bad? Thank you. Okay, now I'm actually going to put up the fucking thing, because eating this burger is going to be vile as I devour the burger that I'm starving for.
It's only so lavish because it has no confidence in the inherent aesthetic value of animal imagery. Mouse is married to its imagery. It's not working backwards from anything. It's working forwards from the central aesthetic motif of Jews as vermin. Zootopia used animal imagery as a cute and fluffy metaphor for racism and then built a huge heaping scaffold around it to justify itself. Mouse used animal imagery to evoke the empty eyes of a dead rat. The assumed symbolic desirability of animal imagery is one of the core facets of furry fandom media. The world building of our fiction and illustration is often non-existent in a way that will remind you a lot more of Mouse than it does of Zootopia. Furries don't need to justify their worlds being filled with animal people. That's just how we roll. It's expected. It's on the pamphlet that Lola Bunny gives you on the way in. Echo just takes place in fucking Utah. They're in...
Okay. Again, you explained why mouse, drawn as mice, are incredibly important, because Jews are depicted as vermin in Nazi propaganda, except instead of looking at, oh, look how animals can be used in a way that's not furry adjacent, that's not a furry, but furry adjacent, because furry is an identity, and for some people, a sexuality. It's no. It is a furry book. You just have to think hard about it.
Are we sure Patricia isn't in need of an EpiPen?
I don't know.
Utah. It's just normal human Utah. Everything is the same except they have showers that spray you all over. The authors will even sometimes drop references to historical events like 9/11, seemingly only for the amusement found in knowing that there was a furry 9/11 in this universe.
The Alamo exists.
Hey, don't look at me, man. Mexicans still get shit for the fucking Alamo.
Were there orcs there too?
But Echo goes further than this. It is so completely unconcerned with world building that it just completely unshackles the animism of the cast with their existence as agents in the story. Let's go over some facts. The wolf is Hispanic, the fennec fox is native. In Route 65, Carl describes himself as being white as apple pie when, furthermore...
Okay, we're here. We're here, everybody. Like and subscribe to the Op Block. Please, I'm suffering currently. Like and subscribe to the Op Block. I'm begging you right now. I'm begging you right now. I am dying. I am dying.
Their human races matter to the story, where their species is inconsequential. It's all aesthetic. The reason for any character to be that species is all character design. It's all symbology, decided on a case-by-case basis. Leo is protective and possessive, so they made him a wolf, a pack animal. Flynn is enigmatic and reserved. You spend most of the game trying to get in his head, which tracks with him not having any of those big, fluffy ears to tell you what he's thinking. Chase is a mediocre dude who's good at swimming, but he doesn't think it counts because he's an otter and all otters are good at swimming. It's cute and also something only a furry would come up with.
Okay, yay for the furry game. I don't care. You have talked about fucking animals, anthropomorphized multiple times. And then you're saying, well, they're animals, but they also have races. It's almost like it's an aesthetic choice. Fascinating.
Echo's world does also have interspecies prejudice in it, like there is speciesism in the game, but importantly, it exists on the same general plane as the character designs do. It's floaty, indistinct, a general poetic gesture that never matters in the same way the human prejudices do. You ever think about how Netflix's Bright would have been way better if they had just established that there are black orcs? Like, just have some of the orcs be black in the way some humans are black. Like, just to avoid the symbolic confusion of having orcs be both a stand-in for black people and then act alongside actually black.
Okay, so there's a lot of things wrong with Bright, some of which is Will Smith's acting. Okay. I'm glad that we could all realize, yes, actually, Black Will Smith. It's full circle, chat. I'm glad we could realize the orcs were a stand-in for minority police officers. Not just black police officers, but minority police officers as a whole. Okay.
Black Will Smith. You can make it a whole thing. Like, Jacoby could be a white orc, and the kid he helps out could be a black orc. I have not seen Bright in 3 years. Maybe Lindsay Ellis would have a few things to say about that, but it would be a sounder film politically. The furries had it right all along.
What was the 9 races? Were Mexicans one of the 9 races?
But symbolism is not the only way that animal imagery can be understood as intrinsically desirable. There is also the sensory. Turning Red is the best Pixar movie, by a lot, actually. Malin is a young hotshot.
That is the most incorrect statement that has ever existed. What? No? Are you insane? The Incredibles doesn't exist. Toy Story 1, 2, and 3 don't really exist. Listen, I don't think Turning Red is a terrible movie, but it's not the best movie. Well, Frozen is not a Pixar movie, to be fair. Yeah. WALL-E, none of these movies exist. Ratatouille, none of them exist. Fucking insane! For me, it'd be Incredibles, but you know.
Man, this screen pause, whack.
Thank you.
As a black, quiet Patricia, stop making orcs white.
Thank you, Tusky.
Who thinks she has her whole life figured out. But this self-perception is disturbed by the fact that she turns into an enormous fluffy animal sometimes, and more importantly, that her entire personality is built around placating her abusive mother. It's sweet, it's beautiful, it's touching, it made me cry waterfalls, and it is several times furrier than Zootopia in conception. This one's a lot simpler to explain. Like, the big red panda monster might not be all that familiarly furry in design, but the ethos behind her depiction is furry as hell. Simply put, in a way I have scarcely experienced, Turning Red is incredibly concerned with the sensory experience of being the big red panda monster. Precious time is spent to let you know that she stinks. She takes up a lot of space. She leaves paw prints on the walls. She self-soothes by rubbing hairbrushes in her fur. I do that. And furthermore, the sensory nature of this transformation is a big part of how we as an audience come to understand it as something desirable, because she's huge and she can hug her friends.
Oh yeah.
The movie's about girls experiencing their period. The movie is about period and puberty. You're talking about narrative conceits so people don't react to the fucking...
This is so lead-head coded it hurts.
It is! Like, it's the fact that, it's, this is a period... This is a movie about, periods and puberty. Obviously, they're gonna react to the fucking panda!
Isn't the giant panda supposed to be a puberty metaphor, not
It
a
is.
furry one?
It is! It's not about furries! It's not about being a fucking furry! Zootopia's more about being a fucking furry! I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out! Also, my burger was good. I got a bacon cheeseburger with caramelized onions, well, technically sauteed onions, hot sauce, and jalapenos. I like spicy burgers.
That's the stuff.
Finally, someone said it! Ever since I was 6 years old, I've been staring longingly at the fuzzy bodies of my favorite animal characters, wondering what it would be like to touch them, to be them, and Turning Red just makes...
And to fuck them. You want to fuck them.
it the primary motivation of...
Say it with me, the panda is a metaphor for puberty.
Oh, and there we go! We have hit another goal!
How am I supposed to draw cursed art for you if you stream so GD later pox on you?
Thank you! And that's another goal! It's time to feed that pupper. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed that dog now. on the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to feed that dog. Come on, girl. I can go 500 miles and I would walk. Come on, girl. Oh, wow, you bit at my finger. Asshole. Thank you, chat, and you too can feed that dog and feed that doobly-doo goal. Thank you, thank you. We have broken the goal thing. We have hit past 50, like, the 50 goal, so it'd be funny if we hit it past tonight. But thank you, thank you, thank you.
The protagonist, Zootopia harbors no curiosity for what it would be like to hug a Clawhauser. They don't even raise the question. The base carnal desire to be a fluffy creature is one that plagues us furries daily, and it affects the art we make a lot. Furry porn.
How do they have a worse turning red take than Mr. Enter?
I don't know, Enter's take.
No, Tusky, just like the orcs should have been white, turning red is only about furries. Will she steal next?
I don't know. I do not know.
And also, like, human porn made by furries has an ineffable sensory quality that
oh my god, why am I, what is this, why is this on my screen? No! Why did you put this? This is a human wanting to fuck the animal. What are you talking about? The animal is a human wanting to fuck the dog.
is unmistakable. One of the first choices in porn made by furries has an ineffable sensory quality that is unmistakable.
This is okay, guys. This is literally, he wants to fuck the dog. It's a regular dog he wants to fuck. That's a bulge!
One of the first choices in Echo happens when Chase gets a little sleepy and he has to pick which of his friends to lean on. It matters nothing to the story, but it's very important for the furry gaze. Well, in this case, the choice is pretty obvious. Like, everyone I know who played the game chose to lean on Carl, except for Jack Saint for some fucking reason. But this is the furry essence. The texture of chose to lean on Carl.
Excuse me, Jack Saint is in this video? Why is Jack Saint in this video? I'm so confused. I thought this dude like was a normal YouTube essayist. Okay. Okay.
Some fucking reason. But this is the furry essence. The texture of the character being almost more important than their appearance. Carl is chubby, but TJ has softer fur. It makes sense for a furry visual novel to ask you which of your friends would make a better pillow. I found that these first two axes, the symbolic and the sensory, really cover a lot of bases with regards to furry quantification. You might find that a lot of core furry fandom work excels in both categories, whereas stuff that has anthropomorphic creatures in it but isn't necessarily core furry work usually tends to satisfy one but not the other.
What?
Beastars, for example, is sort of Zootopia-like in its strictly animal-centric world building with lots of scaffolding, but it is also very interested in what it's like to be a fuzzy carnivorous dog man. Like, there's
yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's Beastars. Okay, so to be fair, Layla, what she is saying, and I would actually agree, it's very much like Zootopia in the way that it talks about a society that functions around animals. Because it does. It is a society that functions around animals. Obviously, it's supposed to be an allegory for race, race mixing, like a whole bunch of different things, right? But like, okay, where are we going? I would say it's less like Romeo and Juliet, in my personal opinion. But yeah, Melon was a good character. I wish they also did more. I didn't really read the end of Zootopia. I only heard about the end. I think Zootopia of Beastars. I think I stopped after, I can't even remember which arc. But like, okay.
There's layers to this. But these criteria aren't enough. Like, the symbolic and sensory nature of animal imagery could also very well serve a therianthropic end rather than a furry one. Therian media is a broadly overlapping but still distinct category.
It's the Warriors book! Holy shit, it's the Warriors book! It's your Warriors cat! Where the fuck is the fucking Go Cato? Go Cato, your Warriors cat book is here!
This person is doing more harm to the rep of furries than Rainforest did, lol. Let's see how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
From furry media. A good example would be the album Natan's Madrigal by Ulver. Nathan's Madrigal is a seminal black metal album about turning into a wolf. It is deeply invested in the raw symbolic power of this transformation. It runs poetically over notions of leaving your humanity behind, of abandoning God and embracing darkness, of your furry muscles bulging out of your clothes.
But is it... oh no, Weaver is activated! Weaver is activated! For those who don't know, Mod Weaver has talked about this multiple times. Mod Weaver is a accredited music music writer. Like he writes about music, and obviously his one true love is rock. So like, go off, Weaver.
And it appropriately sounds like it was recorded by the wolves in your walls. This album's production makes me go feral. This is the primest possible example of a piece of art that is both symbolic and sensory with regards to how it employs animal imagery. But
it's not made for furries. It's not made for furries, and it's not autistic.
It is the elusive third category, whose absence causes me to classify Nathan's Madrigal as being Therian media rather than furry.
The ever so slightly autistic.
But it's neither of those things. It's just written that way.
Autism. The Rodfellows movie is a film that was sent to me by Jack Saint, so blame him for the next several minutes.
Thank you, Jack Saint. Thank you.
Tusky Angie black tipped $1. Fuck you car raise. Orcs are if not black, at least brown. I support the Mexican orcs. Also I saw myself in May. If I actually had friends at her age. If I want to become a red panda, I'll make a fursuit. He'll let me get started on that out of spite. Be right back.
Do you guys think that this creature is Mpreg? Do you guys think that this creature is Mpreg? Okay.
Oh, hey, Kento.
Oh, hey, Cody.
Can I sit down here? Can't you missing out on other things?
I don't see why not.
It's the best possible case for using the word autistic as an insult. The Rodfellows movie reportedly took like 5 years to make, and also apparently had some issues behind the scenes, which I won't be getting into because then my primary resource would be a website that has my docs. The Rodfellows movie, Rod follows a ensemble.
Okay, so Kiwi Farms, you could have... Okay? Why would you bring attention? Why would you bring attention that your docs is just there? Like, you can reference the farms or the sources that the farms have. Why? Nathan's Madrigal was released in 1997. Nobody knew what a furry was back then. It's an album about the dark side of mankind, depicting the changes of people that would go through into wolves as night. Yeah, it sounds like a fucking werewolf analogy.
No, I am not Mpreg. I'm Tusky.
Oh, fuck you, Tusky. Fuck you.
Cast of funny animals and one 10-year-old as they hang out for extended periods of time. It's like 20 minutes before the antagonists show up and cause what resembles a plot to start. Turn down for what? Xander and Zayden, agents of chaos, disrupt the contented home life of our main cast with epic pranks. Luckily, they were caught on footage by the camera they used to record themselves shitting every day.
You idiot. They've made no good changes to our house.
What follows is...
Why is there a camera in the bathroom? When you guys have a 10-year-old in the bed, did nobody think about this? Hey, story. I know it's a plot hole, but a 10-year-old is one of the main characters in the story. And there's just a random bathroom camera there. Huh? Did nobody think about that?
A pretty much incomprehensible back and forth as the Rodfellows seek revenge for this misgiving repeatedly. Some of it requires intimate knowledge of Go Animate lore to really parse. Like, there's this creepypasta meme for kids called a Barney error, where I guess it's based off of those messages you'd get about not turning off your computer, and they imagined some kind of monster that knows when you turn off your computer and can, like, punish you.
Why are you holding a thing of OxyClean? Yes, like and subscribe, by the way. If you aren't already subscribed and liked. Why are you holding a thing of OxyClean? Is no one going to explain that to me? Sister Godiva with the 50 sec.
Not even Brianna Wu levels of bone shaving would dent that chin. Sorry, hun.
Insane. Godiva insane. I disavow, but thank you.
For it, it's cute.
Please do not turn it off again. How dare you turn off your computer again? That's it. The chances are now 18.
Sorry, I just like to turn it off.
Why won't you let me turn it off, dummy?
If you turn off your computer again, you'll see what happens. Come on.
Oh, really?
So the middle of this film is taken up by a very high-stakes heist, where the gang initiate a Barney error on the bad guy's computer during their Fortnite game, and then they also write a virus that turns the computer off to trigger the punishment. Although, in the film, it's actually a Ronald error, and they show this purple cat character, seemingly in reference to a different Go Animate meme. There's a lot of layers to the Broadfellows movie. There's an extended sequence where the whole conceit of the scene is that Xander and Zayden just pulled the fire alarm at an elementary school. There's a part where it just becomes a mecha anime for like 30 seconds. I cannot stress enough how much this film just keeps on... There's a part where it just becomes a...
Guys, we found Lyle's persona. This is Lyle's persona. There you go. There you go. Mr. Gamer, you can watch the interview. Now live, you can watch the Jag or the Jag interview. It's a video. It's cut up. Listen. He's a predator in the movie. No, I'm fucking around. I'm fucking around. I'm fucking around.
Mecha anime for like 30 seconds. I cannot stress enough how much this film just keeps on giving. Don't walk on my fucking keyboard. But just describing what happens in the Rodfellows movie isn't enough to really get across the headspace that it gets you in, or why I find it so compelling. See, when you go into this movie, you have to go into it with the understanding that it is profoundly...
I forgot that she was supposed to explain what the fucking movie was about. We've been here for almost 5 minutes. She hasn't explained what the fucking movie is in relation to the furry fandom.
Artistic cinema in every aspect possible. The most pervasively challenging part of this viewing experience has to be that the voice cast doesn't really know how to talk. Like, it's very difficult to tell what any character is saying. And it gets a lot harder when we enter the third act. The cast multiplies threefold and they have to differentiate all of those new characters with funny voices.
All it was just take Fito Samantha's orders away before the recipient could get it.
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
Represented in this cast is every kind of autism accent there is. You know it when you hear it.
But just be sure you bring your plate into the kitchen when your plate is empty.
So, you want to watch Huck with me while you eat?
Yeah, because eating them at the table is kind of boring, so that's why I want to bring in some entertainment while I eat.
What is happening? I don't like this. I feel like I'm being molested. I feel like I'm being molested live. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like any of this.
The voice of someone who conceptualizes every word in the sentence as its own event. Now, look, I'm not making fun. Truly, the only reason I can talk like this is because my teachers used fucking dog training tactics on me. I want what they have. Please, God, let me take the mask off.
Huh? What? Huh? What do you mean your teachers trained you like a dog? Huh? Did they click at you? Did they... Okay, chat. What does this mean? It's up, Lanza. Listen, Lanza, this is your community. This is all the furries. This is all the furries, chat. Listen, chat. I don't understand why she's saying this. It's so fucking bizarre and weird. I don't get it. I really don't get it, chat. I just really don't get it.
Be one of those callers that makes it so you can only speak in barks that Puppy Girl Twitter keeps talking about. Detroit become nonverbal.
Huh? Huh? What the fuck? What is that? What the fuck just happened? Is she implying that she's been a puppy girl since a child? Yes. She implied that, like, she implied that before. I'm in my own community. I know in my own way. Oh, fuck me. Thank you, Lanza. My pet theory is that a lot of furries are just gays that grew up in the Christian American families, using it as some way to distance themselves from gay. So, is this person a dog fucker or something? Just popped in. So they're talking about the ethicality of anthropomorphic dog fucking, because the idea is that she's trying to posit an ethical way to discuss how to explain being attracted to a cartoon animal. She's trying to bread tube it, essentially. So what I will say is, like, I do know, not on the internet, I like know people in real life.
Anonymous tipped $1. Fuck you, I heard that no clicks.
Thank you, Anonymous. Do people actually give a fuck about these conversations? Like, yeah. So is she female YMS? So I wouldn't say that. The reason why is that YMS is a very particular kind of debate pervert. Debate pedophile, as one may say. Because YMS argues further about thought crimes and other things like that. And like being like, oh, you could understand dogs based on they don't have the same language as you, but you can understand them. And like, that's different. She specifies that like, it's like an anthro thing for her. Furthermore, one of the other things I would highlight as well is what this video is attempting to do is to philosophize on the concept of anthropomorphic animal fucking.
She could say it next time.
Yeah, she could. Do you imagine her being a butler one day?
Do you imagine her being a butler one day? I'm voice training. Furthermore, the dialogue is written with a not quite full understanding of human communication. Like, they don't really understand how the words they're using string together. So much of the indescribably compelling nature of this film can be found in just the endless moments.
Girl, can I ask why you're fucking sitting on your washer and dryer? Why are you fucking sitting on your motherfucking washer and dryer? Why are you sitting on it? Can you explain? Am I the only one that's asking this question?
Of strange wording that makes your brain short circuit.
Well, it's not what time it is.
Let me guess, bedtime?
Yeah, it's pretty late out.
You guessed it, and you are correct.
I know, she's like 10 feet tall. How can she make it to doors that are 6 feet or shorter?
Oh, we're in some serious dead meat now!
Listen, every line is iconic. The entire film looks...
Is this iconic? Is this iconic? Is it? I don't think it is, girl. No one's heard of it.
Like MS Paint fetish art, one of autism's main cultural exports. There's an inflation fox in the cast, and his articulated tummy constitutes the most complicated animation in the whole film. Every once in a while, copyrighted characters just randomly appear for one scene at a time.
Suffering succotash. This is one tough job, I tell you.
What? Did I just hear my friend?
I shouldn't have to explain why this is autistic as shit. And then I hung out with my best friends, RJ, and Shokichi, and the Marble Blast Marble.
What is happening? Why do you want to fuck the raccoons? Why do you want to fuck the raccoons? Why do you want to fuck the raccoon?
Is watching furry go animate feature films worse than watching go animate videos where Caillou gets grounded?
You know? Yes, I fucking remember that we watched one of those. That fucking shit's insane. Okay, so she wants to fuck the raccoons. And a marble!
The Rodfellas movie is the furriest possible piece of art. It's a movie about animal characters that was itself made by outsiders of humanity. It's human art made by animals. Furry. Chouette.
So, for me, Gilla, the blood spiller, says, for him, as a fur fag, the rationale that people like animalistic characters, and it's fine to fetishize these because it's significantly detached from real animals. Thank you, Gilla. Thank you. I would also like to point out, I'm concerned. I am afraid. My son took offense to this abuse of the autistic descriptor. Yeah, I was going to say that. Not every autistic person is a furry. By always saying that furries are neurodivergent, follow me here. By saying that furries are neurodivergent, you are insinuating that being a furry is a mental health condition and potentially a developmental condition. Because if you're constantly tying it into autism, which is for many people a developmental delay or a developmental disability, because there are spectrums of autism, obviously, you are insinuating that furryism is a developmental condition, otherizing furries even further. Did you hear about Ross? Yeah, I cannot reveal, but I may or may not know somebody who was very mad about hearing the possum launcher that day. To that person, I am incredibly sorry for making your day incredibly difficult.
Is a novel written by my mom about the experience of raising me.
I just felt that if my mum had written this book about me, it would destroy me.
Wait, what? What?
Human art made by animals. Furry. Chouette is a novel written by my mom about the experience of raising me.
I just felt...
Kill yourself? What the fuck? You're telling me you featured your mom's book in your video. You telling me you featured your mom's book. Why? I am so confused. I'm not a furry. I'm autistic and I hyperfixate on horror, animation, and media. Thank you, Abyssal. I don't understand why you need to throw in the book about you growing up as you.
That if my mum had written this book about me, it would destroy me.
Hello. In this novel, not uncontroversially, she represented my autism by casting me as a wild animal, an owl-child hybrid. And just so we're clear, she didn't know about any of this business. My mom independently came up with the idea to represent me as an animal.
Okay.
Go get the book and read it out, Falgi.
No. So I'm actually going to explain something that Patricia is completely glossing over. So, why do we often use animals in media? Does anyone understand why we often use animals in media? Because it attracts children. Very famously, I know this because the author is like from my state, and I used to work in the field. And famous in quotations. There is a book about teaching addiction, and not only to adults, but they're working on a kid's version, and it features a raccoon. Why? Because fun facts, they actually learn the addiction model from like a raccoon, like a stage raccoon. Fun fact, whatever. But the thing really importantly is we use animals in kids. That book already exists with animals. Yeah. The reason we use animals in kids' literature, it's because it's something that they're able to recognize, and even parents do that. It helps it because it demystifies things a little bit. I don't remember what it's called specifically, but animals can be symbolic and it's easy to understand. Like a wolf equals a bad predator. Exactly. There are it's helpful for kids to understand them. And the fact that you're kind of being like, oh, well, she created a furry book by proxy because she didn't fucking know. I do have her other channel, Pyro. I actually do. We'll get there.
Why'd she do this? In the flashbang that DreamWorks let off 3 inches from my face, Mr. Wolf is, for all intents and purposes, just a guy. He's a dude who walks around like a fella. He's a hardened criminal, but the film conceptualizes him as being inexorably a wolf. He snarls, he wags his tail,
Yes. Because he's a sly dog. What landed this person on your radar? Deadwing Dork actually made a video on them reviewing this video, and then shout out to the Discord. They looked into a lot of Patricia's history, and Patricia's history is fascinating to say the least.
To be scratched behind the ears. The human populace fears him as if he is an actual predatory wolf. In the 11th hour of Takahata's Palm.
Wait, aren't there all animals and bad guys? Aren't there all animals and bad guys? Aren't there all animals in that fucking... Aren't there all animals in that fucking bad guy movie? Oh, there's animals and humans? Okay, I've never seen the humans. All I've seen for the promotional materials are animals. But that's what I'm saying. There's I can't find any. It's like Sonic. Oh, fuck you, Axis. You fucking asshole. Leave my Sonic out of this.
Poco, long after the Tanukis.
I do have a piece of art coming up. I don't think I'll be able to share it tonight. If said artist allows me to share it, if it's finished. I don't think it'll be finished by now then.
Final stand against their ecological annihilation has been recuperated to serve the needs of empire and capital. The existentially horrifying notion is raised that to ensure survival, the Tanuki have to take the form of humans and assimilate into their culture. The magic system in Pompoko is mystical and spellbinding, but through some manner of impossible Ghibli sleight of paw, it is always viscerally apparent how exhausting it is to maintain different forms for long periods of time. There's lots of training montages of the raccoons just walking about.
I hate the sleight of paw shit. Can we stop saying sleight of paw for the fucking millionth time?
Very clearly using 100% of their brain power to just remain human. Any small moment of distraction or perhaps panic being enough to turn them back into an animal. With this context, we can fully understand the weight of the final scene. Just watching Shokichi go about his day, catching the subway. Clearly a seasoned magic user at this point, but still, if you look close, visibly struggling to maintain the mask. And then chancing across a little Tanuki party that his old friend is having in the middle of an open field at night. Running into that field, throwing his clothes off, turning back into an animal and embracing his friend for the first time in years, altering the course of my fucking life. So,
huh? But the movie, sobering reflection of Japan's colonial projection with multiple perspectives on revolutionary action. Am I an animal? Why? Why did you get there? Why is this where you went? Why is this where you went? Fascinating. Also, they don't fear him because he's Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf specifically calls upon the legend of the Big Bad Wolf. He and his friends are scary because they are villains in animal stories. Fascinating. Also, this is a bad analogy. The analogy, this is a bad meme because the meme is supposed to be somebody saying this, and then the arrow is supposed to go up. This is like a bad this is a bad fucking... They got the meme incorrect. They got the meme incredibly incorrect. I've also never heard of this movie. I'm actually kind of interested in this movie now. I've never heard of this movie. And I do like movies that have the subtext of like changing perspectives and colonialism from like from a capitalistic point of view.
Life. So we can all agree that Lieutenant Data can definitely feel emotions, right? Like,
I forgot she mentioned Data. I've been watching Star Trek recently. Specifically TNG, because I don't really I don't want to hear, Spock, it's fascinating. But okay. Why are we talking about my boy Data? I've gotten like 6 episodes in. How do we get to Data? Data has autism. It's going to be an autism analogy. Wait for it. Data has autism.
We need to bring back shame.
The show definitely wants us to believe that he's an unfeeling android, but no one could ever write or perform a character to legitimately give that impression. Instead, the impression we get is that Lieutenant Data has internalized that notion that he cannot feel or relate to other people to the point where he'd tell you that himself, even though he very clearly does. It's fucking autism. The autistic quality of furry meat.
Yes, we get it. Data. But that's not... Okay, so that's not autism. It is... Also, he's Commander Data, that's true. So, Data's a weird thing because I understand the idea that Data can be autistic. But it's not always... Like, Data is not always a great representation of autism. Now, it's to be understood that Data does feel feelings. That's like, there is a point where Data is supposed to get feelings. It's like a chip. It's like a whole big thing, right? But it's very clear that Data does have feelings. It's just, it's that logic overrides said feelings. Yeah, then what the fuck is lore? Yeah, lore is a really good example of what happened with that. Yeah, it's all about him learning about human emotions. It's him moving on, like, because, like, Data, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily... Okay, perfect example, right? I'm going to talk about TNG. in an episode of TNG. I think it's like the 3rd episode of season 1 because I barely just started. Well, yes, just the people have feelings. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, Midge. We're gonna get there. Data gets drunk because of a weird, like, fucking hydrogen-based virus that is gonna kill them, and they're gonna put them into the sun, right? What happens in Next Generation is what TNG stands for. Data gets drunk, starts being loosey-goosey, and fucks one of the other people on the fucking Enterprise. Yeah, it's Tasha Yar, yeah. And it's like, okay, Data, it's not that Data doesn't have feelings, nor does he not have emotions. He's literally, like, logic takes precedence because he's concrete, which can happen in the spectrum disorder.
Pompoko is easily top 3 Ghibli movies. Very lots to think about for environmental conversation and tradition v progress.
Yes, he told Tasha Yar he's very functional and programmable. I forgot about that. But that's like the thing. It's not that Data lacks emotions. It's that Data is incredibly logical. So Data's character arc is that he has logic that supersedes certain things. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have emotions or that he doesn't try to understand the human condition. There are moments where he's talking to Geordi, played by LeVar Burton, where he's trying to, like, understand jokes, and an android shouldn't be able to say things incorrectly, but he does. And then he says the thing incorrectly after trying, like, 1,000 jokes, and Geordi is telling him that's the humor. The humor was the unintentional mistake and not the forced humor. It's not that autistic people lack emotions. It's so fucking, I am annoyed. I would be the doctor in TNG, to be fair. I would be Beverly. It's kind of, it would be. Or would I be what's her face? No, the empath. I don't really. Okay, hot take. I really hate the empath lady. You could say Brent Spiner played him autistic, but you can't say that an android has autism. That's fair.
Is by far the most important aspect. It's the defining feature.
Deanna. Yeah, I don't really like her. I don't. Oh my god, I can feel their feelings. Riker! Okay, I get it. Deanna Troi, I get it.
It's the quality of being simultaneously human and inhuman. It's easy to identify in works like these. Chouette, The Bad Guys, Pompoko, Star Trek.
Yeah, Chouette, the book my mom wrote. Definitely. It's a furry novel. It's definitely autism furry novel.
Where humans and non-human humans are placed side by side intentionally for
Okay, I actually didn't know humans were in this movie, so whatever. Fauci, you suck. Listen, Fishy, you could still like Deanna Troi. I don't hate her. I don't hate her as a character. It's just so I only know of Whoopi Goldberg in one of the series. I don't know which one it is, but I've seen her scenes and Whoopi plays it so much better in my personal opinion. Whoopi is in TNG, so I'll later, I guess, run into Whoopi. She plays it so much better in my personal opinion, because she plays a counselor role, but doesn't tell people how to feel. She's just telling you you're gonna reach that conclusion.
Contrast, but this quality persists even in works without this direct line being drawn. This piece, by Papia Confetti, illustrates what I'm talking about nicely. With one image, they managed to brain blast me in the way that I was brain blasted by the end of Pompoko when I was 10. Papier. So the main unique design feature of this character is that they have shaved off their fur and only left patches on her paws and her face. This is, on a surface level, a really cute way to canonically represent poodling, but...
What is poodling? What the fuck is poodling? Oh my god, furries with human. Is this the other side of mersuiting? I don't like this. I don't like this.
But it also makes my brain stop working if I think about it for too long. Thinking about what it would feel like, emotionally, to hold his upper arm, feel something that feels approximately like human skin, and then look up at her face and understand in my heart of hearts that they're a dog through and through.
Okay. I mean, the art is cool, I guess. I think it's an interesting concept. But okay, I'm not thinking that deep, dog.
Because some things just won't change. The shape of his muzzle, her claws, even their shaved skin has a similar color to their full fur, implying that it's already starting to grow back.
I also don't, Midge, you're absolutely correct. I also don't like the way she phrased that.
And would feel a bit like a peach if you pet it. Furries live for this duality.
Stop holding the OxyClean, it's weird! I think you're trying to drink bleach at the end of this video!
Our work overwhelmingly concerns human situations and affairs, but with this comes an endless fascination and obsession with the animal nature of these characters. Echo is about people. It's a human story that takes place in human Utah, but it is very important that the prose points out that Chase has stubby little leggies. I repeat, Chase has stubby little otter leggies.
Why are you horny for the otter? Why?
It is imperative that you understand. We write human stories about fur, paws, tails, ears, teeth, snarling, barking, biting, infecting the human form with the intrinsic being of an animal.
You think the dryer is going?
Possessing a human body, yet
no, the dryer's not going. You'd hear it.
Remaining inexorably an animal. That's autism. It's me. I might look like a human. You can squeeze my upper arm and it'll feel a bit like human skin, but the peach fuzz emerges when I open my fucking mouth. This is what furry art is. The symbolic, the sensory, and the autistic.
Not all furry art is autistic. The fact that you're throwing autism in there is saying that there are a bunch of... Okay. So let's talk about some furry is... Let's talk about it from what I understand, and people can correct me, some of the origin points of furries. So for a lot of people who wore the suits, Tusky, thank you for the thank you.
Tusky, black furry tipped $1. Poodling is when a furry gets too hot and walks around without suit parts. My favorite poodling instance is the Lego head, where just the head is off. It's so funny.
Yes, thank you. Is it that the Roblox thing? So, from what I understand of the lore of fursuits. Now, people can correct me if I'm wrong. So, one of the old things with the fursuits or suits in general was to allow gay men to hide in plain sight. That's why, from my understanding, and I could be wrong because I was told this by a third party, that the history also is in so gay men wouldn't be fucking beaten, strung up, and arrested for being gay. That doesn't mean that they were autistic. Now, furryism has taken on a new persona and a new name. Don't get me wrong. But yes, correct. I am correct. Thank you. But that's not its origins points. So I think part of the issues I'm having with this video and why she's so fucking insane is that when not talking about the origin points of the movement and what it meant and how it evolved over time, is that you are putting your kink onto an identity and onto a movement. What if you had a chode and you can't fuck with the suit, but then you don't want to break immersion? Hey, listen, Caramel Fag would call that zoophilic. But in all seriousness, this video is bad on so many metrics, and one of them is I think she wants to still fuck the dog.
Right? Or no, the human.
A lot of well-meaning people ask me how I want to be treated if I'm a dog. I want to be treated like a dog, but a lot of you have never met a dog who's also kind of a person. I understand the confusion. For this reason...
Child. Let's have a talk. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Leia, let's have a talk. Leia, you see this person on screen? Yeah, you're looking at the screen. She wants to be you. She wants to dig in trash. She wants to ruin my home. What do you have to say to that? Nothing? She wants to be the dog. She's locked in. She's afraid. She's looking for food, my little fatty. I know. She has gained weight. The wintertime, it's harder to like take her on like longer walks because there's a lot of ice over here, as well as like the dog park. One of these days. I know, I love her to death. Yeah, I know. She thought the fucking Holocaust like animal novel was literally a fucking
Axis hates furries tipped $3.33. You are what you goon. Autism, furry, Asperger's, incest, schizophrenia, vanilla.
Thank you, Axis.
And I am inserting this interlude into the video so I can let all of my human allies know how I would like to be interfaced with, friends and non-friends alike. So, I identify as a dog. I don't care if you're the kind of person who doesn't really go along with roleplay. Calling me a human being is misgendering me. Put me in a fucking Blair White.
Back in my day on the Something Awful forums, they would give them pink triangles under their avatar and say "You've in hell." I miss the old internet.
Person who doesn't really go along with roleplay. Calling me a human being is misgendering me. Put me in a fucking Blair White video. See if
I am not going to satisfy your sexual fantasies. If you are telling me that I have to satisfy your sexual fantasies because it's roleplay, identifying that it's roleplay, it's an insane level of insanity. It's roleplay. This is your sex fantasy. It's not misgendering, you fucking moron. The dog is your kink. It's not your identity.
I care. But furthermore, I'm not your dog. I am a stranger's dog that you might see on the side of the street. Because I'm very cute. You might lean down and say hi. Give me...
Oh no! I don't want to touch you!
Man, identifying as an attack helicopter is going to make a comeback at this rate.
Okay, to be fair, video is 2 years old. I do not want to touch you. I don't want to look at you. You're not cute. This is not me being mean about, like, anything else. I need to identify this. This is completely insane. I do not prescribe, and I think this is...
Jawline made for a hydraulic press.
Yeah, I miss species.
Et tu, Axis?
I say this as a person who's incredibly sex positive. One of my biggest issues with people like this is they take their kinks as an identity. They take their sexual pleasure as an identity. That is always my problem. You know, we don't go around with someone with like a fucking CNC fetish and they're like, you know what he identifies as a rapist. You know? We don't do that because A, that's not normal. And B, there's a whole host of complications when you identify as your sexual pleasure versus the person you are. I don't care that you're a furry. I don't give a fuck. But the fact that you are you want people to prescribe the you're a dogism to you wanting to get plowed while holding a fucking bone in your mouth is not my problem, and it should not be other people's issues. Again, perfect example not a perfect example, but very funny. Rachel Dolezal, Black Queen. If you don't know who Rachel Dolezal is, this is a woman who pretended to be black and then called it, what was it? Transracialism. And then she called it transracialism, and then she did undoubled down on it. Like she started reverting back. Fucking very weird. She lost a prestigious wasn't she like there's so much the president of the NAACP. She lost prestigious shit. It's so crazy. If she identifies as a dog, can I call animal control? Based. My black is dad and my dad is black, I promise. Insane. Yeah, she lost a bunch of jobs. We need a that says transracialism. Sub T boss. Fucking real, man. Oh.
Be a little good boy for my troubles, but anything beyond that is crossing a boundary for my hypothetical owner in the situation. And as much as I would like for every stranger to just intuitively recognize that I'm the sort of creature that they're allowed to touch and pet whenever they want, the optics of saying that are not good. By all means, err on the side of dehumanizing. It's only a problem when it's combined with a sense of overfamiliarity. Like, any dog would react poorly to some human they don't know smothering them. But if I already know you, if we're friends, then I'm your dog. I'm your dog. On all levels except physical, I am your dog. There's a couple.
Can I say she's being racist because she's stealing black culture? Axis, Tusky, can we say that she's being racist for stealing black culture? Yes! Hashtag not my dog! Nah, dog! Axis, you fuck. I was wondering where my black culture went. Yeah, Layla, you're there too. You're there too. Oh, my dog. Insane. I love you guys, man. Holy shit, I love you guys so fucking much.
Couple differences. I like conversation. I will talk to you about video games and music theory, but otherwise, I am your dog and I am to be treated as such. Greet me as if you can see my little tail wagging behind me as you open the door.
I'm scared for this dog. Is this her? I hope this is not her dog. I hope this is not her dog. That's all I hope. Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, Fauci, start addressing Layla, including the sisters of the couple. Yes, I will. I will make sure. Okay. Insane. Leadhead and Patricia are two people I never want having a dog for obvious and scary reasons.
Hell yeah, it's racist.
Thank you, Dusky. I love you.
You can pet me, no questions asked. My body does not hold the same sanctity as a human body. You can literally just... If it seems weird, it's because I'm a different species than you. I have been forced to maintain a human form for the benefit of those around me for my entire life.
You're a human. You are sick. You need medical help. You need a fucking psych evaluation. You need to be in Grippy Sock jail. Bring back asylums. What are you saying, you fucking insane freak? This is all sex shit. This is all sex shit. This is like some weird fucking slave play. I don't know what the fuck it is. This is bizarre. I'm really concerned.
Hello, police. Q animal control. Mom, pick me up. It's the furries again.
Whoa. Is this transhumanism? I don't know anymore. This is a disease that needs to be fixed. There's no way y'all are encouraging Fauci to have a group of black folk for judgment on insane questions. Listen, they did it themselves. They did it themselves. I can't, I like...
Sections, they need to be put in the big house.
Thank you, Kairos. At least he's trying. Listen, you guys did it yourselves. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you.
Bring back asylums. Ha 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 ho.
Oh, he must address the council. You know what? Fuck. Imagine if they wrote Roots. What's your name, my dog? No. No! Timos Boss, no! That's insane! Yeah, maybe one day I'll get like we'll get the Black Council infographic. Valji refers to the Black Council. Oh, I'm gonna die. Controversial, but I think some online autistic autistic trans people are very much like
into
this.
The abyss.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yes, Rex, we are. Good to see you, Rex. Good to see you. Love seeing your art in the Discord, by the way. Yeah, it's been really weird because we've talked about it here oftentimes that like when you see a person who's like a groomer or other shit like that, that it happens to be trans, we always say that it's not a representation of my trans chatters and things like that this is not a representation of that person. Same thing with people that hide behind autism as their excuse for like grooming or any other kind of diseases, not diseases but conditions. You know, it's not an explanation for crimes.
Black people council role in the Discord.
That I will not do. That I will not do. But yeah, like it's kind of really crazy. Yeah, Cloudy could say that. Cloudy knows that like they don't go to gay events, meetups, or bars because no one gives a fuck about a lot of the gay discourse in real life. Yeah, like normal gays don't really give a shit. They're just here to have a good fucking time. Yeah, we are not labeling POC in the Discord. I hate the fact that you guys want it. That's the worst part. You guys want it. It's so insane. You guys are so insane. But yeah, like, but we talk about this too, where it's like, there's this weird, like, they take the othering, like the trans shielding, some people would call it, or other ways. I want my council role is no.
Is my autism the explanation for the not queen situation that you started? Can I hide behind my autism for that? Please.
Nope. Nope. I have seen what you do in the privacy of your own home. But like, I think it's like really interesting because like we've talked about, like, some people talk about trans shielding, some people talk about like all of these different things. And like, this just feels like somebody who is complaining about being otherized, but wants to be otherized in the specific way that they see fit. And it is incredibly bizarre. Oh my God.
New Discord role, holder of the pass.
Holder of the pass is insane, but thank you. That's another goal. It's time to feed that pupper. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed that dog now on the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to feed that dog. Holder of the pass is actually crazy. Come on, girl. Good girl. But you know what? Again, like, it's just so weird. Like, to rely on autism to be a furry is so weird to me.
If we're gonna meet up, we need to determine to what degree I'm allowed to take the mask off. Determining if I can sniff you to see what you smell like. Determining if I can rest my cute little muzzle on your thigh when you're sitting on the couch.
I would actually just shoot you dead if you sniffed me. If a random person sniffed me, I would probably be on the news. Now, I understand she is highlighting that if it's your friend, but why? Why? Oh, so I can't sniff you for information. I mean, honey, but you could, honey, you can sniff me all the time.
Determining if I can bite you. Please let me bite you. The doggy metaphor.
I don't like this person at all. I don't like this person at all. I don't like them. The idea of this woman laying her head on me, near me, disgusts me to the extent that I shook like I had DTs. Does this person identify as a guy or a girl? I need to know. So apparently they identify as a woman. In the Rags video that they made, they do identify as a woman. They said that they're trans, but they also identify as a dog. So it gets weird.
It simply never stopped giving. It never ceases to describe...
Because they changed their name to Patricia.
...aspects of my personality or proclivities that I have. It always was me, and it always will be me.
Where we all come from? What happens when the world ends? Does it just die?
Okay, I'm outing myself as someone who reads my own Rate Your Music comment boxes, but there's this comment that someone left on Task that I have been thinking...
This is actually the most furry record she's made. Flowers was more lyrically oriented, but VN... And this definitely strikes me as more so the technical aesthetic approach of some kind of transcendental furriness. If you were to show me these tracks without tiles or cover art, I'd probably still be inclined to say this is furry. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
About every day of my life. This is actually probably the most furry...
This is where Liam Donovan's gonna end up in a year. You're gonna see Liam Donovan come out as a puppy girl. Mark my words! He's gonna come out as Cinnamon Roll, I'm telling you now!
Record she's made. Flowers was more lyrically oriented, but Visiting Narcissa and this definitely strikes me more so in that tactile aesthetic approach to some kind of transcendental furriness. If you were to show me these tracks without titles or cover art, I'd probably still be inclined to say this is furry. What the fuck are you talking about? But yes, you're correct. Visiting Narcissa and especially...
I'm confused. None of that sounded furry at all. It sounded like the kind of audio I hate to listen to. Okay. Furries, do you feel seen in her music?
Task do have an ineffable furry quality to them that I've been consciously trying to emulate ever since I read that comment. If by the time you watch this video I've released Bicycle, please let me know if I succeeded. But if I am to quantify this, the transcendental furriness of music, I must first determine if it's possible for a non-furry artist to make a furry album. Like, can I point to the furry qualities of a piece of music without referencing imagery or
this fucking video goes so many fucking places. None of them make sense. It's a hodgepodge mess. And I think you want to fuck the family dog.
Identity? Yes, Alexander Panos is what you get when a spin-in records listener flies too close to the sun and gains the power of God. His debut album, Nascent, is radiant, cataclysmic, envy-inducingly technical, and the furriest fucking album ever made.
Fair granted.
So, we all...
Huh? Huh? That just sounded bad. Granted, I'm playing it at like 1.25 speed, but that just sounded bad. There's so much more to this person, chat. If you guys think that we just end with the video, motherfuckers, you haven't seen anything yet. And if you're a Chud Logic fan, you know what's part of what's about to come, but you have no idea.
Know that kind of track where the artist will just sing into a vocoder or harmonizer and that's the whole song? What you say? Consider, this is kind of an autistic thing to put on an album. Vocoders are a fundamentally autistic process. Pitch-manipulated vocals of all sorts are a strong cultural shorthand for artificial intelligence, robot voices, GLaDOS, Daft Punk. The vocoder solo is, at its essence, using the human voice to obviously, pointedly gesture towards inhumanity, towards artifice.
She take a shot to me.
But the difference between...
That sounded terrible. Okay, listen. You autists, I'm calling you people out. You guys listen to some of the most insane music, like Living Tombstones. You know what? No. Your little Five Nights at Freddy's. No. 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 No.
This and the...
I know I offended like 5 people just now. I know the specific people I offended with the Five Nights at Freddy's song. We're gonna lose subs over it. Nah, you guys are chill.
similar but distinct, heavily autotuned a cappella piece is that there is also control, intent, orchestration at every step of the process. Autotune is spontaneous, emergent melodic forms stemming from chaotic imperfect signals, but a vocoder is deliberate. Every turn of phrase is composed for the moment it's performed. It's just the singer's voice, but with all of the careful compositional consideration and deliberation of songwriting brought viscerally to the surface. When it's done poorly, it can come across as...
This feels like 5 different video essays in one video. Why did you do this? Fauci fires a stray. I gotta hear about it for 3 days. Yeah, is Kanye West a furry? Is his Hitler song a furry song? Chat, is Kanye West Hitler song a furry song? Decide now.
Overbrought, exhausting, and boring. But when it's done well, it perfectly captures what it's like to be autistic and speak normally.
Hi. I'm not home right now.
On Nascent, Alexander Panos takes this neurodivergent subtext and makes it text. The manipulated vocals that appear throughout this album are not merely artificial, they are mostly incomprehensible, only coalescing into coherent speech in select moments. It's an album that is composed from top to bottom, yet actively struggles to be understood.
How did we get to Kanye West from turning red?
You know what, Tech? I don't know. Mac, what's up, brother?
Kanye is a gay fish. We know this already.
Yep. Thank you. Fauci, if I'll ask if a jar is furry shit next, go triple on making people mad. I don't even know what a jar is. I don't know what AJR is. What's AJR? I just don't know what that is. Kanga for the 7 months. It's a camera operator. Thank you.
At Kangela P92 became a member. At Kangela P92 celebrates 7 months of membership.
Thank you. Fauci's a little fuckwat waffle maker. Thank you. And if you want to become a member today, do the doobly-doo thing. Like, subscribe, even gift memberships.
Kevin Gates is technically furry music.
AJR is Rodding's favorite. I don't really know what it is, so I have no feelings on a band I've never heard of.
The soundscapes that make up the first half of this album are at once synthetic.
It sounds like Autist music, that's all I know.
But also lush and vibrant. It's a vast internal space that writhes and boils upon exposure to the outside world, somewhere around here in the track list. It's an album that deliberates around in circles, endlessly, for the purpose of articulating exactly one thought. A helpless, desperate cry for validation.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Ironically, I think Leadhead's like self-felating "I am a black person" through Tyler the Creator's music video is better than whatever the fuck I'm witnessing right now. Holy shit!
For connection.
I want a future.
There's an implication that the creature at the center of this album falls short of the unattainable standard of ideal human life. Even after the outside world has revealed its endless and terrifying beauty in Equinox, even after the lush orchestration has fully disassembled the sputtering electronics on Catch It. The closing track, the mission statement, sees these two worlds in harmony. The synthetic internal space still rings loud amongst the acoustic ballad, the textural foley of earth.
Okay, but do you want to fuck the dog? I don't care. Do you or do you not want to fuck the dog? You talked about it a little bit before. I am concerned that you wish to fuck the pooch.
And light. In this track, I sense a contentedness with remaining inhuman, and yet seeking human connection in spite of it, blooming where you're planted. Discovering an infinite joy through the simple nature of sound and the sensory experience of being alive, and perhaps getting a nice pat in the head and a belly rub too.
I hate you.
No one show Patricia Powerwolf.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Fabulous big multitude.
Huh? What is happening? Chat. What is happening? What is this? Axe. To be fair, I don't really like Phantom of the Opera that much. Me with you? I feel like it's the other way around. I rub your belly. I don't ask for belly rubs, you do. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Alex. You made dog boy music. How else am I supposed to interpret this last passage? He's telling me to go be a dog.
Fetterless be multitude, settle this and start anew. Bloom where you were planted, can't you understand it? Written in cecility, come confess your life to me. Untangle this becoming, won't you turn the right way? Where did that tell you about the dog? Where did that tell you about the dog? Where does it say become dog? No one's ever, also you've never rubbed my stomach before. What are you saying?
I felt a phantom tail on the last listen. It's symbolic. It's sensory. It's the most autistic music I've ever heard in my life. This is what I'm talking about. This is the transcendental furriness. There's this pic of an otter jock illustrated by Overcyan over on Twitter that I've had saved on my computer for months now. Like, every once in a while, I will just tab over and look respectfully for a bit. So,
You mean masturbate. So you're showing us what you masturbate to. So you're showing us what you masturbate to right now? So, you are showing us what you masturbate to on the fucking screen. What are you doing? An artist I like? Damn, Lego! Holy moly. Like and subscribe, by the way. Like and subscribe to the Op Block. We are on our way to whatever fucking number we're heading to right now. Remember, you only get quality content on this stream, as well as just like everything.
The character here is essentially stock masculinity. He's the archetypical jock. I would almost consider it boring, but...
Oh my God, Zilla!
Last Dono, I need a haircut. I can't look like her.
Okay, thank you. I also need a haircut. I actually do need one.
His ears. Look at his ears. It's fucking dialectics or something.
What?
Smarmy, masculine jock character who, nonetheless, has adorable fluffy ears that you can play with. Not in conflict, taken simultaneously. Why do you think Zeus kept on courting women while disguised as an animal? Why was it understood as erotic for a man?
Because he wanted to rape. Zeus, in mythology, is like a serial rapist. What are you saying? Like, there's... URR! URR! That's why he became an animal, because, like, it was the whole fucking... Okay. It's not even subtle that he wanted to rape. No, because Hera gets mad at him every time! Okay, sure. Sure. Zeus was furry, of course! Beauty queen of only 8. What is it, 18? Is that the fucking song?
Alpha and Omega and its consequences have been disastrous for mankind.
Yeah, that movie should be burned.
To also be a swan, because it's the supreme masculine form embodied in a symbol of...
Cause I'm playing on you tonight. Got me down and you alive. Just like animals. Animals like animals. There we go. I got you.
Man to also be a swan, because it's the supreme masculine form embodied in a symbol of feminine grace and beauty. Not in conflict, but taken simultaneously.
As he raped a woman. What happened to the baby? What happened to the goose? The human baby? Yeah, didn't he only turn into the swan once and was like predominantly a bull?
Inversely, I'm a puppy. I'm a good girl. But the artists who draw me, they simply must include the fangs. I don't even ask for it. They just do it because... There's something about that small hit of ferocity inside of the feminine exterior. Not in conflict, but taken...
Leia, you don't have fangs. You don't have fangs anymore, girl. You don't have teeth. Oh. God tier pause frames indeed. I'm always doing it.
God tier pause frames.
Yeah, dogs have sharp teeth. What are you saying, girl? My dog has sharp teeth. Also, if we somehow hit the 50 goal, Leia will get a special treat. Midna, it's been so long. Where have you been? Leda in The Swan is a story about manipulation and deceit. Thank you, Twilight Midna. It's been so long. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see ya.
Simultaneously. Bitches are always asking how they can even adequately express a non-binary identity in a society that only recognizes male and female. It's simple. You just need to bark really loud. Nascent is a decidedly masculine listening experience. It is imposing and technical. It uses the same 3 chords for the entirety of its runtime. The guy has an Imagine Dragons voice. And yet, it is soft, vulnerable, delicate.
You moved states. Congratulations on moving states. And yes, as Saint is identifying, Patricia just made this video to clearly fetishize their own identity. This is Patricia's attempt to explain why she should fetishize who she is as a person. And I really find that bizarre. I don't fetishize who I am. That's crazy. Like, I don't understand the... you can like how you look. You can be like, you could be like this is this the AGP but for furries? Like, am I crazy to say this is AGP but for furries? I don't know. Yeah, even Corpot said it. Like, it's weird.
Want to play with its ears. It's masculine and feminine. It's father and son. It's human and inhuman. It's fucking furry.
I didn't realize I was shaking my hips happily when opening the soda bottle until my dad pointed it out and laughed. What does that mean? Huh? What does that mean? I don't know what's happening. Wagging their tail?
A Groucho Marx fetish doesn't come up often.
Wookie, thank you. I know I look like Groucho Marx, people say. I think a new pair of glasses. I love this pair, but this pair has been overused a lot. I used to have 2 pairs. Leia actually destroyed the other one. So I do actually need a new pair of glasses. But okay.
What was this video about again? Something about animals. Oh, yeah. I should be allowed to fuck Shokachi. I should be allowed to...
Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second. She wants to fuck animals. She just wants to fuck animals. Okay. Okay. Well, how did she look at me? I don't even know.
So I will not trust them alone with my cat.
Yeah, would she fuck yeah, Kit puts up a really good point. Would she fuck the toy dog from Toy Story? He's still a dog, he's sentient. Would you fuck the Slinky dog?
Commence a meet cute with him while we're both in our human forms, growing closer to each other over the course of weeks while still hiding our true animal nature, each of us unaware of the animal in our midst. I should be allowed to accidentally catch him with his guard down, so at ease around me that his mask slips and I catch a glimpse of his tail or his ears or something gay like that. I should be allowed to comfort him after he realizes his mistake, show him the patch of fur that I discreetly allowed to cultivate on the back of my wrist.
You are not a dog. You are a person. You are not a dog. You are a person. You are not a dog. You are a person. You are a person. You're a living, breathing human being. You are a person. You don't have fur. You don't have fangs. You're a person. Human. 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 You fucking freak.
Public setting preventing me from going further for the moment. I should be allowed to take him up to my room, tell him that he can be himself around me, and transform into a Pomeranian as he transforms back into a Tanuki, and we just absolutely
Chat. Chat. Only white women wish to fuck the dog.
raccoon's ass. I was treated like a failed human my entire life, and you're surprised that my response was to become a dog and fuck other dogs? Fuck you.
Counter argument. Still a failed human, not a dog. Insane. Insane. You say you want to fuck dogs. Insane.
The unceasing yearning to romance the inhuman is not merely a permissible quirk, it's fucking universal. It isn't even just me. One could say that political power is wielded in this world by the strict denotation of who is and is not human.
Thank you, BreadTube. This is BreadTube's problem. You know what? I blame Hassan Biker for this. Mask off! I blame Hassan Biker. Oh, I'm tired, chat. Like it's just like, why do we take? Why are you throwing leftism into a video about your fucking kinks, dude? Like why? 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 This is also Alex Gunter's fault. Like, why have you taken an anti-establishment, like, worldview, communism, whatever? I don't really fucking care. Again, I'm progressive, yada 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 yada. But you're doing it with your cock out.
Remember to take your birth control, chat. Anything can happen.
Oh my god, Kitty, thank you. Yes, this is Vosh's fault. Yeah, it's true. This is a completely Vosh's and Xander Hall's fault. This is just like an insane thing. You do not need to put in anti-imperialistic politics into your video about wanting to fuck animals. Yeah, it's also Beckett's fault too, and H-Bomber guys, sure. H-Bomber guy supposedly dropped this bitch the first series of allegations. We'll get to the allegations. It gets funny. Because she was a pretty prominent, from what I can tell, like, bread-tuber-ish person for a period of time. We'll get there.
Art Spiegelman conceptualized his early beta version of...
Tusky, thank you.
Tigress Leona, Tusky, tipped $1. Just because I'm a white and brown liger online doesn't mean I'm a cat IRL. Even though I jump like one when startled.
That's, you know... That's because you're...
Mouse as part of a funny animal comic anthology after the prompt caused him to note the similarities between the early anthropomorphic animations of Disney and minstrel imagery of the time.
It's talking about race. It's talking about race. Yes, you're talking about race. That's not about wanting to be a furry. That's just talking about race.
Slug tipped $1. Big news. Leo Convoy has admitted to being sexually attracted to robots. Also, Viva la Venezuela, let's go. The Falgipos will rise.
Thank you. Again, Venezuela is a complicated tangle of geopolitical issues. I made a little thing at the beginning of the stream. We're good.
And it is a short walk from there where he landed on the metaphor of Jews as vermin. Do you think it's a coincidence that furries are near exclusively queer? That the first instance of someone identifying as a persona was a black macro fetishist? And doesn't
I hate life here. I hate life. Okay. A lot of people are now mad because she's wrong.
even have to apply to, like, profound political forms of othering. Like, what if you're just a gamer and you have to hang around normies all day? Don't you feel like you're a doggy? You can tell me. I'd say the real weirdos are the one who managed to make it through life without being made to feel inhuman in some way, shape, or form. I don't care about finding the secret normal way to be attracted to or identify with animal symbology because it's literally already fucking normal. So, to answer your question, is horny furry art morally comparable to bestiality? No, because horny furry art is the most human thing on this fucking earth. And furthermore, no threat of being labeled a zoophile by normies should overwrite the blinding truth of the transcendental furriness within us.
Zoophile. You sound like a zoophile. I don't know if you fuck animals, but you sound like a zoophile. You said Scooby-Doo and by transitive properties, Scrappy-Doo passed the Harkness test. You don't identify as a human, you identify as an animal. Huh. Yeah, go to therapy. Can you go to therapy? Just go to therapy. Just go to therapy. How hard is this? Bring back asylums. Yeah, to be fair, she's pointing out how the Harkness test was flawed, but she never stopped to reiterate the point and go back to Scooby-Doo, though. She still says that Scooby-Doo passes and could be fucked. That's the problem. She makes assertions about what is, like, to her, feral art and, like, shit like that doesn't exist. Because she should just be able to fuck a dog, like a real dog.
It's not worth it. The quality of being simultaneously human and inhuman transcends any line drawn in the sand over exactly what amount of animism is morally permissible.
What amount of animism should be morally permissible? Do you hear that? Is Scrappy a puppy? I always thought he was old. No, Scrappy is technically like a puppy. Technically, it's weird because he just gets old too, as well.
Throw out the furry scale and take it all in.
Why are we throwing out the furry scale? Why are we throwing out the furry scale? No. You shouldn't throw out the furry scale! This is how people fuck dogs!
One pulsating knot of truth. In 5 years, you'll all be assigned.
She said not.
Personas at birth. I play Pachi.
Yes, yeah, he does literally say puppy power. That is true.
The boys every Wednesday by my auntie's candy shop. Roll me out in the court, pop some puppy endorphins, check the top.
Do dogs have brains?
So, chat, how do we feel about Patricia so far? Now, Patricia, there's more to Patricia, so we haven't stopped yet. We still haven't gotten to her other stream, her other video on DID. We still haven't talked about her insane history on the internet. So, let's talk about her insane history on the internet. So, Patricia actually commented on the fact that Deadwing Dork discussed and recently published on the ethics of boinking animal people, which is just a recent post. So Patricia goes, Deadwing Dork re-released the stream about me, I think. Some people are incapable of taking me at my word, even if it made me look bad. They can't listen to me even if it lets them take the dub. No, her open fantasizing about raping her dad is just a front. When you take it in, quote, context, it's clear that she's just ceding the ground to argue that the kid she groomed was actually in control of assaulting her. Anyone on Earth would just ask you to return to the dad rape issue. Take the dub. They're incapable of conceptualizing me as a victim, so none of the interests can be from the perspective of a victim. What you make of a kid who's had an overpowering lustful fixation on their own father's body for as long as they can remember, what would your first assumption be? I don't even know where this comes from. I want to point out. No, chat. I'm not making this up. I don't know where this comes from. Yes, I think Patricia is a CSA victim. I'm very sorry, Patricia, that you may or may not be a CSA victim. I'm confused where this comes from. We're talking about the dog. But continuing on. Being assaulted can lead to having multiple alters that are obsessed with pedophilia, tormenting you constantly with arguments and ruminations. And before you know it, you've been forced into a pedophilia agnostic position by your own brain, and it becomes fine for people to just torment you. Torment you with the same thing that triggered these alters into existence in the first place, while you're still in the middle of your head, being screamed at by all other corners. Some that wanted the abuse to continue, and others that think you're about to do it yourself at times. Some people call me the pro-contact pedophile, and that isn't true, but it took a non-zero amount of time to wake up and realize it. I've hurt myself terribly. I don't know where the fuck this comes from. I want to make it clear that when I said Scar is a groomer, I was invoking CSA. Not making a point about how grooming isn't always sexual in nature. Would like people to stop being pedantic about this. It's a metaphor. I'm reading subtext. Watch movies. The chat. You may be asking, where does the DID come from? Now, Patricia put out a video 5 months ago about her mental health. So, without further ado, let's talk about said mental health.
If you follow me on Tumblr, you probably know what's been going on, but I thought I'd drop by to give a little update for my YouTube audience, for a bit of transparency for why everything has been so slow recently. Don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening, just a confluence of a lot of little things that have left me pretty mentally incapacitated. I haven't had the energy to listen to music for several
callings.
Thank you, B.
Months now, let alone make it. Firstly, symptoms of stagnation. I lived with my parents for too long. Like, I know I talk pretty well and I come off as reasonably sound in my videos, I hope, but I have a lot of support needs and I relied on my parents for a lot of things. It was also, frankly, killing me to be around them for various personal reasons. I spent years just kind of staying in my room out of fear that I'd have to talk with them if I left, and along with this, a bit embarrassingly, I was developing a lot of uncomfortable physical symptoms that I think have been narrowed down to my deviated septum, but...
Okay, so living with family, but they're torturous. Again, I don't know what happened in Patricia's personal life. If she is a CSA victim, more power to her for her to speak out and talk. But I am really confused at where we are right now. Incredibly confused where we are. Also, for the 206 people in this live stream right now, we are currently sitting at 89 likes. Can we get that up to 100? Thank you. And remember, if we beat 50, and that's right, 50 dono goal by the end of the night, Leia gets a special treat.
Which also caused a lot of issues with generally feeling right in my head and able to listen to and make music, which, of course, I started obsessing over because of various mental illnesses. But I have since replaced the numbness of stagnation with the pain of growth, which is also extremely disruptive, but at least it's progress, right? I got a septoplasty, for one. It turns out you're actually supposed to be able to comfortably breathe through your nose, but we're yet to see if the other symptoms will finally clear up. I also learned that I almost definitely have DID, dissociative identity disorder, and I'm a plural system. And, of course, after 4 to 8 alters discovered each other, everything went haywire.
What do you mean you're almost certain? What do you mean you're almost certain? What do you mean? So, like, which is the alter that makes music in the videos? Because you seem completely together. For those who don't know, a plural system is like the multiple different alters inside your head. So are you self-diagnosing yourself? Okay. We're here.
And it's difficult to remember things that happened over a day ago. And lastly,
what do you mean? You can't remember things over a day ago. So you can tweet, make videos, make music, but you can't remember things that happened over a day ago? Yeah, which alter is the Diddy? Is the dog diddler? Now I know who this is. A lot of you people are figuring out who this is. This is very funny.
I moved out. I'm in an apartment right now. It's going all right. Everything is in my favor, basically. I have carers and benefits. I'm still in the same town. I bought a big, stupid digital piano so I can practice and improvise outside of work while my emotions grow back. But, as you might imagine, this is also an extremely disruptive thing to have happen in the middle of getting surgery and having a bunch of creatures start vying for control over the body.
Okay. Do your alters have names? Like, can you identify, like, what's wrong with the alters? Because if you're blaming all of your alters for specifically all of your poor actions... Thank you, Leia. I have many concerns. Yeah, calling them creatures, very interesting. Are the alters, like, not dogs, and that's why she needs to get rid of them? Fascinating.
And, side note, I'm just gonna soapbox for a second. You might have DID without knowing it. It's...
Oh my god!
Why do they sound like faster talking
What is
jar?
happening? What is happening? This video is 5 months old. Fuck! Oh my god, this person's a schizophrenic autist. Oh, they have the special autism that gives them the little schizophrenia. Oh no, they got the special autism that gives them the voices in their head. Oh no. Oh my god. Pick a fucking struggle. Thank you. Thank you for telling me I have DID. It's called chat. I call all of my alters chat. Hailstorm, thank you so much for 2 months.
At Hailstorm 5674 became a member. At Hailstorm 5674 celebrates 2 months of membership.
Insane.
This reminds me of a roommate I once had.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Far more mundane and common than you think it is. You don't need to hear voices in your head or wake up in random places without knowing how you got there. It can just be a kind of depression that makes your memory spotty.
It sounds like you're disassociating. It sounds like you're disassociating. Okay. Like that, like, it sounds like you're disassociating, if I'm being kind of honest. Especially if, like, for some reason your alters have never peered out in your content and you conveniently are the prime alter that's always in your content. Yeah, that's not from what I understand DID is.
A sense that something terrible happened to you, but that feels like it happened to someone else, leaving you suspiciously unscathed. My system shares memories and broad fields of the brain. I don't notice switches in the moment. It's a covert disorder, and you're not supposed to be consciously aware of it.
Rags, what is this person's birthday ill? What? Listen, I think you guys, I think EFAP would love their video from 2 years ago. You guys would love it. No.
All of us feel like we're making it up too. If you're worried you're faking, then fake it. Even if you're wrong, you might come out of your deception with a more holistic and respectful perspective.
What are you talking about? Dog, what are you talking about? The sad part about it is these people that use DID MPD as a roleplay tool. Yeah. Yeah, what are you talking about faking it? Yeah, fake it until you make it with your DID? What is happening? Like, are you fake having DID? What are you talking about?
On your internal parts. Okay, side note over. So, if you can believe it, I am working on things for the channel. There's a lot of half-finished albums that I want to go back to, but it's been a long time since I've been able to work consistently, and I don't know how long it'll take for me to get the engine back up. Right now, I'm putting some elbow grease into just a depression recovery album. It sounds like a lot of stuff I've already made. I hope that's okay. I'm still working on soundtracks, of course, because those find a way to get finished somehow.
Okay.
Mandelbrot Hall finally has its animatics time-locked, so I can start work on music for my scenes, which I'm excited about.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm working on a video essay, too. It's about the Melanie Martinez album and film K-12, and it's gonna be my longest video. Like, I wanted to try out the whole comfy, rewatchable, long video essay trend, but I couldn't.
Is that video out? So no, to date, that video is not out. What is this?
Look, I'm pro baby. Bigger baby is valid. Ah, it's a little thing called wobble baby. Wobble baby.
You turned my puppet into a sauce.
He's revved up for the trolley. Then Mum drops the bomb. No. At her friends, Daniel is mid, and the parents fluff.
I know you really want those cookies.
Why are you making the dad sound like a pedophile? What the fuck is this? What is this? What the fuck is happening? This feels like a... Why is this a fucking pedo? This is so pro baby. The fuck is pro baby? I understand there's like a YouTube poop, but fuck.
Need them.
Well,
but like in 2025? Man beefs with baby tiger for 11 minutes. But like what the fuck is this? Like, aren't you supposed to be working on like a fucking video?
If you did this in Britain, you'd be issued with a tiny Godzilla.
You know what? I don't have time for this clear mental health episode.
Couldn't manage more than an hour and a half. The visuals are being put together right now. Work is slow because of all the aforementioned mental health hurdles, but also the knowledge that there's going to be a copyright battle when it's done and her fans are going to end my life. I'm about halfway done editing though.
What? Then why are you making the video? If like, oh, her fans are going to end my life. Are you saying things negatively? Are you calling Melanie? Okay. So I know Melanie Martinez has had like weird allegations over the years. Fuck me. Fauci, my alter is the nostalgia critic. He remembers, so I don't have to. That's real. That's actually real. That is, okay.
Things are probably going to keep being slow for a while, honestly. It's hard to recover from the burnout of specifically not doing anything for years. I'm trying my best, though, and I hope you'll be here after I'm out. Thanks.
Oh, okay. But I'm confused, though. Why? Why? I was just scrolling and found this. What's going on? Well, if you are here for the first time, we are currently going over an individual called Patricia Taxon and her weird eclectic history on the internet, as well as maybe, just maybe, some zoophilia arguments. And if it's your first time here, consider liking, subscribing, and becoming a member. We have many gifters in the community. If people want to gift subs, that's really based in Poggies. They don't have to. Obviously, it is not required. We are a commentary channel. We do a lot of commentary stuff. Niche quarters of the internet, Lolcows, but also up-to-date stuff and all those things. Yes, and this woman identifies as a dog and wants to fuck a raccoon. So, yes, I started the stream with this, but I will continue to reiterate this. Patricia has said some choice things on the internet over the years, and also allegations of grooming. It gets weird. Ballistic Beer, the 5 gifties. Thank you. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
At Wookie_Z became a member.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Based B. Yes, it's the Tanuki that she wants to have sex with. It's kind of weird and crazy.
At Speed Racer 1901.
Yes. Speed Racer Wookie. Katie Loves Bees. A Real Typhlosion. And Somebody 07. Thank you to Ballistic B for getting you your memberships. Thank you. And if you want a membership, all you gotta do is click the fucking $1 thing like this. And look, I can gift 5 more memberships. Not yet, but I will. Thank you. So, Patricia said on bluesky.com, why would you tokenize yourself as a CSA victim to make your argument more legitimate? Everyone is a CSA victim. It came free with the family structure. Moving on. Some of Patricia's more outrageous things that she said on the internet. People who expose children to incest porn are freaks and degenerates, Pokemon World Sausage says. Patricia says on Twitter in 2019, if weird porn is enough for you to spout fascist dog whistles, then maybe it's a you problem. Now, I assume this is probably in relation to some kind of insane braino shit. The Pokemon furry porn, whatever the fuck. I don't know what this is, attached to. But maybe, just maybe, you don't say this on the internet. Continuing on, this is a former friend or friend of Patricia's. So I don't know necessarily what this is in reference to. There are a bunch of screenshots on the internet, but let's read it together and let's try to find out. People will link to a blog and will not check to see if the person who made the call-out post on a trans woman perhaps made a whole blog dedicated to stalking her and compiling, quote, evidence that they'll just parrot the stalker blog word for word, then be like, I'm trans, so it's fine for me to do this. I don't care what evidence the stalker blog provides on why that trans woman is a terrible subhuman pervert. They're never going to present it to you in good faith. Maybe believe trans women. I don't know. I watched an entire video of her justifying fucking a dog. Or, excuse me, the raccoon boy. Maybe, just maybe, I have watched with my own eyes what Patricia has said. This person also in November of this year would go on to say, I really don't want people to be passive on this. There's a list about 5 or 6 blogs who actively contributed to the harassment of Patricia Taxon, and you should report them. They make this website unsafe for trans femmes every day they keep existing. Report I know who this fucking person is. Oh my god, wait. These are holy shit, these are Lily Orchard fucking snarker people. I know who these people are now. Greg, help me. Greg.
Hi.
Hi, buddy.
Hi.
Do you want to help out?
No.
Greg.
What?
Help me?
Why? What?
Well, we're on stream.
I know. What do you want?
I don't know. Like, I just want to talk to you. Have you been watching stream?
No, I've been busy.
What have you been busy with?
Oh my god. What do you want? What, am I reading this? What do you want?
I just wanted to say hi. I missed you.
Hi. I came in because you missed me, and so I'm saying hi.
Thank you. This is in relation to the movie we watched last night. How do you feel about that?
I don't care. And don't thank me. Because I didn't come in. I came in because I got a bunch of messages from one person in particular. You know who you are. So I had to come in. I don't know what's happening.
Who was that person? Say their name loud.
I lied.
So let's see. They're talking about reporting the people who have like tracked Patricia's online footprint. They're puritanical freaks because Patricia has openly said that she wants to fuck a cartoon Tanuki boy.
Yeah,
and identifies as a dog. Okay. Okay, so Greg, you can read this one for me.
Okay, so this looks like Tumblr, which is bad news already.
Yep.
March 10th, 2024. I will repeat for no reason in particular. Taboo kinks are inexorably queer as it stands. Hold on.
Okay.
Tom Nook is FDM because he doesn't have big balls.
I don't have anything to weigh in there. I don't go to that school. As it stands, it is queer to grow up physically or sexually abused. Okay. To have your sexuality disorganized instead of understood and reinforced. It's queer to suppress your attraction to kids, your age, and what the fuck? To get your age and instead develop a complex around your abusive parent that you feel weird about.
Greg
It is
Thank
queer
you,
to have
bosses.
notions of consent, be corrupted by ritual shame and humiliation. We cannot all be perfect victims of cis heteronormative society. Saying otherwise is placing your own feelings of disgust over reality. Yes, your post that validates the moral policing of kink is transmisogynistic, like how advocating for tough on drug crime legislation is racist. I know you didn't mention any trans woman by name, but drug crime doesn't mention any black people either. What the fuck did you have me read?
I don't know. I don't like the idea that CSA makes you queer. That's such a weird fucking thing to say. Not all gay people are the raped. What are you saying, you schizophrenic freak? Oh, by the way, they admitted they self-diagnosed themselves with DID, by the way.
Oh, good. They're doctoring it too.
Do you think their alter wrote this one?
I don't know how DID work. I've only seen Split, and I don't think that's accurate.
I don't know.
I haven't seen Split.
Don't understand anymore. But there's more, Greg. There's just more. So let me see if this works. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna put up the display. Where is the Leia display? There is a new one that I have to put in. Did you see the new cloudy one? Someone made a cloudy sensor. I really like the cloudy. Yeah, someone. I forget who made the cloudy sensor. I can look it up real quick.
Red heart emoji. Good morning,
Good morning,
Fauci.
Kickin!
Red heart emoji. Sad face emoji. Do you need a people hugging emoji or a
Rosie?
kissing
No,
face emoji?
wait, did Rosie make the second one?
Awesome. I'm glad I know. Good morning to me. I get it, Kickan.
Was it Rosie that made the second one? Oh, it is Rosie that made the second one, the cloudy one. Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, it's really good.
So is this just like Tumblr's Freak of the Week or something?
Listen, we did find like a fucking zoo person, so we're gonna get there. So
you do just find them.
I will say this, by the way, chat. For all I finally did the thing. I made a Tumblr, so now I can view all the Tumblr posts, but I have to be very careful now. So, Greg, let's read some of these crazy things. I'll be Kyle, and you will be Patricia. So Kyle goes on to say, this starts off great, but holy shit, don't throw zoophiles under the bus, ? The whole start was about the tension between bestiality and factory farming is worth discussing, then dismisses it entirely. And with the, well, yeah, but the difference is zoophiles are terrible people who just want to hurt animals. No, ? This man has never spoken to a zoophile in his life. Zoophiles like animals, that's the point. The zoophile population are, on the whole, fanatical supporters of animal rights. This is indeed an outsized population of vegans. What are you saying? All of this is schizophrenic.
Where's Pi? She needs to answer for all these vegans.
I don't think vegans are zoophiles. What are you saying? Oh my God, I am scared. How will Patricia answer Kyle? What? Whenever I talk about the category bigotry, this is a prime example being sadists is directed to zoos. There are plenty of zoos who want to make sure their dog is best cared for and most loved in the world. There are exclusively romantic zoos. There are zoos obsessed with the mechanics of animal body language to be able to actually flirt. This feels like YMS. It's not the power imbalance. It's about finding animals sexually attractive. And again, that's fine. This is not a thought crime. So is this... Wait, hold up. Let me see the alt text for a second. Is this like, hold up. So I know that Patricia, is this Patricia's dead name? No, I don't think so. I don't think we're going over Patricia's dead name. I'd like to not think we're going over Patricia's dead name, because then that makes that hella confusing. But I guess we're gonna go on comparing the relationship. Okay, maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Maybe this is not Patricia's dead name. I'm confused, but okay. Greg, read Patricia.
What? I'm with you for some parts discussed over individual deviants, obfuscating broader structural issues mainly, but the important issue here is the ownership. Your dog discussed over deviant attraction need not be a part of the argument. It's the same issue as fucking your kid. Student or employee. I will not take an absolute stance and say all of this is de facto harmful in all cases where it occurs. I know the statistics on the CSA recovery tells an optimistic 25% chance of the event eventually turning into something positive for the survivor later in life. The issue is that in the cases where real harm is caused, the group is wholly incapable of self-advocacy, either through ignorance, practical inability, or structural limitations. It was the longest sentence ever written. This feels like an argument in favor of raping one's slaves, like it's missing so many of the core components of consent. And I'd really like you to consider expanding this logic to certain groups of structurally disadvantaged humans on this earth before saying it. Tumblr bad.
So, Patricia doesn't say don't fuck the dog. Patricia says don't fuck your dog because that's slavery. What the fuck? What the fuck am I witnessing? I don't like this. I don't enjoy this. I don't like this. I'm so concerned. Holy shit, Blue. Holy shit, Blue. Blue, can I show this off? I have Blue Yokai. Can I show this art off?
Just say no. Absolutely not. She's about to say not, so don't do it.
This is amazing. I love the new reinterpretation of my hair and my glasses. I actually really love that. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. This is awesome. Holy I love this. I've been getting into TNG recently. I actually really like it.
I see that.
I actually really like TNG. Patrick Stewart is
the only good one.
Yeah, I say that because I like everybody's like roles on the ship a lot more, in my personal opinion.
Yes.
So, okay, it's morality instead of the abuse of the animal. Sure. Go on. Go on, Greg. More Patricia.
Okay, stop talking. And then I can read. One incomprehensible bit I've started doing with my friends is referring to any and all misandry as transandrophobia, specifically. Like Applejack says, "Ugh, boys," when Spike eats the rotten muffins. And I say, well, transandrophobia in the Discord call. I think it's funny to me because of all the times that I or one of my friends would say something. Oh my gosh.
Blue heart emoji. Good morning, Greg. Blue heart emoji. Sad face emoji.
That's
you know
me,
you
sad
get
face.
People hugging emoji. 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 People hugging emoji.
Oh, there's more.
Thank you.
I think it's funny to me because of all the times that I or one of my friends would say something generic about men or masculinity and be accused of lumping trans men in with cis men. Like, sorry, I guess, living and learning. No boys allowed. This is transandrophobia. This is unironically transandrophobia. This post comes off as transphobic because it mocks real conversations about transandrophobia. The joke, calling every bit of misandry transandrophobia, makes it seem like the concept itself is ridiculous or made up, even though it describes actual bias that trans mask people face.
I don't care about this. If they're not talking about fucking the dogs, I don't really care. If you're not, if they're not talking about, I don't really care about this part of it. I think this is just Patricia being Patricia. So this is Patricia's video about Scar.
A lot of subs.
Being a groomer.
A lot of subs for somebody.
Well,
on
no,
Tumblr.
this is their main channel.
What?
They used to be friends with H Bomber Guy and Jack Saint, by the way.
I don't know who half of those people are.
Okay. Let's listen to Scar being a groomer.
Months ago, I rewatched The Lion King during a screening at a pool with a bunch of baby furs, and...
Whoa!
You gotta warn somebody.
That went from 0 to 100 in 1 second. Yeah. Doesn't baby fur just mean someone new? No. Baby fur is specifically. So baby fur can mean 2 different things, which is why it needs to be very specific. Because baby furs are kids, are the kid personas with the diapers on. Like, they need to be incredibly specific about what the fuck they're saying.
And maybe they explain more. Let's play another 2 seconds.
Oh boy, we're gonna start this again. Because then the opposite thing is them saying they're calling children baby furs, which also is bizarre.
So just a couple months ago, I rewatched The Lion King during a screening at a pool with a bunch of baby furs, and I think it's a pretty good movie. I spent part of it repeatedly trying to ride on an enormous pool toy and falling into the water a lot, so take that with a grain of salt. Anyways, the absolute highlight of the movie, by all accounts, is its villain, Scar. Classic Disney villains always perform this magical balancing act where they are both cartoonishly, repulsively evil, but also charming, fun, electrifying.
Isn't it weird that the 2 people who have discussed maybe the ethicality of zoophilia and the ethicality of furryism, very interestingly both like Scar?
A lot of people like Scar.
It's a listen. History doesn't repeat, but it certainly rhymes.
What do you mean by that?
Pattern recognition.
But patterns aren't always there. Humans often see patterns that aren't there. You should know this.
I hate that you do this to me every time.
And contagious in their charisma, but with Scar, it feels a bit more impactful. His charm is part of the story, not just an aesthetic flourish to help us have fun hating him. I always find myself just hypnotized by the scene where Scar manipulates Simba into going to the elephant graveyard, the way Scar ticks Simba's ego and preys on his need to feel grown up without him having a hope of understanding what's happening. It's at this point that I turned to another baby fur in the pool and said that this would have worked on me, because I'm autistic, which means you can control me by telling me I'm smart.
I think she identifies as a baby fur. There's no way that she's telling me that she identifies as a baby fur. Right? Am I crazy? Am I crazy in this statement?
Of understanding what's happening. It's at this point that I turned to another baby fur in the pool and said that this would have worked on.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the wording of another implies that they are also one.
Okay.
And why would they be the only one at the pool party of baby furs that isn't a
So
baby
these are
fur?
all adults. Oh, fuck me. I don't know. These are all adults.
Rain tipped $3.33.
Hey, Rain.
What was Scar wearing when the zoophiles gooned to him?
Nothing. That's the problem. Scar is a slut. He needs to put clothes on.
I think Scar was on Little St. James Island. That's all I'm saying. I know those files are redacted, but I'm pretty sure his name's on the list.
Bro. Yeah, why the fuck is he calling them baby furs? Like, it's pointless. And that's the other thing, too. Like, as Rags points out, Patricia understands the furry community and understands the connotation of baby furs. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a connotation within the community and how disgusting that is. Like there are problems with the idea of calling people baby furs and like cub stuff. Like, and that's the thing. Like, people are like, oh, well, they're baby furs, they're not cubs. I don't know. It's really fucking like incredibly similar for some fucking reason. And then there's diaper furs. It's really bizarre.
Me, because I'm autistic, which means you can control me by telling me I'm smart.
Well, I suppose you'd have found out sooner or later. You being so clever and all.
And then, after Simba is predated on and hurt as a result, Scar is able to switch gears into humiliating him into silence, strengthening his dependence and paralyzing him with shame and fear. This would also work on me, because I'm autistic, which means he can control me by telling me everyone is talking about me behind my back.
You know about that?
Simba, everyone...
Everything comes back to autism.
Yeah, but I feel like who are we talking about, Patricia? I feel like Patricia's missing the fact that Simba is a child in this scenario.
Yes.
And is choosing to not view Simba as a child and seeing Simba as an allegory for themselves being autistic.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it is, because they describe the three tenets of furryism as the sensory, the symbolic, and the autistic.
Oh, yes, the Holy Trinity.
Yes. Without those three, without specifically the autism, it is not furry material.
So you cannot be a furry without being autistic?
Yes.
Okay, you heard it there. B, I'm sorry.
That is.
Blue, I'm sorry.
I mean, why are you adding them like that?
You know?
Why are you adding their autism diagnosis? But like that,
I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose them.
Like that's like, it's such a weird thing. But yeah, it's like Simba. Like, I understand you are relating it to your autism, but one of the other things about Simba that is like incredibly identifiable with Scar and Simba's relationship is Scar is Simba's uncle. It's a familial figure where Mufasa denies and protects Simba as a child. Scar is taking advantage of that because he's trying to be the fun uncle and the understanding when it's absolutely evil in its basis.
And this is also not original. This is just Hamlet.
This is Hamlet. Yeah, exactly.
Why not dissect the original meeting? Because it's not a visual piece with cats that you want to fuck. I don't know what you want.
Yeah, or Kimba the Wolf. Do the YMS thing. Talk about Kimba the Wolf. Or the lion, or whatever the fuck it's called.
I talked about Kimba because there's a whole thing about it. But
I watched it. I haven't watched it in years, but I watched it.
Yeah.
Who knows about that?
Really?
The moment when Scar triumphs and kills Mufasa is so soul-crushing, partially because you can see the moment when Scar realizes he doesn't need to be careful anymore. There is no one left to challenge his manipulation. He can look a child in the eye and convince him that it is his own fault for having been preyed upon for an adult's own gain. Because...
I feel like it's going to get dark right now.
It's about to get dark.
When I got my diagnosis, my folks and doctors said not to become the label. I think she didn't get that speech.
She didn't get that speech. Thank you, Rain. She did not get that speech.
Speech.
No. Rain said speech.
You're gonna let me finish saying my good, funny fucking joke. Sieges are in Dune. Okay, go on.
Because, you know, sometimes an adult convinces you they're your friend, that they respect you in a way no other adult can, making you feel special and privy to exclusive information that might get you both in trouble if you tell anyone else. And it hurts you. It hurts you in ways that you don't know how to connect to the person responsible because you're a child. And suddenly the only adult you can trust is the one that is hurting you for his own gain, again and again, until you have lost everything except for him. And the only thing you know is that somehow it's your fault. Your love is wrong, your trust is wrong, your pleasure, your desires, and there is nothing left to do but run away, find whatever community will accept you, and give into hedonism. And then your childhood friend comes out to find you and tells you that you're actually...
It's just a movie, dude.
Simba was not raped. yes, Simba is a victim of scars, but not in the way that you're identifying. Simba is made to feel bad because the plan is for Simba to believe that he killed his father. He takes no desire in the fact that he killed his father. He takes no desire, no pleasure, yes, the hedonism, sure, I can agree with that. But like all of the other explanations that you're asserting is not in the movie.
Actually super special and invites you back to your family and everyone loves and forgives you instantly. That last part only happens in the movie. Thanks for watching.
Okay.
How many views does this get?
So this is Patricia's second channel. That got 36 views. Granted, it's a 2-minute, 36K views.
No. 36K.
Yeah, granted, it's a 2-minute video, to be fair. These are small videos, probably easily digestible. Am I a Therian? I hope not. I don't... This is the fuck me, man.
You don't what?
Papahelic Triangle. More about this channel. Okay. I am.
Where are you going with this?
I don't know, dog. I'm avoiding this stuff. I'm avoiding this stuff. But I guess we're going to jump into it. So, Patricia has had some very interesting controversies in her past. Okay. Greg, go ahead.
All right, from October 25th, 2021. Hi, I should address this. I had a Discord server when I was 17 to 18. I was overtly horny and emotionally volatile on it. I was emotionally immature, unaware of my own baggage, and perceived everyone in there as close friends when that was nowhere near the case. And they're quote retweeting. Oh no, the image is somebody saying, anyways, Patricia sent me furry pornography in DMs when I was 13. And let multiple minors into her server that had tons of furry porn on it. She regularly masturbated on voice call, including ones with minors, and told people after the fact. And for some reason, we all just ... Patricia goes on to say, although the server did not have tons of furry porn on it, the NSFW stuff was corded off into separate rooms you had to self-apply for. That doesn't make your situation better. I allowed the server to die and have cut off most people I met through there.
You know what's interesting, though? You say 17 to 18, but I'm pretty sure the evidence is more 18, sweetie. We'll go there. Go on.
You want me to continue?
Uh-huh.
You can read too, you know. Like I know you.
No. I've read and talked most of the stream.
I didn't watch the stream, so I don't believe you. All I can say is I'm sorry for everyone I hurt at the time. I've grown up a lot and feel great remorse for everything relating to my behavior as a teen. My heart is beating very fast, so this might not be the best response, but there it is.
And see, Jagger also did this, but I was 17. I was just turning 18. I was 8 days from 18. Completely recognizing what they were doing is incorrect. Now, I understand if they were 17 during the time, a lot of inappropriateness. But again, we've discussed this over a period of time. There are rising statistics that kids do sexually abuse other kids. That is a rising statistic. Name is not here with that statistic on file. I probably can look in my fucking DMs and look at that. I don't particularly want to right now. But again, are all of her alters the same age? Fuck if I know. But like, this is the other thing where it's like, you are, at what point are you not just responsible? Rays of Red, can you send me the Tumblr post in my DMs, please? Can you send me that Tumblr post in my DMs? Thank you. This person goes on to say, you gotta realize I'm sorry to everyone I hurt is like not a great response for masturbating in the same VC with a 13-year-old. That's a big thing. It is, because Patricia's not able to identify if she was 18 or 17 when that happened. Just says that there's an age range where it could have happened. Going on. Greg, this is all you.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Blank and I have reconvened in DMs, not to say all is well, but at the very least, an apology was received and a greater understanding was met. Thanks for bearing through all this. I have contacted all close friends and prospective employers I could think of today in the interim between tweets 3 and 4 with irrelevant information, which I believe was the responsible and transparent thing to do. What the fuck are you talking about? All prospective employers? All prospective employers means anybody who could hire you? You emailed everybody to tell them this? What does that mean?
So you emailed people saying that you masturbated in a call with a 13-year-old while you were around the age of 18. Now it's undeterminable if you were 17 or 18. But ain't that a fucking crazy thing? And this was in 2021. And I believe they're in their mid-20s now. So take that as what you will.
COVID.
Someone would have to remind me of her age, but I do believe she's like in her mid-20s now, maybe almost above. I'm not entirely sure. Thank you, Rays of Red, and the other person who sent that to me. I wish you both to go to hell. You should both die. Okay, Greg. Now, look at the age. Age changed to 18. She's 25 at this current time. Thank you. Now, Greg, why don't you read this?
This is from Patricia.
Yep.
Okay, no date. I don't know what this is from. This is just text on a screen.
Yeah, it's just text on a screen from what I understand, yeah.
When I was 18 and just beginning to accrue an audience, I created a Discord server for a lot of external reasons, mainly spending my entire life up until this point being shuttled around different special ed schools. This ended up being the first real social circle I ever had. It represented the first positive attention I ever received from strangers. It's a time where I made a lot of mistakes. It's a time where I was gravely vulnerable, in all honesty. I was too young to manage a community of any kind. I was hot off the back of being desensitized in my adolescence by unrestricted access to early 2010s internet. Isn't it? Okay, just a small. Isn't it weird that whenever there's something that crops up, it's always like I had unrestricted access to 2010s internet,
every time,
unrestricted access to 2000s internet, unrestricted access to late 90s internet.
Yes,
like, there's no responsibility taking on any, regardless of whatever the situation is. You're just shoving it off on I had unrestricted access to the internet, so maybe you should log off. I knew well enough to.
It's like when Brad Tastes, when he made one of his videos about Tina, and he goes straight up and says, "You don't understand. We were groomed and abused by the age of the internet." Like, what do you mean that, like, you're groomed and abused by the age of the internet? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I knew well enough to create special NSFW rooms and was advised later to create further division by requiring users to self-apply for a special NSFW role to access those rooms. This extra layer meant that the rooms wouldn't even show up for people who didn't have the role, which led to some believing they didn't exist. Or, everybody just clicked it.
Yeah, like if you weren't doing any fucking like vetting of that role, if you weren't doing any vetting of anything, how do you solve that? You don't solve it. You just literally just don't solve the issue. What did I just do? I think oh no, this apparently the same post. Sorry.
Continues.
Yeah, appears to be. Hold up.
However, I did not intuitively understand the meaning of sexual content. I didn't know the meaning of sexual content. What the fuck does that mean?
So when you jacked off in the fucking call, when you're fucking cranking your hog in the fucking call and going, oh, with a fucking 13-year-old in there, do you not understand the meaning of sexual content? Do you not understand the meaning of sexuality in there? Fascinating. What a fascinating lie.
Did not intuitively, and the word intuitively, I did not intuitively understand the meaning of sexual content. I didn't understand the baggage that came with it. I used cropped fetish porn as emotes and indiscriminately showed the source to anyone who asked, sometimes outside of the NSFW rooms, because I found niche fetishes to be amusing, and since it was funny and not sexy, it didn't have to mean anything. That's not how that works.
Now read the next 3.
I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fuck up.
Need the next 4 sentences.
The worst concept could let me read it. I'll read it. if you want. The worst consequence of this happened when I was first formulating the ideas for my video about YouTuber Rags. No idea who that is. And I discovered that his YouTube avatar was cropped from an NSFW image he had commissioned of his feral dog persona.
They
Barf.
can't understand social cues. They are a dog.
So, yes, Rags, she made a video about you 6 years ago.
Wait, is that the person in the chat?
Yes, friend of the
That's
channel,
crazy.
Rags. You guys never saw this when, like, you guys covered her on EFAP, from what I understand. I'm not entirely sure if you guys did or didn't, but, like, technically it's not cropped. Yeah, I got a version that wasn't NSFW for this icon. Yes, I did. I have heard that, yeah.
I sent this image to just about anyone who seemed interested, and this included a then 13-year-old. I'm going to apologize just like I did when this first came out, but I will not be pressured as I was then into assuming predatory intent in myself. I'm not making excuses when I say that I had been a legal adult for under a year. Doesn't matter. And thought of it as just an interaction between two teenagers. It isn't. A kind of interaction I had with many of my friends, still bad, and some adults also bad, before I turned 18.
Wait, Rags turned Patricia into a dog lover.
That's how I'm reading it.
That's what she's saying.
It was a misunderstanding, and I hurt you, and I'm deeply, deeply sorry.
Continuing on.
There were some moderators besides myself. Two were teenagers. Don't do that around my age. If they're teenagers, they're teenagers. If they're above 18, they're adults. Early adopters of the server who I felt I'd become friends with. Don't be friends with kids. One was a woman in her late 20s, who I won't name simply because I'm not in the business of offloading my misery onto other people, but she knows who she is. Yeah, don't name these people. Nobody wants to be associated with you, you freak. She contacted me with a shower of attention and adoration. She left positive reviews for my albums when she noticed I was upset at their critical reception. She oversaw me as I posted my nudes in that server and later on my main Twitter account. She encouraged this behavior in myself and others.
Time out. So she's in her late 20s. You're 18. She's encouraging you to post your nudes in the server, potentially with minors in there. You didn't make it a separate fucking server, and now you're saying, hey, this lady in her late 20s that I may or may not have met when you were 18, because it sounds like you were an adult at this point. Really weird how the 17 to 18 thing just changed all the way to 18. Is now grooming you. Okay. Interesting. Go on, Greg.
I want to make this clear. The bulk of allegations against me boiled down to punishing me for failing to surmise I was being exploited by the first social group I ever had. I jerked off in voice chats. I remember the day I started, I was surrounded by people older than me who were encouraging me to post my first nude pic in the self-NSFW channel. But if you're 18 and they're older than you and you still do it,
you're still an adult. Like,
you're still an adult doing it.
Yeah. Like,
And
are you
they're
saying that
adults.
you're like 18 in 3 days? Like, I don't understand, because like you aren't self-identifying. What, like you said, like this was in the year. Like, I don't understand this. Like, maybe if you were okay, so let me be genuine. Let me be good faith. Let's say you knew this person when they were in their late 20s, and you were 8, and you turned 18 that day, and you post your first nude. That I find incredibly creepy. And if you have evidence of this late 20-something-year-old knowing you when you were 17 or even younger, fair. 100%. I'm with you on that. I would say that there's a level of predation there. Do I call him a groomer? It becomes a little bit like haywire. But like, this is insane. You can go on, Greg. Yeah, I was lowering the desk. You can go.
And I had to get hard for them first.
Oh
I
my
then considered
God!
this normal, and it did it often. At one point, a 15-year-old entered the room while I was doing it. Oh my God, dude. And I went quiet until she left. I reconvened with this 15-year-old recently. She told me she only remembers being promptly told to leave. The claim that I regularly jerked off in voice chat with minors as if it were an orchestrated and habitual activity is an outright falsehood. But the line right before it says that you did it often, but I understand the fact that it was with minors was not often, but a minor did happen to stroll on in there. at least one point that you care to elaborate on further.
And was this in the NSFW section of your Discord with an NSFW chat, with an NSFW voice chat, which then makes the argument, did you not age verify people, thus letting minors into your NSFW space to see your nudes? And then they told the 15-year-old, specifically the person they denoted as a child, to leave. Insane. Continuing onward. Oh, yes! End all be all of answers.
I was groomed, and just as I was beginning to understand what happened to me, the shame threatening to overtake me completely, I was slapped with the supposed news that I was the sole perpetrator of the entire situation that traumatized me so that what I thought of as my first friend group all remembered me as a loathsome creep. The apology I wrote in abject panic was dissected and used as a cudgel against me in police interrogation fashion, so I became afraid to say anything. A year and a half later, I made a post saying that I had been groomed by a portion of my audience, and this immediately provoked a YouTube video call out. I feel as if I have been beaten into silence and complicity, unable to form thoughts of my own regarding my experience. I'm terrified right now writing this story that I firmly believe no one on earth will buy because I have come to routinely doubt my own testimony. Then why should we believe you if at the end of your statement you say that you doubt it?
You know who this reminds me of a little bit? Jagger.
No.
Reminds me of Jagger a little bit. Where it's like, listen, I'm not responsible for my actions. I am a groomed, which again, not doubting their own CSA experience. But if that leads you to victimize and traumatize other people, specifically at-risk and vulnerable minors, it is your responsibility to take full accountability. Not go and say, well, I am one of the groomed, I am one of the raped, so now I must fucking victimize other people without recompense. Like, it's... You can't just constantly rely on that. You just can't. Yes, it can explain the actions, but it doesn't take away the actions you took. It's just an explanation. Like I say this all the time. Mental health is always a understanding and an explanation for why the actions may or may not occur, but it is not the sole identifier of you taking the actions. The responsibility is still on your own. You can identify that, listen, guys, more statistically with men. Men with depression statistically will act out more aggressively when they're in depressive episodes. Is actually something that doesn't mean that if you commit interpartner abuse, that it's your depression's fault. It is still your responsibility, with the understanding that your depression is a co-occurring and predominant factor in the way you treat people and potentially partners or yourself. It is not the end-all be-all, nor is it the explanation to every fucking atrocity that you may or may not commit. Greg, any thoughts before I press the next one?
No.
There you go.
I'm going to restate my accuser has, of her own volition, unlisted the offending video and understands the misinformation she spread. There's nothing to gain from seeking her out and letting her know your opinion on the situation. I waited until this agreement was reached to make any statement at all for this exact reason. But the statement that you said previously,
go on, Greg,
is still just as bad as what has been said in whatever you're responding to, but also you wrap it up at the end saying like, I cannot remember everything that did or did not happen. So how am I supposed to believe any of it?
Well, it's not even. It's
no. What I'm saying is like, do I believe you during the beginning of your response, the middle of your response, or at the end of your response, where you're saying that you don't know if what you're saying is true or accurate at all?
Well, it also begs the question, right? You recognize that you did something wrong. You recognize that you did these things. And it's only until after you convinced the victim, who was potentially a minor, by the way, you convinced the victim to take down the video because they accepted your version of events. So you were able to have connection with your potential accuser or victim, and then be like, oh, they accepted my events. Okay, bye. Like, how was that at all appropriate? How is that at all appropriate? Now, continuing on, we are going to go on and say a bunch of different things. Patricia has recently put on fucking Blue Sky. Let's go on. Christmas. Go on.
So during Christmas events, opening presents, eating a Christmas ham.
Welcome.
Roast beast.
You know what? I'll put the snow effect on just for you, Greg.
Why? I don't care. I didn't ask for it.
Welcome Christmas. I'm singing Christmas carols for you so you can understand.
No, you're singing one song that people don't even sing as a Christmas carol.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings to you.
Stop it. I'm going to leave.
You are.
I'm going to leave. There aren't really actually any privileged species in Zootopia. Like, all of them basically experience the same degree of oppression, and then one of them turns evil.
Okay.
Birdie son or Patricia daughter?
That is the funniest single dono we've ever gotten.
Thank you, Mr. Backshots. Thank you. Continuing on.
You're always grateful for your backshots. Like, are Preds the underclass? Not really. I remember feeling like that part of the world came out of nowhere when I saw it at 16. The police are predators, the mayor is a lion, predator-specific oppression is like an 11th hour twist. But the end of that movie is that the person you would least expect is the perpetrator of all the crimes that are happening.
Yep.
Did you not watch that movie? It's a furry movie.
She doesn't understand a lot. Well, she says no. Specifically in the video, she says Zootopia is not a really good furry movie. It's actually like it's not autistic enough.
What about the naked scene? Is that not was that not enough for you?
Nope. Continuing onward.
On New Year's Eve, being assaulted can lead to having multiple altars that are obsessed with obsessed.
No, the DID. She has pedophile DID.
And before you know it, I was going to say something bad. And before you know it, you're forced into a pedophilia agnostic position by your own brain. It becomes fine for people to just torment you with the same thing that triggered these altars into existing in the first place while you're still in the middle of your head being screamed at by all the other corners. Some that wanted the abuse to continue and others that think you're about to do it to yourself at all times. Saw someone call me a pro-contact pedophile, and that isn't true, but it took a non-zero amount of time to wake up and realize it. I've hurt myself terribly. I had to reach this position to survive, but it still triggers me. It still immobilizes me with terror. Not all of us are on the same page, and we're going to die if we can't reconcile ourselves. I feel Bren's panic attacks in my own chest. You named your pedophile altar?
I don't know. I'm so confused. It just gets worse. This person is incredibly mentally ill.
I don't need a movie's. Oh, one day ago. Happy New Year's Eve. Or Happy New Year's. I don't need a movie's borders to escape my field of vision. I'm a composition whore. I want to see the whole thing at once. Like it's a painting on a wall, a comfortable distance from me. Now you're talking about Letterboxd? Like, just fuck off. Watching movies with me means getting to a shot like this and hearing me come on the other side of the Discord call. I really hate you. I really hate this pseudo-intellectual avant-garde media criticism. And then on top of that is also like into zoo and cub shit. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Also remember the allegations of coming on calls with minors.
It's all wrapped. I'm pretty sure I covered that in my tirade, but thanks.
I don't think you did. Greg, I'm scared. This gets worse.
You're not. You don't get scared. Code Unknown is maybe the most constantly beautiful live-action movie ever made. Okay.
It
has all the Alzheimer's long takes in cinema.
This is just yeah.
I'm not reading that?
No, we can move on. And this is the
oh, go on, you can read it.
And this is the KYS I got banned for. So Brit's Galaxy Brain, if you know the Lily Orchard story, you will know who. It is. Throwing a tantrum decided to liken it to sexual assault. How the hell are you going to pretend to be righteous while talking like that about autistic children having meltdowns and being assaulted for it? Ableist piece of shit. Patricia describes herself as it's tantruming. I'm using her own words that she used to describe what she was doing. What she has likened to sexual assault was someone restraining her while she was in active danger to others and on a cramped public bus, which I find telling that you intentionally left out. What the fuck? Your arguments only work when you maliciously leave out context to warp the narrative. Patricia Traxon says, kill yourself. All for you, Greg.
Shut up. I know what the response is going to be. Like, the issue isn't just drawing an adorable puppy in a little one-piece bathing suit. It's the fact that privately I do age play stuff, which makes infantilized drawings of me stealth fetish material. This is all really stupid. That's the understate. If you've made it through 5 hours, that you can just take this home with you. This is all really stupid. If I like being treated like a kid in bed, then I can also like it in a non-sexual context, and friends are allowed to enjoy that part of me non-sexually. I don't know how it's anything other than sexual, buddy.
Yep.
I like having sex as a woman too, but drawing me as a feminine isn't de facto sexual.
I like when Greg reads. He has a nice voice.
He does.
Nobody's ever said that to me in my life. I'm deliberately taking the argument out of context because censoring a perfectly bean-shaped puppy in a bathing suit and calling it explicit sexual content is funny. I hate you. I hate everything about you. I hope you have a very bad day.
As a point of order, they do not identify themselves as a person. They literally identify themselves
they're an
as
idea.
a dog.
They're a concept.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in the ether.
Yeah.
Fuck off and die, dude.
Yes, we got Greg to do it. We've got Greg to do it.
No, I was singing a song. You know
All right.
that one song by Skrillex. You should eat shit and fucking die.
All right, so this is more about Patricia that came out earlier last year. I can't believe I'm saying that. So in February of 2025, after recent events over the past couple months, my co-director and I have decided that we are no longer working with Patricia Traxon, and her score/sound design will not be used in our final release of the animated studio thesis, In Your Orbit. She has rights over all the audio files that she created. She's free to use and or alter them to whatever projects that may come up to her. We only retain the rights to our visuals on the off chance the last festival that is showing the current version of the shorts gives us any prize money. She will still get a cut of it. She is free to continue to state publicly that she worked on the film originally and use the soundtrack to her portfolio, but we will not be posting it or promoting it. Patricia has proven to be a person who is irresponsible at best. She has allegedly had inappropriate sexual conduct with minors as young as 13. She also regularly posts her extreme sexual fantasies on her main Tumblr and has made claims regarding the nature of pedophilic art that she is not qualified to be making. She also posted from behind closed doors that she's intentionally being manipulative regarding her apologies for her alleged sexual misconduct. Greg.
Hi, what's up?
Read Patricia.
Oh, is this her locked
This
account?
is like her alt, yeah.
I'm so slick for writing a statement that looks like a profuse apologies to the people who hate me and a thorough refutation to the people who like me.
The original victim who accused her was harassed off the internet both times because she came out about this and no longer wishes to be contacted on the matter. However, the idea that any of the allegations were rescinded due to misinformation or proven untrue is false. In this person's opinion, they believe the victim's testimony. It lines up with what they remember of the environment of Traxon's Discord server when they were there.
Can I just say, too, I feel like the ads you're getting on Tumblr feel like fake ads.
Yeah, this forever spin thing, it feels fake.
The one before that was like a gay romance HBO series, and it also felt fake.
Wait, is that the hockey one?
No, it'll come back. I'm sure it'll circle back around.
Because the hockey one's very real. Apparently taking the internet by storm. During the production of the short film, I was aware of some of the accusations made towards Taxon, but as I was a close friend, I wanted to believe they weren't true. I was also told she was groomed into doing these things and that she didn't remember doing them, and that she was likely to commit suicide. Oh my God. She told me she was suicidal on a regular basis during production, especially when the alleged victim was making and then posting videos recounting the allegations.
And during production of what? During
the short film. Their short film. No, their short film. The short film.
Okay.
Before that video came out, she was telling me that it was likely going to ruin her life irreparably. She had a mutual friend with a victim who was supposedly playing double agent for her. So I heard all before it and after it came out. I was under the impression that she was in imminent danger of harming herself several times. You can imagine what this might do to the person who cares about her. So I willfully ignored the allegations for a long... This sounds like the most ACC stupid-based nonsense I've ever heard in my entire life. If your friend is telling you, and you're not looking into the allegations against your friend, they're telling you they're going to kill themselves over and over if you look into them. Let them kill themselves. I don't fucking care. No, call a hotline. Make a fucking wellness call.
Over them. Like, and at some point, they're like holding you hostage with it.
Yes.
And we do not negotiate.
Listen, I was gonna say, no, seriously, you can call a wellness check if you're so fucking worried about them. Like, you can just do that. Like, but you don't have to be their person to consistently and constantly deal with them. You shouldn't have to be that person. If you yourself are being mentally overtaxed with someone, you don't have to be that person. Allegations. Taxon also shown herself to be extremely unprofessional during the internet drama cycle. Dump without warning. Blah, 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 blah. She goes on to say this.
I need another filmmaker to hire me for music and get into the Omaha Film Festival so I can make new memories there. Please, hashtag cilantro mixture.
Her newest gripe with me is I didn't pay her for the work of the film. Supposedly finding out part of the way through the project that she was not being paid. This is untrue. Luke and I were forthright with the blah, 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 blah. They're spending money, yada, yada, yada. I don't care about this, yada, yada, yada. She never suggested or taken, blah, 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 blah. I was never holding a gun to her head. Okay, maybe you didn't pay her. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about any of this. I don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Apparently the transphobe paraphilia. Patricia Traxon is not who you think she is. I actually have this video, but we're not going to cover it.
It's a good thumbnail.
Center followers after Caramel Ender. Yeah, this is actually a really good thumbnail. Yeah, we do know who Prim. I know who Prim is. Yeah, we know who Prim is.
I guess generational debt.
Hot take, don't pay pedophiles.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't care about this. Peace of mind, I don't care. Stay out of my art. Okay, I don't give a shit about any of that. All that stuff is like fucking gay shit. Oh God, I hate this. Okay. 4 days ago, just so you know, Taxon actually admitted to harming real kids when she was about 18, 19. Yeah, we know about this. Patricia Taxon. Yeah, sure. Okay. Now, this is the CSA victim. Now, chat, I need to throw up a very specific censor because Patricia has been alleged to have sent minors a piece of art. Oh, that feels so much better. Beautiful. Now
no, and this is the art.
No, so I have to put up the censor, and I will explain why, and Greg will have to describe it.
Okay.
Leia censor, hoy! Snow off. She doubled down on that post recently. Rays of Red, if you could show me that, that'd be actually baller. Patricia Saxon, allegations of sexual grooming. Taxon. Greg?
Oh!
This is the post.
Okay, so it's like a...
that is Rags' character.
That's fucked. That's crazy.
That's what... That is Rags' character with the rags out.
People?
Yep, that was what she showed people. It was Rags' persona with their penor out and sent in 2018. And Patricia would be 25 now. Have fun with that math. So, sending it to potentially a minor. Hey, if you hate chiptune on the synthwave, what's your options on the opinions on the Hotline Miami OST? What does Patricia say?
Haven't played it. Have you shown your friend the Rags picture yet?
Oh, well, that's nice. I'm glad we're here.
I'm glad I don't have to. This is the one I have to describe, or this is the one I don't have to describe?
Yeah, can you describe what that looked like?
Okay. Well, it's gone now, so now I don't know what it looks like.
Here, buddy. This is just for you.
I gotta stare into the void here. Hold on. Oh, it's gone again. Okay. Yeah. Zoom in. I can't. It's so small.
Zooming in. You know what? Let me open the image in a new tab. There you go, Greg.
Perfect.
I enhanced just for you.
Okay, you know how like when you're on the beach and you start digging in the sand, and you start like shoving it through your legs. So it's Rags' dog character flipped over like they're digging through sand, but the dingle be dongling, and Rags is like, "Would you look at that?" And I'm sure there's beehole in here too. So it's a big gooch shot.
Let it be known, I am not calling it handsome. At all.
Say that I'm handsome. Nah,
I'm good. I will not let you around my dog. There. Fuck me. Got that. Fuck off, Rats. I'm tired. Okay. So that is the allegation. This is all the stuff. Anyways, Patricia Saxon sent me furry DMs when I was 13, sent me pornography when I was 13, and let multiple minors enter her server with tons of furry porn. So this is the allegations that were made at the time. This is like saying that she talked to them. There is no way. Oh, so this is where these things come. Yeah. Apparently her own mother responded to the allegations.
Do you want me to read this?
No, I have to.
Okay.
I have to undo it. Okay.
You should just pull them up and then not come back to the screen ever again.
Open image in new tab. Hello, I am Patricia Taxon's mother, and I've become aware of this video, and I'm sorry for the trauma you're expressing here. I would like to share a few facts because I think they may help you. First, my daughter's remorse is real. Her apology is sincere. This is insane. Yeah, this is... Did Lio Convoy cause this? Did Lio Convoy get the mom to answer for her crimes? Second, my daughter is severely disabled. She was unable to go to school. She's never had any interactions with her peers while growing up. 5 years ago, on the survey that you participated in, her disability and her isolation made her susceptible to suggestions from older people who were pretending to be her friends. A number of adults in the over 18 section of the server took advantage of her gullibility and persuaded her to act in inappropriate ways. Your daughter was 18. Your daughter was 18. I understand that they have
by
severe...
all accounts, on all accounts, like these are adults, except for the children that walked in on that she has admitted to having happened.
Again, I want to highlight something very important. If your child was this disabled and this severely autistic, you should then be watching their internet access like a fucking hawk. Bar none. And now they're saying that, like, oh, I'm so proud of my mom, but I have conflicted feelings because I've been traumatized by my family.
Because the verbiage is like the older adult, like the older kid on the school ground. That doesn't cut it anymore when you're all adults.
Yeah, like this is so because it was Patricia's choice to engage in it. It was Patricia's choice to engage in the fantasy and in the fetish that she continues to identify with to this day. Like, at a certain point, either Patricia is too disabled and needs to be mentally confined for identifying as a dog, or Patricia is not autistic enough to be confined to a fucking permanent grippy sock jail, and made the conscientious effort to show other minors furry porn.
Somebody said this is just Patricia on an alt, and I kind of feel like that could be the thing too.
Yeah. My daughter is very severely disabled. 5 years ago, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, why would your mom know this? These people were into their 20s, blah, blah, blah. They told her that she was being hilarious, funny, and encouraged her and egged her on. She trusted them. To say all this was true is not to blame you for what happened. Please blame me, the mom, even though I am my daughter's mother. I didn't understand the grave danger that she was in. All I knew that she was unhappy. She told me that she had friends for the first time in her life. I didn't understand how cool people could be. I was completely naive. Bitch, I doubt that.
What does that line even mean? Even though I am my daughter's mother. Take that out.
Yeah.
That means nothing to me.
Yeah. I gave my profoundly autistic 18-year-old child unsupervised access to to an online social group in the world that she could join.
Anyone in the world.
Yeah, anyone in the world. It was reckless and dangerous of me to do that, as if I handled a 9-year-old neurotypical child in my car.
What?
What? Comparing your... So this has always been like one of the things for me. To make fun of Lyle, you're like, this is like one of the things for me. This is actually incredibly annoying to me. If a person has mental, like a disability, things like that, I don't compare them to a child. Yeah, she also like weirdly like loves and hates her mother, and it's so bizarre, right? She's like she claims that her like family was abusive and she couldn't leave the room, but now like her mom is coming. Yeah, this doesn't feel like a mother. This feels like her. Like this feels like an alt. If someone can prove that this is her mother, I'd love to know.
Maybe it's one of her alters.
Maybe it's one of her alters. Maybe her mom isn't real. But like this always bothers me because, and I've said this continually, I won't beat a dead horse with a specific call of note, but I will highlight it for a second. I don't like saying people have the mental capacity of a 9-year-old or a child when they are an adult with autism or an organic disability that causes a temporal lobe epilepsies that leave them with the need of a carer. Why? Because if that person doesn't identify as a child for all intents and purposes, and they are not a child, why am I disenfranchising them? That's always been my thing. I have worked with plenty of patients in my own experience, as many other people will in their lifetime, who are on the spectrum, who do not identify themselves as children. Now, they may have mental capacities and difficulties that kind of leave them in that way, but like, that isn't Patricia's case. I do not see Patricia as a child when she is able to create all of these things and identify with her own sexuality. I vehemently fight back on this. Patricia is not at the mental capacity where that is a problem. She's able to verbalize that she wants to be treated as a dog. She verbalized that there's a sexual and personal component to her and wants you, the audience member, and her friends around her to identify with her as a dog and, quote, rub her belly. What are you talking about? Her mother actually won a prize for that book. I'm sure she did. Her mother's probably a great writer. Some people are intellectually impaired to the point where they functionally are children. They would be treated on their level of understanding that includes internet supervision. Yes, exactly. 100%. That is the other consideration. Your child isn't interacting that way. Perfect example. To reveal a little bit part of my life and why I'm very serious about things like autism. And I have no problem sharing this about myself. I have a relative, granted not necessarily blood, I had one of my parents, when they went to college, they didn't have siblings, so they had friends. And the friends became siblings. They're ostensibly my cousins for all intents and purposes. I have a incredibly autistic cousin. limited verbal. He is now 29. Sorry, anytime I think of him, I really get choked up. So there's like a fucking thing for me. And I don't mind sharing this. I love him very much. He requires a carer to his day-to-day life because he cannot function outside of society. He needs special schools and things like that. And he's been doing well. But like, to me, Patty can consent to all of this. She is identifying this. She is intellectualizing her fetish as a personhood. You can say that she was naive. You can say that she has room to grow as an 18-year-old. I believe that. But I'm not going to sit here and say that she was coerced by 20-year-olds outside of her control into enacting on the sexual fetish that she is able to enact in a fucking 45-minute video. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. I don't care to read any of this fucking shit. This is so fucking gay and cringe. Third, my daughter figured out on her own that these people were not her friends. I don't give a fuck. My daughter has suicidal ideation is very real. Cool. She fucking sent porn to minors. I don't give a fuck. She's 23 now at the time of the writing this. Okay, that's great. My daughter remembers the events that you mentioned in your video differently than you described them. Cool. I'm glad the potential, the fucking jerker offer in calls with children in it remembers the situations very differently. I'm incredibly glad that they do. I want to take her word at it. Fucking sure. Let's see.
You're on the bad screen. Remember that.
No, I know. This is people just saying to discuss. I'm an old lady. I don't fucking care, lady. Do-over. I don't fucking care, dude. I consciously fucked up, despite how repeatedly telling me that how remorseful Patricia feels about the whole situation. She clearly isn't remorseful enough to own up to her own mistakes. I'm also a teenager. Yeah, like this is again. Why is the mom contending with the teenager? Like, are you fucking insane? Allegedly, so she's 23. She was 18. This person was allegedly 13 to 15. This person was 13. So that's 5 years. So this person just turned 18. Insane. NSFW, slick apology, go fuck yourself. Again, I don't even know what, okay, that's just the image. So Greg, how do you feel about, this is the end of what I have on Patricia. Unless somebody has new things in the way that she reacts to it, to these allegations that I would gladly see. I know the Discord has been fucking great on Patricia. But I am curious if there's anything more, but I don't think so. I'm looking into the Discord right now. There is the obvious elephant in the room.
Hi there, everybody.
This is the Rags and Rhetoric of Response videos. A video about the only bad doggy. We're not going to watch this today. I have no intention of watching this today. You know, it's a 6-year-old fucking video dog. This is so insane. You sent me the latest post? Read what I actually said or go to hell. I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but you do position yourself in a highly confrontational way. The hypothetical or real CSA victim is being belittled to make a point about how families are abusive to a fundamental level. I'm only reacting to being belittled by others with a presumptuous as a real CSA victim. So you're not a real CSA victim? So what you're, I'm confused. Did you or did you not? What? What? What does that mean? What does that even fucking mean? Are you crazy? Duh. I hate you. I hate you. I just hate you. She's talking about how people in her comments are calling her out for her behavior or what she says. Yeah, and they should. It's such a fucking stupid thing to say. Like, this is so fucking stupid to say. As a mother tier qualification. What the fuck does this mean? Like, this doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. No, I'm really sorry. What? But then what does that even mean? You apologize to somebody, someone's like, holy fuck. Yeah, you're getting shit on it, and then 18 days later, you're like, oh, go fuck yourselves. No, Patricia, when you find this video, because I know you look. Hi, Patricia. You're a scumfuck. I do not want to, you're not a dog. You're a person. You have a past of showing minors illicit materials. I hope you have never done that again in your adult life. However, you constantly think that you're the smartest person in the room when you actually aren't. You are probably the dumbest person in the room. Just because you read, you can spout off praxis all day, and you talk about the establishment, anti-capitalistic rhetoric, and all of these things doesn't make you smart because you're not putting it into praxis. Practice. Oops, excuse me. You aren't putting any of this into practice. So when you eventually find this video, which you will, and you'll probably complain that the title is, Did Patricia Screw the Pooch? This is not to identify that there's also other things. There's also things in the Discord that I didn't go over, where I guess I'll go over now. I believe she made a chart of the dogs she would be willing to fuck, I think. If I remember correctly, somebody showed me something. I'd have to double check. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. I'd have to double check. There's just many things. Again, I don't understand why you say that you're into age play when talking about puppies. Puppies are not age play. Is a very, very different thing. That is an incredibly different thing. Oh, here, chat. For you. So, a child, or no, the father of somebody would bully me, and the Ratatouille guy would molest me, would let him molest me. Hey, at least one of them is a human. There's Bluey's dad up there. Would let him bully me. Peppa Pig's father, for some reason, this is the most insane thing I have ever seen in my entire life. But here is an interesting post about Bluey. Greg, let's read this. I stopped letting my kid watch Bluey because of this. My 3-year-old daughter was getting a bit abusive to me, and I'm not going to have that. There are a lot of shows where the dad is the butt of every joke, and I'm not crazy about it.
Telling puppy, no, are you insane?
Greg!
I don't know what that means.
Go on.
Ugh. I'm not mentally sound enough to engage in controversial, pragmatic pedophilia politics in the way I have been. Sorry, I was victimized. I have alters who got fixated on the subject that I argued with until we reached unthinkable views while still being deeply triggered by it. I stand by what I've said, and it's eating me up inside. I'm plural. Pedophilia and child rape aren't the same thing. CSCM is for documents of real-world abuse and not cartoons. My society was systematically equipped to rape me from day one, and I feel scammed by how much I was taught to fear deviant sexual attraction as a child. I need more therapy to say more. Bye. You need tons of therapy.
Yeah. You need to be institutionalized for your own safety. For your own safety. Like, I'm not even fucking around. This is the most insane thing that I've ever read. You say, oh, I can't handle the topics of pedophilia. I don't want to be placed in this position. You know, you say that you didn't want to be placed in the position where you argued for, like, a pro-contact pedophilia. Sounds like a Dan Burst argument. But here you are weirdly still discussing the pragmatic nature of pedophilia politics. What are you saying? You put words that you think are big, that mean a lot of different things, but they mean nothing. Because, Patricia, at the end of the day, inside of you is nothing. You could read books.
Holy shit, did Deadwing knew it went this deep?
I have no idea if Deadwing knows it was this deep. I actually
a lot of this stuff is new, right?
Some of it's new. We also like went back into our history. But I want to make it very fucking important, like identify. Not gonna lie, judge me by my enemies. This is like a really good quote for you right now. I mean, like, listen, I'm right there with you, Rex. Again, I kind of want to highlight this. You will probably find this video. Fauji, I hope you regularly know I've been getting suicide hotline ads on the stream. Great.
We all need them.
If you find yourself in need of a hotline, call, please, unironically. But again, Patricia, it sounds like you fill yourself with knowledge and your own weird kink identification as a substitute for self. You need a lot of therapy. Person to personhood, you need an insane amount of therapy. I'm not speaking from a place of power, importance, or expertise. It just feels that way. And I can't sit here and say that you won't fuck the family dog. You most likely already have. And chat, that's the end of the stream. Greg, what are your thoughts?
Why is BreadTube a bunch of freaks?
It isn't, but there are a lot of freaks on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think not. I think associating yourself as as an animal and not as a human, like, disproportionately hurts you in the long run, because A, you don't see yourself as human, so you don't see yourself as being part of the human experience, and that will absolutely keep you alone. You are a person. You're very unwell, and you need a lot of help, as a lot of people do. But unfortunately, for some people, you are a person. And fortunately for you,
yeah,
and you're gonna have to deal with that and learn with that in therapy. If you do take it, I don't fucking care either.
I don't know if they work. I hope you work. I hope you have health insurance. I hope you meet a therapist that loves and accepts you. Maybe go to Jagger's therapist. Things like that. My boy Jagger's going to be coming back to Twitter very soon. And by Twitter, I mean he's just going to take himself off the fucking locked account and start posting his cock again on Twitter. But again, I want to thank everybody out here for doing the best you guys. Fucking over 200 people have been concurrent for like the last 3 hours. You guys have been great.
We're trying to get to 2.5K maybe by summer. If anybody hasn't subscribed, now would be pretty cool.
By summer, we may actually reach that a lot earlier than we think.
A time out. I don't know.
Yeah, we may actually reach that a lot sooner than I think, which is kind of crazy. Granted, we've beat every fucking metric I've ever put for the channel in the weirdest ways humanly possible. I've never understood it.
We've hit everything I've known. I know we wanted to hit 2.5 for the new year. I knew we wouldn't reach that.
Oh yeah,
no,
I never
really
thought
close.
That. I never thought. Well, technically, I thought we'd hit 1.5 by the end of the year. And we demolished it a long time ago. But yes, thank you guys so very much. I don't know if Deadwing Dork even knew about this stuff. Fuck it, if he ever... I don't know if he asked my user, but I mean, he can reach out if he likes for the rest of this information. And that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much. The next stream will have to be Monday. I thought it was going to be tomorrow, but unfortunately, my work has been calling me in. So the next stream will be Monday, and it will be our year in review stream. So thank you guys very, very much. Is there anywhere to send you guys before I end tonight? Is there any places to send you? Is anybody else streaming? I actually don't even know. Nope, there's nobody else streaming. So thank you guys very, very much. You're very poggies, very based. And remember to spade and neuter your pets, especially Patricia. Goodbye, everybody.